can't comment on exchange. Funny, so as many smart contracts as you want, and you can.
Hello world! Welcome to a very special episode of Super Happy Dragon Lucky. I'm Dean Shelton, Director of Engineering at Dragonchain. We're here at the Dragonchain Bellevue offices. I'm with Joe Rhodes, CEO, and Robbie. He's one of the engineers here. So we're going to be doing a performance demonstration today of DragonNet. So I hope you guys stick around. We're going to be having the numbers on screen somewhere. There should be like a graph on screen at some point. It's over here. Oh, it's over this way.
Weather.
So, yeah. So that's going to show the number of transactions that we're going to be pushing through DragonNet. Robbie, you want to talk a little bit about what kind of numbers we're going to be pushing through DragonNet and what that system looks like?
So we're going to be pushing about 2,000 transactions per second. You'll be able to see that on the graph once we get started. And this is all going to be real transactions. We're using fake data, but all of the transactions will be using real employee kind of data. So it'll have some IDs, it'll have first name, last name. It'll look like real data.
Yeah, we're sending JSON payloads using an NPM package called Faker, which generates just fake first names, fake last names, fake home addresses and stuff. So it looks like actual data. So we're not just sending like hello world a billion times. We're going to be sending what would be sent in an enterprise setting. 2,000 transactions a second to a blockchain network. So that's pretty interesting. We're going to be running on about 10 Dragon chains with around 10 to 30 billion time applied to those. So you'll probably see that on the metrics page. There'll be a big jump in L1 time, and a couple L1 nodes have been created for this. So these are like specially created for us. We've bumped up their web servers, so now they're running 2 web servers instead of 1. But that's the beauty of running Dragonchain as a Kubernetes native, like a cloud native application. You can scale up various parts of it. So anyone could do this with their Dragon chains just by tweaking some of the settings. So I think without further ado, we should probably get started with the load test. This thing's going to be running for 24 hours, so we should get this thing started. So what do you say we hit that button? Let's do it. Engage. Yeah, do it. Nice. Hot dog. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a very exciting terminal output.
Yeah. I don't know if that's on the screen right now, but that's pretty hilarious. Okay. It's like, yay. No, but what that's just done under the hood is that started up our performance demonstration master node, which is responsible for scaling up and down the worker nodes, which will send transactions to the Dragon chains. So it's responsible for checking the number we're trying to hit, in this case 2,000 a second, and it will scale up the Dragon chain worker nodes to the performance demonstration worker nodes to hit those Dragon chains faster and faster until it reaches 2K a second. And then later on, we may spike that up and down, and we'll see how high we can get. At some point, we're going to try to just push this as hard as it can go, and we'll see what happens. It's going to be exciting. So I'll tell you a little bit about what the architecture is it's running on. These are running in the Amazon cloud, the AWS cloud. These are Amazon T3 2XLs. So we can fit about 10 to 15 Dragon chains per T3. So pretty much all of our chains are running in that architecture, all of the managed service chains. So we'll be able to scale that up as needed. So that's exciting. Joe, what do you think about this?
It's great. And did you talk about? I mean, the actual code that's running the demo that scales up and down will be open.
Yeah. Oh, totally. So we built this entire platform that spins up and down nodes and sends data to your Dragon chains. And we're going to be open sourcing all of that code so you guys can take a look at it and even use it for yourselves. If you have your own clusters of Dragon chain nodes, you can run this against your chains and see how they perform. So this is a pretty good way to to send information through DragonNet and see how your Dragon chain performs. So yeah, all of that will be open source. Yeah.
Cool. think that's probably it for this, right?
Yeah, totally. So coming up, we're gonna be doing this for 24 hours. So buckle up. But we've got at 11 a.m. Pacific time here. It's 9 a.m. right now. 11 a.m. Pacific time. We're gonna have a big announcement. So stick around for that. At 1 p.m., Lynn Robinson from City Council is coming here. She'll be here in studio talking to us, along with the CoinMe guys are going to be here in studio talking about some of their stuff. So yeah.
And look at the schedule. I know schedules are on Telegram, of course, on Twitter, LinkedIn. I've seen them all over the place. So look them up. It might shift a little through the day, at least 20 minutes, but we'll make it up for sure.
Sure. So. Yeah, we were a bit late getting started.
That's
all right.
It, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I think without further ado, we'll get Lawrence on here. He's going to be talking about architecture, about what Dragonchain is, how the 5 levels of consensus work, what DragonNet is, and which is what those numbers are testing. So, all right, we'll get Lawrence to come on in and explain what's happening.
Cool.
But I think that's it for me, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right. So we'll move over here. So,
good morning, everybody.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. All right. I can't see the deck from here.
I can't see it either.
Which step will you be using?
That's the right one. That's the right one. Yeah. Trying to figure out. Maybe I move over to the other side.
Why don't you sit on there? I can see
Yeah.
enough of it.
Here you go.
You can prompt me. I can go here.
Yeah.
But if I'm on camera, I'm all right.
Okay.
So this is exciting.
This is good. I mean, it's kicked off. I don't know what numbers we're at because I shut down.
We can't see it. That's all right. We'll get the updates. But it's something we should mention is that this is a production ready network, and we are live in production on the same network that we've been running now for 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's and it's we did a performance load back probably 6 months ago where we did 1 million transactions a day, primarily to find under load what fails, and we found a couple of very small things and they're all corrected. So now we're trying to do this. Okay, duration. Let's demonstrate what it can handle.
Right.
With real data,
with
network.
real data over real network, real time, because anybody can show spikes and all the aspirational things, but I think the difference is that we've been live and that this is going to run 24 hours continuously. So simulating the kinds of transactions and performance that you would see in retailers over a Black Friday weekend, where you've got your credit card networks being hammered, or loading data for or an open enrollment in healthcare. All of the things that you'd be seeing in real enterprises, and that's the beauty and the power of Dragonchain.
Right. And so we had on the schedule to go over the kind of the architecture to describe why the network's scalable, what is different about it, and so I pulled up a deck that was actually from April of 2017
Mm-hmm.
to oh yeah, sure, all right, that'll work. Okay, so to basically demonstrate where we started, and because I thought, okay, I'll change whatever's needed, but I didn't need to change anything, or very little. I took some things out that didn't really apply, but so one way or another, this is kind of the architecture and the this is my background, right? So back then, I think I actually gave this for some people that were going to invest way back, right as I left Disney. So it was interesting because a lot of this stuff still applied. So back then, very much highlighted the fact that the real business leverage for valuable blockchain capabilities was too expensive. The success rate, and we even know it more now, was extremely low. Everybody fails when they try to build something on most of the platforms out there.
Right.
It's very risky or dangerous for a lot of different reasons, putting your data out there. I mean, you can look at any of the DAO, you could look at any of the big projects that had real problems, because all the data is out there. And so I went in, and this was a very much angle from an architect. So you have danger of data exposure. You know, if you have banking, financial, private information, other sensitive data, if you have business logic that's proprietary, you know, your smart contract is exposed, so that means you can't actually put everything out there.
Now, let me interrupt you for one second here, because when you were thinking about this, you weren't doing this in a vacuum. You were doing this in a very specific context for the Walt Disney Company. So this was always very much an enterprise play.
Right, and that was this was how we communicated internally. You know, it's like, this is a valuable technology for these reasons. You know, you're talking about media, you're talking about a lot of different, you imagine the things that they deal with, and we knew that we could leverage blockchain, but at the same time, all the platforms were not made for that, right? So we had to describe to them how we could use the technology, but in a safe way, and in a scalable way, and so on. And a big part of it was, in particular with the security, was the comparison to open source. And that is basically that, okay, GNU Linux, right? Beautiful thing. I started using it in the mid-90s, and blew me away, and I never went back, right? Everyone sees the code, right? It's out there. The point is that you want more eyeballs on it. You find mistakes. You find features that need to be built, things like that, right? And when you end up with protection of business data, I should go back on on Linux. You're running your own instance. You're doing your own thing, and you have a cooked-in incentive to contribute back or to report bugs or security problems, so that the software can be improved because you're running it. It's an operational thing for you. When you get into open public blockchains, the issue is that your code is out there. So it's running on every single node everywhere.
Right.
Everyone can see it, right? But the problem then is that they're incentivized not to report back. They're incentivized to destroy and grab. I mean, to basically attack what code you have. Even if it's by mistake, even if some of the attacks were supposedly not even intentional, but it's out there. So, and it kills the whole thing. So the model was kind of backwards. So from an architectural point of view, it didn't make sense for real business applications. There are certain
It made
extremely
it much more difficult.
right, and there's certain things that you want pure decentralized governance and control, which are very limited. That's why Bitcoin is so limited in what it does, because there's fewer chances for mistakes. There's nothing in there that you have to worry about for new code that you're trying to use for your company. So one way or another, a lot of where we came from was that traditional software development was already expensive, already had a high failure rate, and that's without any currency or blockchain applied at all. And so when you end up with the fact that you have to deal with economic modeling, with currency, with all these things and skill sets, you end up with, you have to have software development, you have to have security background, you have to have scalable systems, crypto, distributed computing, blockchain itself, and then economics and game theory. And you imagine if you're going in trying to build a system and you're needing an upgrade or you're needing a new feature, this is not going to attract you. This would kill your ability to actually succeed.
Sure.
Right. So we abstract, and this is basically explaining why Dragonchain is the way it is. That we abstracted the blockchain components. We looked at it at a high level and said, okay, there's a proof component, there's a consensus component, there's smart contract components, there are currency and tokenization. To apply a business focus, we came up with what we call context-based verification, where you have multiple other independent chains verifying your blocks with from different contexts. So, and that was the whole thing. We have a well, I'll get into it.
Yeah.
These were the goals, and these have remained on the website forever. You know, fast blocks, ease of integration, simple architecture. Protection of business data was probably the primary one, especially inside of an enterprise. That was the most important thing, and it's not it's a structural protection. It's a separation of them. It's like
And
a
we'll
area.
unpack that a little bit more
Right.
later, especially as we talk about that in smart contracts, because
Right.
those are the huge
Right.
differentiators.
And so here is representation of a simple standard blockchain. That is, no matter how many nodes are on it, here's a block which has a hash of the prior block up until now. And you know, you basically move time to the right, and every block has a hash of the prior block. Simple stuff. What we did was we took the business level. So every single business node has its own blockchain, and the payloads in the transactions are arbitrary. So they can be anything they want, including large data sets, because that business node knows its own data storage requirements and
Right.
everything else. And the real reason it doesn't matter is because before the block is sent out for consensus for verification, the payloads are stripped, because our verification consensus does not require any knowledge
Right.
of the business data, right? The level 2 nodes that are independent and out there aren't going to understand your smart contracts and your data. They don't care about it. What they care about is everything signed? Are the network rules followed? So on and so on. Are they paying for it? Right.
And as we go through examples over the next 24 hours, you're going to see how that hashing works. And today, for this live demo, everything's being written to an S3 bucket. It could be done on Microsoft Azure, it could be done on Google, AliCloud, or if you wanted to run it inside the four walls of your own data center, or you had your own hybrid cloud structure, you could hash the data and put it there, and it does that by default in Dragonchain. I still think one of the best features we have is the way our Block Explorer works, and we show Eternal later. That is the sexiest thing, because you're actually able to see the data in context, from a business level and from a technical level.
Right. And so we can go through real quick here. The second level is validation. So it just checks every transaction to make sure that it's sound. The level 3 is a network diversity. And this really came out of the fact that at Disney we had multiple business units. And so back then, you know, the entire thing was intended to be in-house. And so the level 3s were to make certain that someone, a business, is not validating its own stuff,
Yeah.
right? That we want it to be across the entire enterprise. And in this case, currently it's across the world that it checks, do I have 3 level 2s that are independent? The level 4 notary is an independent entity identified, so that if you're looking at the proof report, you know, if you're looking at the data, you can say, I know that so-and-so signed it, and it's a real entity, it's a real org, it's, you know, something.
Accounting firm, a law firm, you can get validators, you can get really
And it-
large companies.
Yeah, and it literally is signing a hash of the level 3. And the last one is a public bridge. And at Disney, we did Bitcoin. When we first came out and launched Dragonchain itself, we started with Ethereum.
Yep.
And currently we have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ethereum Classic, and Binance. We did have Neo for a while,
Yep.
but they had an update that didn't work, so it's dormant. We hope to go back to it at some point. But the interesting thing is that every time you get a level 4 for one of your business blocks, that level 4 is broadcast to randomly one of those level 5s. And over time, you know, your next block likely go to a different level 5. So let's say you get Bitcoin the first block, the next block you get Ethereum, the next block you get Ethereum Classic. That the level 1s are tied together, so you're aggregating the network security, the proof, whether it's hash or whether it's stake or other proofs of those level 5s. So every single business transaction that you put on Dragonchain ends up provable to Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ethereum Classic, and Neo.
So we've been interoperable for over 2 years, and there are literally thousands, tens of thousands at this point with the tests we've been running, and we'll see in production today more with all of those networks. And Dragonchain's first chain really to do that. And tomorrow morning we'll have Jonathan Olson from Aon Law here talking about the patents themselves. Normally it's pretty dry stuff, but I think it's really fascinating the interoperability that was built in from day one for Dragonchain.
Right, it's a really, really interesting implementation too, so
Yeah.
we'll probably get into that on how we do it, because it kind of opened up some eyes about what's possible in interop. And one point here that is interesting, and it's a little bit abstract, but if you're looking at this this slide here, that the lower on this slide things are, the simpler, the lower security, and the more trust is applied. That is, if it's your own business node, you trust it. If it's a business node of another business unit in your company or a partner or something, there's some level of trust. I trust their data because I have to trust their data, or my own data. As it moves up, you have the ability to prove to others that might be consuming that data, or that you might have to prove that something really happened. The higher in this chart that your block goes, and the further to the right that it goes, the more hash power of Bitcoin and the more hash power of Ethereum is applied, so that you have a level of proof. So let's say you had a transaction that happened 8 months ago, that you're likely going to have dozens of level 4 notaries. So basically every single entity will have signed your chain at some point with the proof that happened in the past. And the same thing for all of the public networks. So if you had, if you took it to court, you have both the angle that I can show real entities if you don't understand Bitcoin and don't understand what hash power is. But on the other hand, something that wasn't possible before Bitcoin and blockchain tech was that you can actually measure to someone, here's about how many dollars it would take for me to fake this data. So you can pretty well be sure that I'm not faking it. So anyway, that's really interesting. And I basically, this is how they go out. Basically, the business node keeps pushing forward, sends to 3. In this case, right now, everything's configured for 3 L2s, and then up to L3s, L4s, and then L5s, and then they just continue to the right. Every single one of these chains is independent. It is its own blockchain. And something that is very hard to illustrate, that this does not show, is that your business node is not going to the same 3 L2s every time. It's not going to the same L3 or the same L4 or the same L5. So it's a lot more three-dimensional.
It's extremely secure, and it makes it very robust and much harder for a 51% attack or any kind of attack. And because you can change the validation rules.
Yeah, and you can add your own. It was in the architecture itself. We knew that these were the ones that we came up with inside and Disney, but that we know, and we've come up with some recent that can operate a little less formally than this, where you have your own verification and your own additions to the consensus algorithm. So you can pretty much do anything you want with it, but it's interesting back then. Trust and trustless. We had some angles on best practices DevOps that when we spoke with some pretty big enterprises about a lot of things, and those were their biggest concerns, especially this is blockchain. What about DevOps? And everything, because it's hybrid and because you're running your own business nodes, follows best practices that your staff already knows. So It's really nice.
So maybe talk about that a little bit, because it's a blockchain as a service, and we're able to deliver pretty rapidly and spin up pretty rapidly, which is different.
Right. I don't know the current spin-up times. I know they're fast. They're faster than anything else because it's Kubernetes and Docker-based.
Right.
And that lends. We'll have a lot more about that later, but there's some tremendous power
You can-
with that.
Yeah, I mean, when we do console, people will be able to see you can actually start up your blockchain for an enterprise or an individual in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And be up and running. And we show you how you can implement smart contracts using any code base. The power starts to really become evident.
Right. And here's another angle that a lot of people, especially back then,
Mm-hmm.
are, well, what about the competition out there? And you think even Microsoft will actually, they call it something else now, right?
Yeah.
But our angle was not, okay, Bitcoin is obviously the king. It still is, right? Currency and fintech, massive hash power. It's the largest computing concern on Earth, right?
Yep.
Orders of magnitude above anything else. We don't really consider it a competitive project, right? I mean, we want to leverage that. So we use the hash power for trustless security primarily, but our interchain lets you use Bitcoin for whatever you would need to build on Bitcoin in a way that you can still interact with other things. Ethereum, same thing, trading complete, accelerating adoption, even back then. I don't know the numbers now, right? And we're using it for security. Obviously, we're using it for. Back then, we did not have a token, right? So
Yeah.
we are using it for what we call wormholes, but it's basically token security. So our token that is used on our hybrid chain is based and proven on Ethereum, right? It's basically Ethereum's killer app, right? Hyperledger, private only. So. We worked with them early on to talk to them, and there are a lot of things. We have an unproductized interchain with Hyperledger already. It's doable. It's just code. Anything you can do with code, it's doable. So, and Microsoft, and we have run nodes in Azure and Google Cloud, and of course on-prem. And on Raspberry Pi. So this is the project state back then. We had 3,000 lines of code, 27 files, a lot to do. Much to do,
Yep.
right? So anyway, it is interesting. That's why I kept this. And the funny thing is, we're back on Slack now, so I haven't changed this. Probably the glossary is not there anymore. I'm sure. I think that was from, I don't even know where that was hosted, but either way, it was interesting. So. That's everything. So you want to go ahead and take that off, Brandon, the deck. I think we're done, right? There's a lot more. What's coming up next? I don't know. AMAs.
AMAs. So we'll start with some questions. We've got a ton of guest speakers that are coming in today over the next 24 hours. Lots more on the performance data, and we'll be doing those every odd hour, an update to demonstrate how much has passed through the chain, and just quite a bit more interviews with developers and showing you all of the live production work that the team has done.
Yes. Well, all right, so I'll step out, we'll go to Dad, I'll make sure I'll go grab whatever we need for AMA.
Oh, we have it. I just need to
Okay,
pass there.
okay. Sweet.
The green ones are the most liked questions on that.
And then, and Dead. Oh, you have, okay. I was going to open up Dead, actually, so.
Oh,
Okay.
I guess they have it there too. What are you looking for?
So
Yeah, he's just going to,
I can pull up Den right here, and then
And-
he's just going to have the animation of it.
Okay, because we also have questions on that.
Who's going to answer?
You put him up here. Whoever will.
Okay.
I'll grab this, and, am I okay walking around like this?
Your head's cut off.
It's a little bit
Off-putting.
like what was that show on MTV in the early days?
Oh boy, I don't want to go there. I'm not sure, right?
well, it's like MTV in the early days, and everybody's scratching their head going, what's MTV?
So right now we
It's
have
like TikTok for this generation.
the den is up on the screen. Are
Okay.
you just gonna go through the questions on your computer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just read them, but keep me solid that I am reading them. Oh, great! I can't even log in here.
I can also scroll down to some of the questions too.
I also have the HubSpot questions on that computer right there.
Maybe
I
I'm
can
good.
read the
Maybe I'm
first
good.
one.
It might be good. Oh, surprise. Okay. Let me go. Yeah, if you want to hit the HubSpot. Well, we said what we're going to do, ideally, we'll run through at least a good few on Den first, and then pull from other sources,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So kind of exhaust what's there. So should I just start on or should I wait? We have 10 minutes before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, we had AMA at
9:35.
oh, so we should just go, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's go. All right. So the first one in Den, the highest voted one is Dragon Scale. Any update you can share. So we had, in fact, we're hoping to get something ready for an announcement today, but we have a deal going. We have somebody who is going to take the reins in Europe and basically build it out. There's probably going to be some interaction with Academy because I
Great.
think the applications themselves, they have a couple of programs that they're plugging everything into. And the primary focus is, of course, blockchain startups, but also some level of traditional startup integration. And there's still a lot to be decided, but it's definitely going to be Europe-based, and it'll be worldwide, but the team will be there.
And for people who don't know what Dragon Scale is,
Thanks. Yeah. So, Dragon Scale was one of our first, I guess, divisions. It was a separate entity from the outset. It has its own tokens, everything from the origin, and what it basically was is that the vision is to apply crowd intel, or I'd probably say information market, prediction market, to apply prediction market to the equivalent of capital and investment. That is, what we really wanted to do is to get the knowledge of the people out there to weigh in on which projects are most valuable, right? Which projects are the where we should.
a true consensus mechanism on the things that align best with Dragonchain's use cases and where they've come. And I think to some extent the products that we're going to talk about, Eternal, Den itself, Factor, Academy, some of the other things and some of the announcements we'll make later today have come from that.
Right. So it's really exciting, and we've had, of course, hiccups because of regulatory hurdles and obscurity. We didn't know, so we basically said, okay, we don't think we can do that. We remodeled some things. It's a separate entity, so it's been there's been enough ability to say, okay, that's independent, but a lot of people it's very important to a lot of people. So we're still on it. We put a lot of effort and energy into it in the past even 6 months. So okay, healthcare integration. You might know this better. What we have a guest, Lynn Robinson, that's coming on. Maybe this is a question for her. What does she believe the optimal path to integrating blockchain into healthcare? And you probably can answer
There's
that, so.
quite a bit of things to do with that. I mean, touching HIPAA, all of the privacy stuff, is going to be slow. But there's lots of information that can go on the blockchain that's shared between hospitals, doctors, all of the different providers of healthcare information, and putting that onto a single blockchain that everybody can look at once, and the loading power that you'll see in Dragonchain and the way that factors work are huge, because we know and we've seen over the last 3 years all of the hacks that have happened because there's so much additional personally identifiable information that's not required, and Factor allows you to keep that to a minimum and to use what's called zero knowledge proofs, and we'll dive deeper into that, to keep that information out of the hands of bad actors and actually keep it out of the enterprise that doesn't need it. You'll only get those very small bits of data that are required. So much more on that to come later. Great question, thank you.
Right. Okay. Then the next is.
We should name who's asking them.
This is a
First
good
name,
question.
last. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
No, that's good.
Okay. The next is Jared with retail on blockchain. If I sell retail on the internet, how can I use blockchain in my business? How can blockchain help with things like vintage items, raw materials for craftsmen and jewelers? So, yeah,
Traceability. I mean, you've got provenance. Forget about the financial aspect of it for a second. That is certainly important. But artifacts and art, last year I was doing a venture capital fund, and we saw probably a dozen companies that give you all of the traceability from the original owner to the next owner to the next, and be able to verify that in an authentic way without a third party, to be able to watch on the blockchain if you bought some rare artifact or something that was uniquely crafted for you. Also the same thing, and we'll talk more about this on supply chain. Coffee, the language of quality and traceability in supply chain using blockchain is powerful.
there's also, like, say, if you remember, I can't remember what year it was, but when Gibson actually had the government raid them, I think inappropriately over wood, that something like that, it would allow them to prove what they're saying.
They sourced it ethically.
You also have, like, say, for luxury items, high dollar things, that it's a number of the things that are pretty obvious that I can prove to you that this really is, the shoe or the purse or whatever that I say it is when I sell it to you. So you can now easily buy it over eBay or something else. But more importantly, I think, at least for the manufacturer, is if I'm selling luxury goods, I really want someone to be able to resell them so they can get a new one this year, right? That they had last year, they sell it for a little bit less, but that I'm going to take that money and and put it into a new hi-fi units. You think about speakers, things like that. I mean, it's anything that's like that makes it easier for your customer, which means they're going to come back to you. So that's a big part of the retail application, I think. Okay, so, and here's the funny thing. I think that we have, we were actually supposed to, at 9:35, to ask for people to start putting more questions in.
Yep.
We already have a good set of them, so we're not too worried about that. But if you go anywhere, I think on Twitter, as long as the hashtag is AMA Dragonchain.
Yep.
If you go to DIN, if you have an account, there's a special there just for this show and to post questions.
What's the URL for?
For DIN, it's din.dragonchain.com.
Perfect.
You set up an account. You have to have an account right now to see it. That will open up soon. You'll hear more later about that. But for right now, just get an account and go in there and ask questions and be polite. Let's see here. So we have, we can still drill through a bunch of these. We have time.
Sure.
So the next question from Tenacious Dragon is DIN benefits. Why would influencers jump ship from YouTube or Instagram or Twitter and move to DIN? So we can say some of the things we've already said. There will be more info, particularly about that. So if I miss it later, somebody remind me. But one way or another, the key features that made us decide to build DIN were, we use Telegram a lot, we use Twitter a lot, right? And rife with trolls, FUD, and worse, fraud, attacks, people trying to steal people's money, everything,
Mhm.
right? So I wanted and I basically mentioned it, and it's in the white paper, you can kind of see this. I mentioned that we need a crypto-aware forum so that we can apply, like, say, time. In our case, we'll have a presentation on what time is in the Dragonchain ecosystem, but with time, if someone proves to you that they have a certain amount of time, you know that they are in the community. You know that they've held dragons for a certain amount of time, and it's a beautiful thing. We used it forever for our beta tests, where we didn't have to sign up. We didn't have to apply for beta or anything. It was basically, if you have this much time, you can use this feature until we kind of work it out and we can control the maximum amount of people that can come in. So on Den, it's broken down so that we basically incentivize people to provide quality content. We incentivize people to build quality communities, and it ends up being there are a lot of really good reasons, and there are a couple of very specific ones that we'll be announcing today that really will help there.
4:00 p.m. Pacific time. Tune in, and we're going to go and do a deep dive and have a very big announcement.
Yes. Okay. Next, Tenacious Dragon, private decentralization. How does Dragonchain offer decentralization while keeping data private? So there are two angles that. How do I say this? Your data itself, by default, will not be decentralized. And that's on purpose. That there are oftentimes you don't want your data decentralized. It could be regulated. It could be it can't be public. It could be, there are a lot of reasons. So what we do is we just decentralize the consensus. We decentralize the proof, right? So you're basically doing with your data what you're doing with your data, and without doing anything else, the proof that those things happened on your system is decentralized all the way, as we described, to Bitcoin and Ethereum and Binance and Ethereum Classic. And we do, though, with the pure interchain connectors and the regular integrations, you can decentralize at will anything you want. So you can, theoretically, if you wanted, you can put your data on Siacoin or storage and literally decentralize and encrypt it. Or you can say, okay, I want to integrate with GitHub, or I want to store my stuff in my own data center, and certain parts of my data will be in Azure. You can do anything you want. So it's an interesting piece where you end up with the same questions you would have in a typical enterprise environment, right? So the next question from Tenacious Dragon, priorities. What are Dragonchain's top 3 priorities for 2020? Right? So it is basically, what would you say?
Enterprise customers.
Enterprise customers, the primary.
Getting the word out.
General adoption. We do have consensus goals and focus in there too, to get more people to run nodes, typical things like that. Mostly it's about adoption.
It's really about the adoption. The team spent 2 years building out a world-class platform, as well as a full suite of what we're calling DragonWork developer tools, consoles, SDKs. You'll hear from Danny Ludke later. Really robust and powerful stuff. So getting that out into the hands of enterprises and founders is key for us.
Cool. And now I have a combined question from Ji and also Bit by the Coin with a translation from Chinese that it takes several years for Dragonchain to mature. Is Dragonchain technology mature? I say yes. It's everything takes time, and it is very mature, I'd say. We've it's kind of battle hardened. We've tested against a lot of things.
It's live. Our version of what we would call production and mainnet in other parlance is live.
Right.
And it's running and it's being tested. And today you're seeing performance. So it's a great question, and tens of thousands of live transactions across other chains.
Yeah, interop. I mean,
Interop is
that's the high. The smallest numbers would be that,
Yeah.
and they're in the tens of thousands to Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ethereum Classic. That's out there, and it's all provable. Okay, let's see here. Grits and Gravy, Texas. Vacation. Joe, I feel like you're always connected and answering questions every day of the week on Telegram, Twitter, Den, and probably other mediums. Have you taken a vacation and unplugged in the last few years? Mostly working vacations, right? I know we took the family. We had to go to that conference in Paris, so we took a not long vacation, but we took a couple of weeks and we went to Europe. Took the kids to Europe. I still worked during that, right? And we had a pretty major attack during that also, and we had to handle it from over there when I didn't have access I needed, but the team took care of it. It was amazing. So yeah, not enough vacation, but I don't know if I don't quite like vacations too much anyway, so it's good. Okay, let's see here. Grits and Gravy also, performance test. How did you pick the 7th of January as the day for the performance test?
Yeah.
Is there any magic number? It's a prime number, 17. Is it anything else?
no.
So it was the
I
think someone suggested Monday,
Yeah.
but we decided that Monday was probably not smart because we'd have to.
Too many people coming in over the weekend, and
So, Tuesday.
team works hard,
Yeah.
and there's no reason to burn them out.
And it was pretty impressive. It came together this fast because
Yeah.
it wasn't really that much advanced planning. So apologies for anything where it's a little rough. But let's see here. Grits and Gravy, legal stuff. Can Jonathan Olson share his perspective on how the legal community views blockchain tech, as well as how it may be evolving over time?
We can ask
Last
you. We could probably get him to talk for 12 hours about that. There's so many aspects of it. That's a great question.
Yep. So we'll bring that up again. Remind us. Let's see here. Grits and Gravy again. And go in here and vote these two. Hopefully we won't. It's okay if we get some repeated questions. It's 24 hours, right? DragonNet, unmanaged verification nodes. What happens and what is the impact when an unmanaged verification node leaves the DragonNet network?
Good question.
Currently, it is a broadcast as an outbound request for verification. So if your node is registered, let's say you have a level 2 running, and you disconnect, your network goes down or you turn it off, Dragonchain itself will reach out and it will either fail or it'll time out depending upon what type of issue there is. And if you don't respond with the work in enough time, it goes somewhere else. And so it's kind of an automated, it fails to another node. And when we did the last demonstration, I think 1700 or something a second, that happened a few times. We had some people write in asking, and we also have, if you occasionally will watch Eternal, if you post something on Eternal and you watch it crawl through the verifications, sometimes you'll see a delay, and that's usually what it is. Like if a level 3 doesn't answer, then it has to wait and find a different level 3.
Yeah. And when we get into that, we need to talk about it because that doesn't jam up the network. You would never get a CryptoKitties-like scenario.
Your level 1 keeps going. Your level 1 doesn't care. Your level 1, your business node, will keep trying to get verification for that node, and the only time it would matter is if you, for some reason, needed radical proof in 15 minutes time or even less. 60 seconds time that the transaction happened. So it's pretty interesting. Let's see here. We're at 10:08. I'm checking time here. Our next setup is at, where am I? Sorry. Is at
10:30.
10:30, is that right? Yes, thank you. 10:30. So we have more time, and that's okay. Good. We're all ready for that. Okay. Next is Jared with Kubernetes, Docker, and OpenFOSS. how do these containers and services work within Dragonchain? What do enterprises use these services for, and how do they scale out applications quickly? Okay, so Docker's been around for quite a while. I mean, it's a really convenient, clean way to encapsulate a system so that you can run it, you can deploy it to multiple other places. And Kubernetes basically makes it easy to build clusters and scale things up and down as needed.
Well, that's our auto
based on
scaling
load.
feature.
Right, and the beauty is that this is so well ingrained in DevOps everywhere that the very people that are building the systems understand this natively.
They already know how to use this.
It's a beautiful thing because your DevOps people and the people who are your regular ops guys will already understand everything about deploying this and using it.
You've already got the skills in-house to launch and load a Dragonchain or DragonNet, and it'll continue to build itself out once it's deployed, as long as it's got more resources.
Right. And on top of that, the Docker piece itself really gives us the ability to let the user use any language, any executable that they want as a smart contract. So extremely powerful. And we've done it with POSIX shell scripts, with bash scripts. I've written a few bash scripts smart contracts myself. C, C++, and it's very interesting, and it's very Unix-like, very Linux-like, so it's a beautiful system. And we were originally deployed to Lambdas on Amazon, but they were a little constrained to only a few languages and only on Amazon, and they had network constraints, and so we moved off and said, okay, let's really open this up. So that was amazing. And that was the dev team, really amazing decision for that. So next, grits and gravy, performance test. Talk to me like I'm 5. What does or should this performance test mean to enterprise clients? So
It's super simple. You can use Dragonchain as a distributed ledger technology the same way you would any other enterprise application. Assume and expect the same level of performance, the same level of robustness, fault tolerance, and data privacy, data security. Full stop.
and the duration. I mean, it's kind of to prove that this is real. It's there. It's doable.
Yeah, anybody can
So-
spike to 10,000, a million for a little while. This is running consistently, and we'll get a performance check. I can't actually see the numbers that are scrolling across, but we'll get those out every alternate hour.
Cool.
See, and all of that's inspectable. And we should mention, we're getting all these great questions. You offered up a prize.
Oh, right. I'll bring it to the next AMA.
Okay, then we'll keep
It's
that as a
the
surprise.
keyboard. So I think it's a drawing, right? So it's a drawing. So everybody who gets a question asked on camera will get one entry per, and that it's the keyboard that I coded the very beginning of Dragonchain, right? So
That's
and it's a very
awesome.
special keyboard. You might not be able to use it. Very special keyboard. Pretty cool. So anyway, but you'll
All
see.
right, yeah.
That'll be the next. I think it's 2 hours. I think we'll
Yeah.
have another AMA. The next question, grits and gravy. Super happy Dragon Lucky. The YouTube series is pretty cool. How did you come up with the name? Super happy Dragon Lucky. So this was, it was way back, probably 2012, somewhere around there. I had a conversation with some guys that I was working with on a project, and someone brought up that LG, TVs, that it was
Right.
Lucky Gold Star, right? And I just thought it was hilarious to me for some reason. And the first thing I blurted out is, we need a company, Super Happy Dragon Lucky, right? And I wanted to use it for a gaming company for quite a while. Never got funded, so it's just been sticking in my head forever. and much to the annoyance of everyone around me. But now it's actually used, so that's good.
It's
right?
memorialized forever.
Yes. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Grits and Gravy keyboard. Bruv, can we see and most importantly hear the clack on the keyboard? Yes. I think, in fact, they are ergo clears. So you won't hear a click, but you will hear a clack. You can feel it. They are, in fact, I'll go into detail later on
Bring
the
it
switches.
on the next one. It'll be
Amazing
awesome.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very special. Okay, so okay, man, we still have more time. So coffee. What kind and how much coffee will be consumed during the 24-hour performance demo? What kind? I know we have Knowledgeburg. I know we have
Knowledgeburg.
Costco. I don't know what
Yep.
it's called. It's Kirkland.
It's a
whatever it is.
Kirkland brand.
It's good.
From here in Washington State. That's where we're headquartered.
I think they ordered from Mercury too, which is
We order
awesome.
Mercury,
It's-
another local coffee brewer. One of the best things about living in Seattle is that when you get coffee, it was roasted probably 2 days ago, and you
Yeah.
get from a host of just custom small batch roasters, really amazing stuff.
Yeah, and we don't have a counter on it. We didn't have time to
Yeah.
put that together. That would have been funny, but priorities. Let's see here. AWS EKCS. Is Dragonchain leveraging AWS EKCS? I don't know if we're using theirs or if we are. We'll have to ask the devs. In all truth, I've never asked if we are.
I'm not sure if we are, but we are in the Amazon store under EKS.
Yeah, that's right. We are. They did. We
Yeah.
do have the.
We've
sorry,
been there for about
sorry,
3 months ago.
Detail. So.
Oh, that's good.
Let's see here. Grits and Gravy. Dragonchain culture. How does the team recognize, highlight, and formally say thank you to each other for their work? We have a thing. We have a team.
We should pull Janelle in for this question.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
We say thank you. The chair.
So yeah, this is Dragonchain culture, internal culture, right?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things too where we just really wanted to create a culture of appreciation and feedback. You know, early days Dragonchain, we always said, or we still do, all humans are welcome alongside kind of our business blockchain magic. So it's one of those things where we just so inherently believe in what blockchain is, and that essentially, and anyone can be a verifier, anyone can give value. It's just all about the best coming up to the top in any shape or form. And I think that culture is just really evident within here in terms of, again, how we approach the technology that we build, how we approach the appreciation that we have for each other, and then even something just as fun in terms of just how JoJo's designed. I think there's just a real kind of, I don't want to say an innocence, but there's just also, again, there's just a real honesty in terms of things that are given, and I think that I kind of hope that that's where the world is going to kind of someday, is that you can actually take people's words and actions for value and respond in the way in terms of that. So I think that there's a real honesty, I think, that we have here at Dragonchain. And did I answer the question right?
I think so. We do shout outs. We have weekly stand-ups,
hands?
right? And
Yep.
so it's all hands. Sorry, not stand-ups.
Oh,
all
yeah,
hands. And so people do shout outs because every week somebody has done something that's pretty remarkable. And a lot of times not everybody has visibility into it. So it's really awesome for that.
Exactly.
And then people we do demos. And we've toyed with the potential to stream that. Sometimes there's super sensitive secret stuff there. So, but either way, the demos are always really exciting because sometimes there's a lot in there. Sometimes it's in the middle of a sprint, so there's less to demo, but usually really exciting stuff that we get to see right away, way early. So, okay, that's good. You stay there.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
All right, so, Super Happy Dragon Lucky from Grits and Gravy again. When is Super Happy Dragon Lucky going to broadcast from Rock Hill, from the office of Rock Hill?
Oh, that's an,
I don't
that's
know.
an amazing idea. I love that.
We should do that. We should just you guys handle it this week. Right?
Yeah.
Toss
Eric
it
and
over
Chris,
the
can
wall.
you guys just, we will tell everyone live right now that Eric and Chris Will be
Tomorrow morning,
Yeah,
right?
tomorrow
Thursday
morning.
morning. Thursday
A
morning.
24-hour demonstration at the Rhino.
I can see her going.
So I don't know. We'll figure out. We've wondered. I know that Eric is going to be doing some demos live from the office today, and maybe tomorrow. I can't remember the schedule, but definitely I think 2 separate. Let's see here. Grits and Gravy again. Look, he's racking it up. The number of entries.
People are voting.
Let's see here. Eternal Deep Dive. Can you walk us through an eternal transaction and discuss what data is transferred at each level of verification? Yes, and we'll probably do that during the
We
demo,
should do that during
because
the
you'll see
demo.
the new stuff from Eternal, what we're releasing, and we'll push it in there. Let's see here. Then Bit by the Coin. Dragon Factor. If it's possible, how would a parent be able to control social media access for a minor with Factor?
That's a good one.
Number of ways. It depends on the integration, right? I guess the main point in answer to that would be that if your kids had Factor, that not only could they use whatever documents they have to verify their age and things like this, that they wouldn't be exposing their age, but they would be able to expose, they are over 14, but they're not over 21,
yeah.
right?
It's just, yeah.
Or 18. And it becomes the thing where you can control then what is exposed about their identity, so that you can let them use the sites that theoretically you would want them to use, but not let them expose other things. On top of that, you could probably, I've not even thought about this, so this is totally brainstorming in the middle, but you could, as a parent, sign a Factor so that they would have a Factor that, yes, my parent said that I can come to this site.
Yep.
So that theoretically the site could check, do you have a Factor? You're not over 18, so, but if you are over 14 and have a Factor that your parent says they can come to my precise site or my type of site, then I could let you in.
And I think we've actually brainstormed early on the type of, what that kind of access control could potentially look like. And, if whatever country law or legality that is there, that, it's just kind of almost where it starts to fall into the traditional rules of guardianship, that before this age there is a level of control. And there's a lot of technology pieces out there, just in my opinion, will look exactly the same in terms of just access control management. But now that you have an actual protocol of value acting beyond it, there's an actual trust that you can have in terms of that this access is what it is supposed to be, and that this person, is given X access.
Without exposing any more than one piece of data. Is this person over 13, over 18, whatever the number happens to be? You could do it just like the old-fashioned movie rating system, which we don't really use much anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
where we just
And
give
there's-
2 thumbs away.
There are crazy
Yeah.
things you can do. If theoretically, let's say you had a private chat, that private chat could integrate to say, okay, this person has not declared that they are over 21.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the other person has to acknowledge that, or for whatever proof, because it keeps a lot of the issues out, right?
Yeah.
And liabilities. So anyway,
I'm
tons
going
of things there.
to step out
Yep.
and prep for our 11 o'clock.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well,
I will move over here. All right,
Yeah.
good deal.
Cheers.
We only have 8 more minutes, right? So,
I got 38 minutes.
I thought you were on at 10:30.
Yeah, that's 38 minutes.
Okay, I might step away when you. Maybe I'll stay around.
Yeah, that's all right. Now I can solo
Okay.
this.
All right. Let's see here. Next question from John once more. Are there plans for more developer outreach? So he says, I know that a great deal of focus is on enterprise adoption, but I still believe that getting more freelance and independent developers to realize the power and ease of utilizing Dragonchain for their clients and their own projects is a massive opportunity to get more smaller clients on board and to improve utilization of Dragonet itself. So
Yeah, I could take a swing at this, and essentially, of course, developers are a key part of this ecosystem. The way that you kind of look at just platform plays together, there's a bunch of different actors or a bunch of different participants that are happening within every ecosystem. You know, in a Uber type of deal, you have riders and you have car providers of sorts. Same thing where there is a management that has to happen as we grow. That yes, we need enterprise customers, but yes, we also need developers. Yes, we need verification providers. You know, and it's that kind of growth management that is key to the success for any sort of company to ensure that there's kind of proper demand and supply against all these various sources.
It's balanced because the devs sometimes bring it to the enterprise where you never have an end, things like that. And we do have the bounties.
Jonelle wants more developers.
Yes, and we do have the bounties. Like, so we have in particular the strategic project bounties where things that we know are needed in the ecosystem either in advance of certain people we're working with or certain things that we're working on. And so we are already paying out for those various, to have these things built and offering incentives and, what we can for support.
Yeah.
So,
and one last thing to add to that, I mean, I think it's also indicative in terms of some of the recent kind of pushes that we've done, such as the hackathon and getting more active in terms of, ever since we pushed out the open source side of things. So, I hope that that we are showing that we do want to give love and care to the developers. And of course, how we can do better, we're always open to feedback and in terms of that reach out. So.
Yep, and the hackathon, there's a lot about the hackathon at 5 p.m. Pacific today. So.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, then the next one, let's see here, from Jared. Dragon Den and Eternal. Will the Eternal tool be available to use on Dragon Den? So here's the interesting thing. Because every transaction that is put in place on a Dragonchain business node goes through the same consensus process. And I wanted for a while to create this Eternal Proof report way back when we first open sourced, and we never had it as a priority. We built Eternal primarily to demonstrate the interchain capabilities because the interchain patent came in 2018, is that right?
Yeah, like at the turn of the year.
And so we put that in place. Can you add Jared to the list? We put Eternal in to show that, and it was basically, here's an Eternal Proof report. That's the formal name of it, and it shows you the entire path all the way up to level 5s with the ability to see the raw data, the ability to see whatever you need to see. It's kind of like a block explorer, but it's a hybrid block explorer. It's very interesting, and it's kind of a block explorer with a purpose, right? That this is to show that this really happened, and here's how much hash power has been applied, and here's, you can hand it to somebody and prove it. So because every transaction goes through that same process, Den is already doing that. We don't have a report in Den on it. One of the earlier releases, one of the way early alphas or betas, we actually had a really ugly, pure text-based proof. But the intent is to get the Eternal Proof report usable on probably an upcharge or something on any Dragonchain that you could then see it on your own. So if you have private data, you could still use this report and print it out and then hand it to your customer, but it's not public. Or you could make it public. Like say for Eternal, we would deploy something where you could right-click or click a particular icon on any post or reply and see the full proof of what happened. And I know we've also had edits in there, so if you make an edit, there's an economic consequence to it, but that you can see the full edit path as well, and everything would be provable because every single vote, every single reply, post, everything is on chain. So
I mean, the most simplistic way to look at it is, Eternal is essentially just a public chain in itself, right?
Yeah.
But the application that we're doing with Eternal is this capability to audit and report these type of things. So and that's a nice thing is with all Dragonchain tech, and as all tech should be, it plays very well with all sorts of things. So technically, you can plug in Eternal with legacy systems too to provide that proof report kind of setup that we
demos of that as
well.
Okay, good deal. Next, Eternal Mickey, Interchain. BNB, Binance, was the last known blockchain to connect with Dragonchain. What will be next? That's a question. I'd like to see Neo come back. There's a local office here. They've been
Shout out,
out of
John.
town. So yes. So hopefully we can get them to partner with us on that. Other than that, I mean, we have had. What we would like to do is start partnering more with projects to do that, because it's a value to both of us. Because we can be, I guess, a funnel for more transactions on your network or on your platform as smart contracts or whatever you particularly do, like say storage and Siacoin and Golem, things that I know I want to see to use, but at the same time, we don't want to spend resources before we need to maintain and manage that network, because that's the biggest problem right now. I mean, we would have 50 interchains, except that we have to maintain all security patches. We have to be very careful, so we don't want to take on too much. And having Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic, and Binance are really good. I do want some more variety on staking power and quantum resistant and things like that. So
We could probably do one more if you want, or
okay.
Let's do one more and then we'll.
John wants more.
Enterprise messaging.
What are the next priorities for the Dragonchain architecture itself? I'm particularly excited about the addition at some point of level 1 subscriptions for creating backup nodes and secondary data sources, also for communicating between your own nodes or between partners. What else is going to be focused on in the near term? So I think that's a big one, subscription. We had that in the Disney open source release way back, and I want to get that back at it again for a variety of reasons, and I'm sure that's coming soon. We also have some things that might or might not happen that I've been toying with and talking to people about, which is the federation of DragonNet itself. If you're talking about architectural level things, that's both economic and infrastructure, where what we would do is allow certain people, as an example, anybody with a golden JoJo, right, that you could create your own DragonNet, and you could set your own rules. You could say, I only want nodes that can prove they are managed or owned by people in the EU or in Britain now, or if it's regional, or I only want entertainment companies to be deploying on my network, and then you can compete to get those fees from all of the nodes, where all the nodes would be able to use Dragonchain, but they'd also be able to use your network and other. The main reason we want to do that is so that we aren't the only point of failure for DragonNet itself, right? So I think we cut out there. There's a lot more than that, of course, but
Always.
I could go on forever. So, all right,
Okay, cool.
So you're gonna kick? Should I take off?
Yeah, you
I need to
can
get a drink
take off.
anyway.
Yeah, no,
so.
go for it.
All right.
Yeah. Can you actually stay just for 10 more hours?
Sure. Yeah. I'm going to be here for 24 hours. So I'll be here for at least the entire show. I don't know if Jonelle is.
And I'll be here for. Oh, did I cut out? I don't know.
Cool.
Thanks, Joe.
I'll be back.
All right, guys. Hey, so we're going to hop into the enterprise messaging intro. I think is we kind of loosely titled it. So my name is Jonelle Cordero. In case you don't know, I am the Chief Operating Officer here at Dragonchain. I'm the former Chief Marketing Officer as well. So there is this aspect, and this whole segment is to kind of more clearly define how we're starting to have conversations with various enterprises, and how the education process kind of evolves in terms of their buyer's journey, and how we're trying to position ourselves to make them realize the pain points that they have, and that blockchain/Dragonchain is a viable option or the route to go to solve the problems that they're doing, right? So, excuse me, I'm going to time myself in terms of that. So one of the things that I want to start off saying is that Dragonchain, the vision of Dragonchain is this idea is that we make the impossible possible with software infused with trust, scarcity, and market principles, right? And again, there's been so much noise in terms of this industry about about what blockchain is and all of that jazz, and kind of what's possible with the technology, and really, what can it do? What does Dragonchain do? Do we even need it in terms of that, right? So the issue too is that when you think of blockchain in general, the narrative is really owned in terms of banks, money, crypto, Bitcoin. So when you think of that word, right away your mind kind of goes into a realm that's kind of not necessarily where Dragonchain's trying to focus on, or at least where we believe that the solutions are. So one of the things that we've been trying to really do is kind of recapture the narrative, reframe the narrative around here, and specifically focusing our ideal customer profile, at least in terms of, remember what I was saying earlier in terms of platforms, right? A platform, it's all about facilitating interactions between two parties, right? There is that level of, we have verification, turnkey, that you can use at any time, but now we're trying to get more and more enterprise customers, larger customers, to facilitate that growth, and just so that the two just keep growing together, right? So the thing is, because of all this noise, when you first kind of go into a conversation with our ideal customer profile, so when I say that, it's usually we're targeting a lot of larger companies that make 500 million or more, VP level or higher, in terms of trying to get that education going to someone that actually has a budget to make this change. Because when you're changing an inherent process or how you're doing things, there's just a level of level of title that you need to be able to facilitate this change, especially early on in the tech adoption phase, right? So we started reforming the narrative now that, the problem is bigger than financial transactions, bigger than Bitcoin, bigger than crypto. It's actually bigger than blockchain, right? We want to stop kind of that focus on those things and define kind of the clear business value of how customers, at least the users of the verification, actually gain and have an ROI in terms of that, right? So we're reframing the narrative, right? Let's hop into the how we're doing it, what we're doing it, and why. And I'm going to try and, my goal is by the end of this segment is that there's just one-liners of how Dragonchain is doing it, what Dragonchain is doing, why we're doing it, and just make it more simplistic, where any one of our community members that are watching or enterprise customers that are watching just understand at least top level the pain point being solved, what their options are and how Dragonchain solves that uniquely, right? So how we're doing it, we're going to we allow businesses today to use blockchain at the fundamentals of what it's meant for, to verify and prove all these processes across their operational functions, providing data confidence and better insights to act upon, right? So the key here is that giving that level of confidence that now increases and lowers risk so you can act on it. That the sharing of data equals faster business, right? So what do we do? Essentially what we do is actually we broker data. That's essentially it. When you think of brokering, you think of, again, some sort of intermediary, some sort of protocol in between or whatever that facilitates transactions between two groups. So what we do is that we take your data and we allow brokerage of it in a way to use it in terms of whatever interactions that are going to be happening. So it's not a better blockchain solution, a better cryptocurrency solution. Granted, yes, we because of our flexibility, because of our speed to market, we are a better blockchain, but it's not speaking right now as well to enterprise customers, right? They're not looking for a better blockchain, right? But they are trying to figure out ways to better use their data and interact with it. So what do? We are data brokers, right? We broker data. So why do you do that? Or why would you want to do it, right? So essentially, one of the things that we're working on is this explainer video what I'm going to do is just read the script directly. Is that, as an enterprise customer, you rely on data to make important decisions. However, the tools to use this data have not kept up with the economy's digital transformation. So unreliable data, redundant data, the inability to automate based on information due to that risk, and then even the ever-shifting kind of regulatory landscape is just a whole nother story. So today's modern world requires data that is accurate and trusted to lower that risk and increase confidence to act, right? The pain point is that business, basic data transaction models aren't reliable, right? So in this age of legacy architectures, it's not keeping up in terms of how we're transacting. Businesses have to be faster, smarter, be able to act and do it in a way that is regulatory, that is secure and protecting people's data. There is a higher level of standard that's going out there, right? So we're going to look at three things. We're going to look at people, process, and technology, kind of like the really core, basic, or kind of fundamental things of how a business operates, right? So what the pain points that customers or people are having right now is that with their technology, they have all these unreliable pools of data. There's all these data lakes that we don't know exactly how that it was achieved. Maybe you could throw some machine learning or something into it so you could start to see the, but it's, there's a level of risk that you're taking as a business, by taking in this data and utilizing this data, right? When it comes to people, there's broken security processes in terms of access. So we were talking about this earlier with Dragon Factor. And then whereas also when it comes to process, there is a cost towards this management of various third parties when it comes to service delivery that is incurred. So the problem is, or the issue is, a very different kind of management is needed when coordination can be performed without intermediaries with the help of new technologies, right? So at the end of the day, if you want confidence in your data, you want Dragonchain. So if you want data confidence, you want Dragonchain, right? So what do businesses want to do? So this is where, okay, you're coming out here, you're a VP of operations, innovation, whatever, and what is it that will actually give me a return on investment? So essentially what you want is you want your business to be delivered similar to a utility, right? So think of how you receive water or how you receive electricity. It's fast, it's always available, it's charged for exactly what you use, and it's really, managed in a way that where your electricity is coming from, and in most parts where your water is coming from, and that it's X amount of availability for that, right? So imagine now if you and your partners and your customers, your ecosystem within your specific business could treat data in a way that you treat water or electricity, right? That as data comes in and comes out, services on a micro level, that you could treat that the same way that you treat water, the same way that you treat electricity. So there's this new standard of exchange that's coming, and Dragonchain is not just blockchain. This is the narrative that we're switching to, but we offer data confidence, microprocess execution, and decentralized entity, right? And how we do that is that we utilize blockchain as one of the technologies because those connections rely on shared data that is immutable, that's trusted and transparent, that can't be done with legacy systems that are out there right now. So Dragonchains, all of these and more, and the common link connecting the modern digital marketplace, right? So let's hop in now into kind of, again, using this aspect of technology, people, and processes, because it's almost like a maturity model that you're going to see in terms of people coming in to evolve the way that they deliver and consume services of all sorts, right? So essentially there's 3 generations of how we're doing those things, and I'm going to talk about it in terms of, again, technology, people, and process. So on the technology side, the first generation, and we're going to use a cab or the cab industry or hotel industry or supply chain kind of as our examples, and that there's that level of first manual, direct contact, eye contact directly, right? So when technology is non-existent, those tools aren't there to do it. The really old school ways that you research for a cab, you research for a hotel, you research for a supplier of some sort, you look for them, you call them, it's all direct interactions that you're doing that has that level of research that you need to do, right? The second generation are now platforms, right? You interact with a specific third-party platform, such as an Uber, such as a Lyft, such as an Airbnb, and that platform facilitates the interactions between the two ecosystems, right? So you set up Uber, or you set up Lyft, and you then can use it in terms of that, right? You can now use that platform technology to for your cab riding needs, for your hotel needs, whatever service that platform is providing, you could use that third-party service, right? The third level in terms of where it's going is more so that not using specifically a platform of sorts, but just a protocol of value to interact with the businesses and services that I need directly, right? Essentially that all you're going to do is set up rules of how you intake a utility once, and then you can use whatever cab is available, in the marketplace or even directly. And I think that's one of the things that interchain will be really key in terms of into the future, is that capability to plug and play whatever service that you want to do, right? So if you think about it, where along the lines of you're using AWS in terms of for your compute power, right? There's this level, yes, there's that level of availability and scalability. However, you can't, if a competitor of sorts comes out with their own thing, you have to set up, there's an out-of-band process that has to happen, and there's a cost towards those setup fees, etc., to be able to use something else. Whereas in the future, it's essentially, hey, this is how I consume all compute, and when I intake, I can intake from any source possible. So that's interchain. So again, if you want to use any blockchain possible, that's interchain, right? So that's how the technology piece expands. When you have that technology in place, what is it? There's that issue of garbage in, garbage out. So the people kind of becomes the next point in the evolution, all right? So it becomes, at first, who do I trust, right? Research, and by the way, actually, let's just go real quickly with reviewing the technology. It's first kind of contacting directly with like a supplier of some sort that I need to research, look up, and call and do all that things. The second evolution is I set up a platform, and then I now have access to all those things, but under their control. But now the third is a decentralized, just a protocol value where now I can interact based on the rules that I set and plug and play however I choose. Okay. So now go to the people. The first kind of generation is, who do I trust? You got to research, you got to hire someone, da-da-da-da. Second is, now when it comes to platforms, who do people trust? The people that the brand trusts. Airbnb, right? It's all about these reputation based systems where you review after the fact. But how do you know that who they say they are, right? Other than a Twitter checkbox out there that that is you are unsure exactly how that checkbox actually comes into place, right? Or just simply because you trust Twitter that is the, and that person has X amount of reputation-based things, how do you know that person is who you say you are? Well, the solution right now is just use the legacy verification process where, all right, it seems like a lot of people are trusting it, so I'm going to trust that based on that reputation. But again, you now still have that level of risk and low confidence where you can't necessarily act upon as quickly, right? So in the future, it's all about then whose identity matches programmatically with the needs that I set, and controlled access is now streamlined. That only age 18, again, it's all smart contract based access where only someone that's age 18, that is from ex-US things, that checks that they had their passport actually uploaded and verified by XXX. You know, it is these program specified access that is going to be the future in terms of that, right? So once you have the tech piece in place, then you start to do the people part of it. Now it's all about the process, right? And this is where it starts to get even more game-changing, right? Where first generation is this transaction, review, certify, audit, right? That, hey, I buy Microsoft Windows XP, I have that version, but I only have that version now access to it. Yes, I have access to, you know, to be able to use it for in perpetuity as long as I want. However, now I don't have access to the latest versions, right? So that's how it was before, but when it gets to those micro levels, it's not as feasible to do, right? So then the next evolution in terms of platform-based or whatever is subscription-based. I buy a service, you know, I pay for Adobe Photoshop $20 a month, and if I don't use it though, I still have to pay. Whereas, yes, I could use it all I want, but you know, you're locked into this rate that you're not really sure if that's actually defined market value, right? The third generation is all about a tokenized micro license. It's about executing processes at a micro level, right? That the utility is tokenized actions, that now it's available almost like water, almost like electricity. That X amount of edits from Photoshop, I want 5 or I want 6, right? Actually, sometimes you don't even have to say 5 or 6. You know, just charge me exactly what I use. Same thing as like with water or electricity. That's the type of level of delivery that's going to happen where the technology is going to be set up in any sort of realm that essentially anyone coming in, that I set up these rules in terms of in terms of how I intake these services or how I interact with service coming in, coming out, that only work with X people that their identity matches programmatically with what I need. And now a marketplace is created in terms of those where buying and selling can happen of those services at a utility level, right? So that's where it is where Dragonchain becomes your data broker, right? Any sort of, going back into the vision where we make the impossible possible using market values, scarcity, anything that could be digitized or anything that has utility or whatever can be tokenized and have a marketplace set up in between them, right? So with that future, now it doesn't become like an out-of-band process, right, of essentially that. So the very kind of short-term type of things, right, or the, not short-term, but I'm sorry, but the one-liners is that what do we do? Well, we broker data, right? We create a marketplace of anything everywhere, right? How we do it, we digitally transform the way that you transact in terms of intaking, so technology in terms of that. We digitally transform people and we digitally transform your processes. So your data confidence in the data that you have, the decentralized identity, and your tokenized microlicense. And then why do you want it that? Well, you want to deliver and receive services like a utility. Always available, fast, only what you need, and whatever you need. That's the interchain process of it. And to do that, you need to have data confidence. So that's where you start off. That's the maturation kind of model, is that start off with having confidence in your data, that that's just the way it is. Start to implement identity, people processes in terms of those inputs coming in so you can trust even more. And then you can get to the level of where your lawyers are saying, hey, I need X amount of confidence. Well, hey, here's a report instantaneously every single time that you can verify whenever you want, right? So that is kind of the baseline of the people, process, and technology, and how it's going to evolve, and what our pain points that are kind of seen right now in terms of first generation, second generation, and what the third generation is going to look like, right? So we got like 3 minutes, so let's go into examples of how some companies are doing that today, right? So you have potentially like a knowledge perk, right? Where what they're doing is that they're implementing technology, right, to verify that their coffee is organic, that you can look it up any single time, right? All this data is now flowing through a specified protocol of value that is available and verifiable at any time, right? They're starting to do a second generation type of access management where, you know, trust in terms of hiring people that is doing these inputs or that are supplying these verification or this data that it is what it says it is, because there's value in terms of my coffee being 100% organic based on X rules, not 99.999% organic, but 100% organic, right? And that these inputs are only acceptable by these identifiable resources, right? And in the future, as they begin to potentially tokenize this coffee knowledge marketplace, you can now tokenize almost that coffee knowledge of, hey, that this coffee is indeed from X, that, you know, I will pay X amount to have that coffee grinded at X temperature, and intake it almost like water, almost like electricity anytime that I want. Same thing with supply chains and stuff like that. So that's it in terms of our messaging. You know, we could go through this process. You know, that's our sales team members are available anytime to talk to anyone in terms of how we can start becoming your data brokers, taking whatever data that you have and help you become more efficient, faster, and make those things available. So yeah, that's my presentation. So I think we're ready to transition over.
Yeah.
Okay. Before everyone, because like all I see is ZZZ on the chat, so I think everyone fell asleep. Oh, we got the All Stars here. So cool. So thanks, guys.
Jonelle, thank you. Amazing presentation. Well, we've got one of two big announcements to make. And I know you're all still absorbing all of the stuff, but we're going to keep this going for 24 hours. It's going to be continuous, nonstop. So let me jump right into it and then get you to the real excitement. So we at Dragonchain are blessed to be in a very vibrant and powerful blockchain and cryptocurrency community. We've known and worked with the leadership team at CoinMe for years. And as part of that conversation, and they're here with us today, they're going to do their end of year recap. But as part of that conversation that Joe Rhodes and Neil Berquist have been having over the last few months, we made a strategic decision, and I know that some of you in the Dragonchain community saw that we transferred the equivalent of about $500,000 US in Dragons, and we made an investment in CoinMe. CoinMe launched the first licensed Bitcoin ATM in the US in 2014, so around the same time that Joe was building Dragonchain at the Walt Disney Company, and partnered with Coinstar. CoinMe is the largest crypto ATM network in the world. They've got over 3,500 locations and are continuing to grow. They're a trusted on-ramp for mass market, for digital currencies, and you're going to meet two of their executives today as they do their end-of-year recap. So we're super excited about this. There'll be more announcements in 2020 as this partnership unfolds, and really more excitement. So I'm going to turn it over to them and let you enjoy. We'll be back soon. Cheers. Bye.
Welcome to the webinar. You have entered as an organizer and may now speak to any other organizers or panelists on the line. When you are ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm.
All right. Thanks for the introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence.
a few things here. Hey everybody, my name is Brent Lyman.
And I'm Brian Belden. We're both senior advisors at CoinMe. And thanks for joining in today. And thanks, Lawrence, for the introduction. So today we are going to look at 2019 and do a quick review and summary of the progresses that Bitcoin and the market has made. We're also going to look into 2020 and make a few predictions on what's going to be big in the market and what's going to evolve in the next year and looking forward. So as Lawrence said, CoinMe was the first registered Bitcoin ATM company in 2014. Since then we partnered with Coinstar, and we've scaled to about 3,500 ATM machines throughout the U.S. We plan on scaling a lot more in the near future. So we have a few different divisions now since 2014. We're going to do a quick overview of what CoinMe does and how it might be an opportunity for you watching us from out there to get involved in what we do. So again, we have the Bitcoin kiosk machines, 3,500. We've got the market share in the industry. Brent and I, we work for private client advisors. We work with individuals who want to learn more about Bitcoin and the market. We educate. We've got a great white glove service to help them purchase larger amounts of Bitcoin. And then we do partnerships, licensing and partnerships with other businesses in the industry. Obviously, we just partnered with Dragonchain. We also do partnerships with other different providers in the industry. And so here is a quick map of our network. It's obviously we've got about 36% market share as of today. You can see all of those green locations and dots out there. I mean, it's kind of crazy. We came in about a year ago, and there was only about 75 ATM machines, and now it's pretty impressive to see what this partnership with Coinstar has done. So let's do a quick overview of what Brent and I do on a daily basis. We've got a human touch in this digital world, which is something that is, we believe, kind of rare in this industry. Our clients like to call, or text, email us, whatever they do. We educate and we help them put a fully comprehensive kind of portfolio or purchases together. We're trusted, one of the leading in the industry in regards to compliance. We have our licenses for FinCEN, and we provide weekly, monthly research in regards to the industry, things like this. We love partnering with other businesses and people. We have a great affiliate program for our individual clients as well. Our treasury services, this is what we do with larger businesses in the blockchain world. We have, obviously, we do crypto liquidations, and our services include, cold storage, insured wallets. We provide accountability. We take on a lot of the compliance risk, the banking risk, and so the partnerships we have with our businesses kind of are all-encompassing, and we customize a lot of our partnerships to help the businesses grow and service their needs in any way they like. Again, the liquidation services, some of the companies out there need to liquidate their token or liquidate Bitcoin on a regular basis. There's domain services out there, there's lending services, and we really like to help them make a swift, easy, customized approach when it comes to liquidating those digital assets. We've got 3 different types. You could do it automatically. We've built out this program to really work with our partners, so you could do it automatically, scheduled, and then you could manage it. So if you're looking at market timing, if you're trying to play with the market a little bit, we work with you and we could do a managed solution. So let's get into the meat and bones of today. Brent's going to talk about the emerging themes from 2019. Bitcoin goes macro. Decentralized platforms are starting to make some moves in the industry. Crypto companies are finally starting to make money. It's it's been a long road, and now we're seeing these companies become large and very profitable. SCOs were a big thing in 2019, just like ICOs were in 2017 and 18. Brent's gonna talk to us about, was it a hype or was it just a hope? Tech giants like Fidelity and Facebook, etc. Why are they getting into the industry, and where do we see that moving from here on out? Stable coins, their market caps are ginormous now, and they're really something that we need to pay attention to, because obviously these big businesses, tech giants, are getting into this stable coin space. Regulatory was a huge talking point in 2019. Was it clear, or did they clarify it, or is it just confusing as it was before? Decentralized finance is probably one of the biggest things that came out in 2019, and it's growing faster than pretty much any other sector in this industry. So now Brent's going to do a quick overview of the fundamentals of Bitcoin and where we're at today. So with that, Brent, why don't you take it off?
Absolutely. Thanks, Brian, for the introduction and just a little bit of about CoinMe. Let's start off with Bitcoin goes macro. Over in 2019, we saw global uncertainty and debt increase, and we saw civil unrest, especially in Hong Kong. And for the most part, if you looked at that world, you would have never thought that, most investors would have jumped into bonds, which they did. That's why interest rates went down. They jumped into gold, but the one that really grew up was Bitcoin. Bitcoin was looked to as almost a political hedge. And so macro investors, both big and small, individual and institutional, including large institutions, are looking Bitcoin and taking small allocations from a macro perspective, and mostly because Bitcoin continues to show itself as an uncorrelated asset when you look at the rest of the market. A perfect example is if we look at, Charlie did a good job of recapping the total 19 total returns, and the top of that list is Bitcoin. It went up 90% in 2019. That was outperforming the NASDAQ and the S&P, which were both up over 30%. But as we look at, areas of the world, in the United States especially, we're blessed with right around 2% inflation every year. The Fed does a decent job of managing that. We're blessed with the US dollar. The rest of the world isn't. So when you look at political risk type of political geographies, such as Argentina or Venezuela or Hong Kong, where we had civil unrest this year and a lot of protests, you see that the data from local Bitcoins, you see that data spike. And that's what we've seen. People are jumping out of their local currency into Bitcoin and using it as a hedge to almost like a savings account. So there's a flight to safety there, especially as yields continue to be starved globally. And so this is a big deal. The fact that Bitcoin is right next to gold and bonds, that's an incredible thing. And remember, Bitcoin is barely just over 10 years old, and we're comparing it to bonds and gold. Gold's been around for hundreds of years. So that's a big thing to take into note. So let's talk about decentralized platforms. They continue to battle away. ETH is growing up. 2.0 still isn't quite here. It's still in flux, but there's a plan going into the next 3 or 4 years. We saw some additional decentralized platforms launch this year, like Hedera Hashgraph. And there's more launches of additional platforms coming up in 2020. And look, these decentralized protocols and platforms are very important. These smart contract platforms, the idea that we can use them for a variety of uses in the financial world, especially building the decentralized Web 3.0 and that narrative that goes along with it is truly important. But we feel like that realistically we're still 5 or 10 years away from that. Now, here's the advantage in that. if you, as an investor, if I'm looking at these platforms, I don't know who's going to win and who's going to lose. I know Ethereum's got about a 2-year head start, and that's awesome. But some are going to be grand slams, some are not. Some are focused on different niches within just business in general. But if you take a small allocation just to a few of them, you only need one home run to really make those investments pay off. So just keeping a close eye on everything and just seeing who comes along in 2020 will be more interesting. But I still think we're 5 to 10 years from really seeing these decentralized platforms just explode. Brian had mentioned that crypto companies cash in 2019. Absolutely. We saw Chainlink, a middleware company, really grow up along with a partnership with Google. Brave Browser is a privacy-focused browser that uses a cryptocurrency called BAT. They've got some great user-based growth across their product, and the product's real. It's out there. It's in the wild. You can download it on your phone. You can download it on your laptop. If you're looking for a better browser, they're absolutely download it, play with it, see what it's all about. If you're willing to give your information, if you're willing to not run any ad blockers on their browser, guess what? You get paid in that BAT token, and that can be very powerful. And what we're going to see over the next 5 to 10 years, especially, is privacy is an issue. We saw it, where we saw Facebook in front of our politicians this year, or any other type of privacy issue that's popping up. It's going to pop up more and more, especially as the tech giants continue to exploit our data. And one of those reasons is decentralized storage has popped up. And if you look at Filecoin and SIA, they're just 2 more coins that have had pretty good success going into 2019, and they've been around for a few years, but they're starting to really gain some traction and launch their products, and that's what we're seeing happen. And in addition, I fully predict that we'll see some of these big tech giants actually look to cryptocurrency one day as a way to really create a token, utilize that token to better their business. We might see a local company here in the Seattle area, Starbucks. Starbucks could create a token and really keep you within their ecosystem, and it's a lot less rub for them. It's instead of taking that credit card transaction and paying that 3%, if they've got their own token, they might, who knows how many millions of dollars they save by doing that. So I think we're going to see some of that, and on top of that, we've seen the prime brokerages, we've seen the exchanges grow up, whether it's Binance or Coinbase or companies like CoinMe, we're all growing up, we're all gaining, a audience that likes the products that in the crypto community, and that's translating to dollars. And as those companies make dollars, they can put them back into the ecosystem and back into the products to build them even better. STOs, hyperhopium. Well, coming into 2019, it was all about the security token offerings. It was this was going to be the big thing. It was kind of like ICOs in 2017. This was going to be huge. Well, it didn't. And we can talk about a host of issues that popped up. There's jurisdictional issues. If somebody wants to take their car collection and turn it into a token, that was the idea. It was supposed to be super easy. It's not super easy. So there's a lot of things that popped up, but there was some good traction. And most importantly, one of the biggest reasons it didn't take off was that underlying infrastructure wasn't there. So that infrastructure is being built out. And the key is once that infrastructure is built out, we can tokenize more. If you've got an art collection and you want to tokenize it, you'll be able to. If you've got that car collection, like I mentioned, you'll be able to tokenize it. If you've got a bond, if you've got some kind of debt instrument, you'll be able to tokenize it. And that's what we're going to see over the next decade is more and more as the financial products will be available to consumers on these platforms using these tools that are being developed. And more and more things are going to be tokenized. It's just not here yet. I fully believe the market was expecting it just to show up and be there and be done, and it's just not there yet. So I think you'll see the security token really become a thing as we get closer to 2025. Tech giants dive in the deep end of 2019. We saw this in a big way. The first big one that we can talk about is Facebook. Facebook, launched their ideas and their thoughts behind their Libra project, which Libra is the token. Calibra is going to be their specific wallet. And boy, did we see some pushback. We saw regulators, we saw politicians get pretty heated over what they were creating, to the point that they're almost in fear over it. What are they doing? They're not allowed to do this. They're backing Libra with a basket of currencies. That's still an unknown. They're setting up regulatory in Switzerland, so that's outside the United States. Why are they doing that? It brought up a host of questions, but what it did, more importantly, is it made people actually explore Bitcoin, and it made them understand that what Bitcoin is, what decentralization is, more importantly, and why Bitcoin exists, and why it's grown up in the way it has over the last 10 years. SoFi is a lender. They've jumped into crypto trading. You can't take your digital assets off their system, but you can buy and sell. TD Ameritrade came out with Bitcoin futures. Fidelity created a custody solution around digital assets. JP Morgan came out with the JP Morgan coin, the biggest bank in the world, has their own quote-unquote crypto. It's not really crypto because you and I can't just go out and get it and use it. It's used for wholesale transactions within the bank, their own banking system, so that they can improve settlements and decrease audits, basically help them make more money. And then Backed, which is backed by the NYSE or ICE. They launched physically settled Bitcoin futures, and this is the first product, the futures product, where you can actually, at the end of the day, if you buy the contract and you hold the contract, you can actually be delivered the actual asset. This is used for coffee and corn and all kinds of different commodities, futures are. But if I buy a corn contract, I don't exactly get delivered a bale of corn or whatever it's called. I don't get delivered that in my garage at the end of the day. But with Bitcoin, you can. So this is a pretty neat invention. On top of that, we're to the lower right, you're going to see some other companies like we might see Amazon jump in the mix in 2020. We could see Google jump in the mix in 2020 in some way, shape, or form. And then there's a host of companies across the world, especially in the Asian communities, that are focused on crypto. So, as these tech giants that have a lot of dollars, have a lot of users, have a lot of power, as they jump in the deep end of crypto, this just helps legitimize this space across the board, and Bitcoin in general. The stablecoin space race. That's exactly what it is. With Facebook putting their jumping in the deep end basically with Libra. It's basically a stablecoin. That's the best way to look at it. Tether's market cap doubled in 2019. There is some, I would say, controversy over Tether in many different ways and shapes and form. But the fact that its market cap doubled means that there's definitely adoption happening there. Its closest competitor to USDC is just a small fragment of what Tether is right now. And then the PBOC, which is the People's Bank of China, they've come out and said, hey, we are going to create basically a central bank digital currency electronic platform, or DCEP. That is going to happen in 2020. So, where we have dollars in the United States, they're going to take the yen and they're going to digitize it. And it'll be used in some way, shape, or form across the banking system, maybe even in messenger apps like WeChat or Alipay or whatever various messenger applications are used. Japan's jumping in with a project. Telegram is coming out with their own type of Facebook Libra quote unquote coin. It's not called that. It's called the TON, but it's something that could gain traction because Telegram has a lot of users. So this thing is heated up. The governments are now involved. Russia's looking at a solution. The Fed hasn't come out exactly and said anything, but there's rumors that we could see a Fed coin. Again, we are looking at a financial services business and spectrum ecosystem that's going to go from electronic, quote unquote, electronic dollars to digital dollars someday. It's going to happen. And it's going to happen in some type of cryptocurrency type of makeup. It's just a matter of time. Regulatory clarity or confusion? Well, so across the globe, we've still got confusion. China came out big time at the end of 2019 and said, hey, we're all in on blockchain, we're all in on crypto. They then backed up about 3 weeks later and said, well, we're all in on blockchain, but not exactly crypto. Japan continues to be pro-crypto, except you do have to have the proper licensing. But then you look at across the spectrum, you look at India, which India said, hey, no way, we're banning exchanges, we're banning anything and everything to do with blockchain, and they've had some harsh, I would say, regulations in around anybody that tries to. So, you know, it's across the globe, we're still up and down, but the good thing is the United States, you know, the FinCEN came out and basically declared who needs a money transmitter license and who doesn't. You know, CoinMe is an example of a company. We have money transmitter licenses. We, you know, from the get-go, we've always, you know, worked with regulators to educate them about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin in general. And so it's good to see some of that, you know, just high-level clarification come out. The SEC has continued to crack down on ICOs that where investors were, you know, possibly duped or allegedly duped from token issuances. So we're seeing, you know, regulators, and the biggest thing we saw this year is really from the United States side, is we saw, you know, regulators talk more and more to industry experts, thought leaders in this space, and have those direct conversations so they have a better understanding, especially the politicians that are crafting these laws, that you know, in crafting these regulations, you know, having those direct one-on-one relationships and conversations at the state level and the federal level. More importantly, you know, what is Bitcoin? Why is it important? Why does it need to be a thing? Why has it gone from a handful on an email list 10 years ago to being tweeted about by the President of the United States? And those conversations are important because it's education that we need to bring to the system. DeFi grows up quickly in 2019, so decentralized finance is becoming a big thing. We've got over $600 million locked up in ETH in basically smart contracts. Maker and Compound are the biggest companies right now that are kind of leading the way. But as you can see on the lower left of the slide, there's a host of companies that are focused on this kind of stuff. And this stuff is going to slowly gain traction. Matter of fact, as we get into our predictions for 2020, I'll hit on something that we might see in the coming years. Gaming is still a focus in 2019, but there's not a whole lot of traction. On the lower side of the slide, you'll see that D-apps, there's less than 1,000 of them, and really there's less than 20,000 users, you know, daily active users for any kind of significant decentralized application in relation to gaming. But, and there's a big but here, there continues to be a lot of development work, a lot of dollars, a lot of CapEx spending by many of the decentralized platforms, by many just people in general that are passionate about gaming, are focused on building something in around gaming. So, you know, this will lead into one of our predictions in 2020 also. ETH is still the leading protocol, but I will say some of the protocols and decentralized platforms are specifically focused on this type of activity, Tron being one of those. More tools, more development. So this is one of the biggest things about, you know, blockchain and crypto in general is, you know, coders and developers and the technical people need easy tools like, you know, compare it to WordPress for websites. You know, with WordPress, just about anybody can spin up a website if you've got just basic technical skills. That's what we need to happen in crypto and blockchain. The tools need to be there for developers and coders to use so they can, you know, spin up projects and spin up ideas very quickly. And those are still really being built out. And we saw some huge development in 2019, with ETH and Truffle. We had Truffle in the office about midway through the year, and they've got a lot of things that they're working on, a lot of things that they've built, and it's really cool. And there's just a whole host of companies there that are focused on building those tools so that companies like CoinMe or Dragonchain or anybody really can build the tools that they need to. And as the tools are put out there, you're going to see developer adoption grow, and we can see on that graph on the blue that developer adoption is growing, and that's a good sign. And then most importantly, Bitcoin's fundamentals. At the end of the day, Bitcoin is 70% of crypto right now. It's 70% of the market. And we saw those fundamentals grow in 2019. To the lower right, look at a hash rate. There's a lot of talk about hash rate. It's at an all-time high right now. The simple way to look at hash rate is the security for the network. Yes, there can be some nuances around, where that security is, or, does China have all the mining? Does the U.S.? Is it global? Whatever. We can get into a lot of the nuances, but at the end of the day, the hash rate's gone up, which means the security of the network's gone up. The transaction fees are still super low. The market cap is still higher. It made a higher low than last year. So just about every year's Bitcoin's existence, it's made a higher low. So if you just take the lowest price of the year for 2019 and you trail it back all the way to 2009, it's always had a higher low. That's a positive sign. That means the market is slowly, even though it's volatile, keeps inching itself up. A very good sign to see. Hold on here, there we go. So what's on the horizon for 2020? Well, first, one of the biggest things is Bitcoin's halving event is coming up. We're going to, very simply, it cuts the mining incentive or subsidy from 12.5 every 10 minutes to 6.25. So basically Bitcoin's going to have a quote-unquote supply shock happen to it, much like we saw when the Saudi Arabia Aramco, when it was attacked earlier this year, in the fall, we saw oil have a shock and oil prices rose up quickly. Well, similar to this, we're going to have this event happen around in May of 2020. And the thing about these halving events is typically after that halving event, 4 or 5 or 6 months, sometimes there's a run up in price into the halving event, but more importantly, after that halving event, there's usually a huge bull run in the price, and that's because there's less supply out there. The less supply of Bitcoin that's out there, and the more the demand, very simply, the price can only go one direction, and that's up, and that's why it's really important. We're going to continue to see inflation. We've seen it for 20 plus years. The old adage that the dollar doesn't buy you what it did 20 years ago or 30 years ago is going to continue to happen. And this is one of the reasons that Bitcoin is very important, is because when you look at the supply side and the fact there's only 21 million coins, there's not a whole lot of inflation in Bitcoin right now, and really that inflation is going to decline theoretically over the next however many years Bitcoin exists. And it's just not going to happen for the dollar. Prices are going to continue to go up. It's just like the price of coffee was 25 cents, 20 years ago, and now you go into your local Starbucks, and if you want a fancy coffee, you can pay $5 for it. Prices will continue to go up, whether it's college or anything else. So this is something that's not going to change. And so this is why it's super important to understand the potential of the market in general. Right now, crypto assets are barely $250 billion. If you look at Apple alone, Apple stock is worth over $1 trillion. Gold is almost $8 trillion. The global stock market is $73 trillion. The global money supply is $90 trillion. So if any of that money floods into the crypto world, that asset market, you're going to see that small orange dot on the screen. It's going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is why we see on an annual basis, even on a monthly basis, people, especially if you look at the bobbleheads on CNBC, they're highlighting somebody that's throwing out crazy price predictions and they don't understand how the price could get there. This is why. Bitcoin is a software that has, and it's a monetary value software that has the potential to eat through all kinds of different ecosystems in the terms of value. And if it does, in that small little circle right now grows to maybe, Apple's size, 1 trillion, or maybe it does half of what gold is, 4.4 trillion. This is where the price is going to go up and the value of the network becomes big time. 2020 predictions to watch. Well, first and foremost, don't bet against Bitcoin. And we think the more that it's pulled into DeFi, the better. If you look at Bitcoin, it's really the most relevant asset that's in the marketplace. And if DeFi can figure out how to pull Bitcoin into the ecosystem in some way, shape, or form, not only does it help legitimize DeFi, but it legitimizes Bitcoin even more, and it gets used even more, and adoption goes up, demand goes up, and with less supply, again, more price. Decentralized finance is still going to be a thing. It's still going to continue to grow up. I would say it's young teenage years right now, maybe, and it's going to it's getting ready to go to high school right now and really learn a whole bunch of stuff. Lex Stokeland, which is really a leader, a thought leader in the industry, one of his predictions is, imagine if we saw Fannie Mae using a smart contract type of decentralized finance a product used to audit and control the underwriting processes in around mortgages. We've all, if you've gotten a mortgage in the past 10 years, we all know what a painstaking process it is. Everything from the application to actually, getting that mortgage and submitting all your documentation and blah, 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 blah. And it's also a lengthy process. There's a reason for that. There's a lot of humans and a lot of businesses involved. There's a lot of check marks that go in. But if we can automate a lot of that, and that's just what decentralized finance can do for us, if we automate that with a smart contract, it could be very powerful, not to mention it could cut Fannie Mae's and Freddie Mac's costs by, who knows, and making them more profitable, especially as they come out of conservatorship in late 2020. The Department of Labor, they could, one of the things that we're going to face with the baby boomer generation is as they retire and they have to take basically distributions from their retirements, there could be some kind of decentralized finance smart contract that you sign up for with Schwab that basically automates that process for you and tells you how much you need to take every year. I mean, there could be just a host of automation processes put around this, and it means big dollars because it lowers the cost of all these transactions and overhead that you end up paying for, aka lowering the fees. Libra and Calibra, it's coming. Whether people are like it or not, David Marcus and his team are building something. Facebook went out and bought a crypto company, brought in a lot of the talent. They're building a lot of the developing tools in and around Libra and their wallet. It is going to happen. They have 2.5 billion users that they're going to launch this on in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's through Facebook or WhatsApp or how they're going to do it, we don't know. We don't have any specifics there, but it's going to happen. And more importantly, this is going to bring crypto and really the idea of crypto to the mainstream. And as people start to use it, as people start to utilize it, as advertisers start to utilize it in some way, shape, or form, it's going to become a thing. Thanks, Paul Veterak, for this, for kind of a nice little synopsis. And I agree with Paul also on gaming. We could very well see in 2020 the first true D app come alive that's in around gaming. We saw CryptoKitties kind of happen in 2017, and it got hyped there for a few months, but it's really not a true game. I think we'll see, there's been too much development, too much money put into the space, there's too many people working on it, and really gaming's growing up in a big, big way. If you haven't checked out Steam or Twitch, do it, because they're huge communities. There's huge dollars. I mean, you can. My 12-year-old cousin. I mean, he talks about this game that he's trying to get good at, and because he feels that he can go compete and win millions of dollars playing video games. When I grew up with Nintendo, I couldn't even imagine that. But it's taken to a whole new level, and this is going to happen in some way, shape, or form. Crypto is going to intercede with gaming, and I think it grows up in a big way in 2020. That's it. That's crypto in 2019. A few of our predictions for 2020. If you haven't invested in Bitcoin, the risk reward right now is incredible. You know, you've got the NASDAQ and the S&P and a lot of different indices across the world at all-time high right now. Bitcoin just crossed $8,000 this morning. You know, we've got the halving event in May. There's a lot to be excited about in 2020. But if you want to check us out, you know, here's our emails. You can hit us up on Twitter, you know, whatever social media you want. Check out coinme.com. We want to thank you for your time today and open it up. I guess if there's any questions, let us know.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Oh, question. Marsha says great webinar.
Thanks, Marsha.
Thanks, Marsha.
Any other questions?
And any other questions? If something comes up in the next day or so that you might have a question, feel free to email us, bitcoin@coinme.com. Either Brent or I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Cool. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. You took my slides. I just let you keep going. I just
Rolling, man.
yeah, I know. I have a couple in there. And
Is this still live broadcasting?
I don't know.
I think you can tell them.
It was perfect time.
Hey, come over here, guys. Let's get a picture together. Jerry, come on. Let's get a picture.
Group.
Right. Camera's right there, so look right there. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Good job.
Nice. Thanks.
Brendan, do you
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So it's noon here in Bellevue and Pacific Standard. We're going to start off this segment with something we didn't want to get lost in the noise of the beginning of the day, which is that we lost, right after Christmas, we lost really a very important member of the community, Robert Stevenson. As many of you knew him, Rest on Telegram, and he really contributed a lot to the project, both in the community at large for years, and then inside of Dragonchain, really helping us out with our special ops and our basically keeping things running, keeping a lot of the communications up. He handled the strategic bounty programs. He handled the security and bug bounty programs. He handled a lot of the website pieces. So he's already sorely missed, but it hasn't even quite sunk in entirely. It was a really big shocker for us when it happened. So, and I'm not the best to even express, but we were in shock, and it's not quite worn off yet. So the entire show is dedicated to him, and it's really important. So.
Absolutely. I remember Robert, he was a big linchpin in the community, and he drove a lot of thought and caring towards everyone in the community, and so special thanks to Robert, and we really want to dedicate this to his memory.
Right. So so with that, and we will have a community segment this evening. I can't remember what time it is. In the
8.
Okay, so at around 8 o'clock. Also, we'll probably talk a little more as well, so tune into that. And now we're going to go to a smart contract demonstration that, in particular, was focusing on oracles and the ability to time or have cron-based smart contract on Dragonchain. And then after that, we'll come back and do a status update on the numbers and what's going on, a little more description of the data, and an AMA.
Perfect.
That's great.
All right.
Hi, I'm Adam Crowder. I'm a software engineer here at Dragonchain, and today I'm going to be showing a demo of how we can use Dragonchain's cron scheduling feature to automatically invoke a smart contract to contact an oracle and selectively ledger data on a chain. Traditionally, with other blockchain solutions, having an oracle put data onto the chain is either tedious or complicated, but with Dragonchain, it's essentially built right in. So let's go ahead and jump in here and take a look. So for this demo, we're just going to be using an open weather API to grab the weather in Seattle here. Now, if in the real contract, this could be any endpoint you want. This could be a self-controlled JSON endpoint or really anything. We're just using this weather as an example here. And let's say with this weather, we want to selectively take a snapshot of this weather and ledger it to the chain depending on the humidity. So we can see that this gives us a humidity percentage here. So let's go ahead and make a quick little shell script for this. So first we need to grab the weather here with that HTTP call. And now let's selectively get the weather. We're going to pipe it into JQ, which will let us grab just the humidity from this. And let's say if that weather is less than 50%, then we want to output the weather. Now, Dragonchain smart contracts just use standard in for input and standard out for output. So a simple echo here will act as output for our smart contract. And let's say if our threshold isn't met, then let's go ahead and echo out some JSON with this reserved output to chain key here. Now, what this key does is if a contract runs and the chain sees JSON with this output to chain set to false, then nothing will get ledgered to the chain, no transaction will be created. That way we don't have to clutter down the chain with unnecessary data that we don't want. So that's really it. So let's go ahead and run that shell script. And we can see the humidity is actually 50% right now, so we just get output to chain false. In a contract, this would essentially be a no op, but if we go ahead and edit that and change it so that it's outputs if it's greater than 50%, and rerun that contract, we can see now we get a snapshot of that weather that we grabbed from the API. So to put this into a smart contract on Dragonchain, we just need to put this into a Docker container. So that's real simple. We're just going to go ahead and create a Docker file. Now we're just going to base this on Alpine Linux, a nice small Docker container that can run our shell script. And we're going to need to make sure that we have curl and JQ installed in this because we use that in the script, and then copy the actual shell script itself. Okay, so that's really all we need for that Docker file. Now we can go ahead and build that. So simple Docker build. Give it a tag. And our Docker container is now built. Now we just need to push this up to the cloud. So in this case, I'm just going to push it to Docker Hub, and then our chain will be able to grab it. Okay, so our container is now up in the cloud. We can make sure that our container actually works by running it real quick. And we just need to tell it to run our shell script. And we can see we do still get the same output. So now all we have to do is add this to the chain. So I've already got a level 1 chain up and running, and if I use our command line tool, dctl, and check the status, we can see my chain is running. So now we can just use it to add that contract. So let's go ahead and do dctl contract create. We'll give this a name. So we'll just name it demo oracle. And that Docker container that we just pushed up. And then the command that we wanted to run is shell, and then with the argument of our contract itself. And now we can add this optional tac-c flag, which allows us to put in any cron expression here. Now, the chain, when adding this contract, will automatically invoke this contract according to the cron expression schedule. So this allows us to let the chain automatically check back in on the oracle for us. So in this case, we're just going to do a real simple cron expression, just 5 stars, which just means invoke every minute on the minute. But this could really be any cron expression that you want. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And now we can see that our contract is creating on this chain. So if we go ahead and copy that ID, we can actually do a contract get and make sure that it's up. And we can see that our contract has actually already been created and gone into creation success. So now when the minute rolls over, we're going to go ahead and see that it has created a transaction. So let's go ahead and write that query to be able to pull this transaction. So again, we're going to use dctl transaction query. We're going to pass in the Q flag so that we can do a Lucene query. And we just want to check for demo oracle transactions. So the minute hasn't rolled over yet, so if we do this query, we can see there are no results yet. But if we just give it a couple seconds here, it's about to go over. Now we do this query again, and we can see that our transaction has actually already been created. So the minute rolled over, humidity was over 50%, and so we can see that this transaction was created, and it does indeed have the payload, which is the snapshot of the weather. Now this has also been included in a block, so we can go ahead and copy the block ID and use dctl to get that, and we can see, yep, this has been put into a block, which means this is going to be going through DragonNet as we speak, and that'll be pinning its state in the network, and then eventually getting to level 5s and even pinning this state on public blockchains as well. So with that, we can use this query, because everything's JSON, use something like JQ to pull out individual results. So a query like this will let us always pull the latest result where the weather was pinned from our contract, and really anything else that you'd want to do. So that's really it. That's how simple it is to have a chain Oracle data for you. And yeah, good luck and happy coding.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so welcome back. Now we're going to basically do a little status update on the numbers. Looks like we're almost at 30 million transactions since we started around 9:20.
Yeah.
30 million? That's crazy.
Yeah, and the average, at least for the past hour, is around 3,000. Current rate is 3,400. So that's really good, solid stuff, pretty consistent. There was a drop off. What did they say? They announced in the YouTube chat.
Right.
They had a problem
Redis
with
search.
Redis search.
Ran out of memory.
And so the system reset that and it recovered.
Right.
No transactions were lost because that level
Exactly.
1 continues pumping through the transactions. That's the intent of it. That if you see drop-offs, what it means is that the consensus process has stopped, and that's what the variability is in that graph. And the other thing we wanted to mention was that we chose this number to highlight average Visa level
Speed
transactions
during top, their top throughput. So.
and so with that, however, I mean that's very much they're counting inbound and reconciling days later. Sometimes it's faster, right?
Sometimes it's faster.
Depending
Sometimes
which banks, but
right then and overnight.
But I think they say it's generally 3 days. Sometimes they say 5 days, right? But either way, that these are all fully reconciled, completed transactions on the business node. The only thing that would be lagging would be the completion of level 5s, because the level 5s are also independent, and we actually cadence all of their outbound transactions onto either Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic based upon mining fees. So I think that Ethereum Classic is like every 10, 15, 20 minutes. Ethereum is like every 30 minutes or so. Binance, I think, is really fast, and I think Bitcoin is either 2 or 3 hours because the fees are higher, and there's more power there. So the interesting thing about that is those are the times at which anyone who's running a node on the network will be paid the fees.
Right.
And we'll have a presentation later about time and how time is used inside of DragonNet and Dragonchain and some of the other prospective uses of time. So there's a lot of neat stuff going on.
So we've got a spike of around 5,400 transactions a second. So just to be clear, for those that are maybe less familiar with blockchain, this is the equivalent of paid, settled, and audited transactions. So of those 30.7 million transactions, at this point, all of them have gone through an audit process and are recorded live onto the chain.
Right. So it's pretty amazing because the beauty is you can put that much stuff through the system and still have that radical amount of proof that the transaction happened, the auditability and everything else in the future. So that's the whole point of it, to leverage that. Okay, so we're going to get back to the AMA, and we wanted to, because I had forgotten to say how we are doing the drawing. So basically, you'll get one entry for every question that gets asked, and we're ordering them by the votes in Den. After we run out of stuff in Den, we'll probably go to Reddit and Twitter and HubSpot. HubSpot was, I guess probably the next one. The drawing, though, is for this, and I brought 2 of them because this is the keyboard I used to use. It's a Colmac layout, if you can see that, and all of the switches are custom. All of the letters are Ergo Clears, which is basically you take a clear MX Cherry MX switch, and which has a little bump, and you take it out, you replace the spring, with a better spring, and you lubricate it with a special oil. And the crazy thing about both of these is that when I made them, I bought all of the modifier keys. All those switches are cherry blacks that you can't buy anymore. You can buy cherry blacks, but you can't buy these. They're I can't remember what they call them, but these are from around 1965 or something. And so some guy in Germany had he's practicing desoldering or something, and he had them to sell. So I bought a big bag of them, and they're amazing. They're like the
super
smoothest
heavy duty.
keys. Yeah, you could kill someone with this, which you might need. It's crypto, and they are not clicky, right? So, but they are very beautiful, and they are right now. I haven't been using them because the firmware, when we last moved, the firmware flaked out or whatever. So you would have to reload them. But it's all open source, and in fact, if you go to Planck, I think it's TK. I can't remember. We'll send a link with it. But you can actually see my actual keyboard layout, which was amazing. There's a full layer that is leet. There's so you can type as normal, but it'll come out leet, which is funny. There's Colmac. You can switch to QWERTY, and it's beautiful because the numbers are all in the middle in your home row, right? And you have to hold down this for the level to get numbers. You hold down that to get the symbols. It's amazing. So anyway, this is the one. This is the other one, which is my other favorite one, but this is the original. So so you'll win this.
So this can be yours. Ask those questions. I noticed it wasn't a QWERTY keyboard.
No.
How long did it take you to learn to type?
Well, actually, it's funny. When I started work at Disney, I realized I would have some, when I'm picking up their systems and learning, and I was remote at the time. I wasn't in Seattle yet. I decided that I was going to pick up Colmac, and so I mapped all my regular keyboards to Colmac, and it sucked because I'm not a touch typist, right? I never was. I always do this weird stuff, and so because the way that regular keyboard fans out, I had a lot of trouble picking it up. So I found this. They're called ortholinear keyboards, so they're, pure grid, and I make a few different styles of them. And the guy who first started making them, I have one at home that was hand wired by him. It wasn't even a PCB. It was purely wired on the back. And
wow.
Amazing stuff. Really, really cool. And then I built my own little custom mapping and everything else. So, and the keycaps on these are not cheap either. They're crazy, stupid hobby to get into. But anyway, I'm gonna infect someone. So,
so how do you win one of those?
The way to win it: ask a question, get us to ask it. Hopefully it'll be a good question and people will vote it up. But then you have to tweet with the hashtag, is it AMA Dragonchain? AMA Dragonchain, and you can look, I think the rules are on the Reddit subreddit for the AMA post. It'll tell you what you need to do, but you need to tweet that out, pointing to what? With the answer, that's what it was. You have to tweet out the
answer?
What's the word I want to use? An abridged answer, obviously,
Yeah, paraphrase it.
Paraphrased answer. And then you will be eligible.
And a link to this YouTube video.
Yeah, put a link to. Yeah, and you're doing that anyway. It's good, right? Perfect. So now we go back to AMAs. So you heard the clacks. That was one of them we didn't get to answer before. These have slightly different springs and slightly different keys, right? I could go into that. I could talk about it all day. You don't care about that. Let's see here. I'm gonna reset to where I was. Interchain.
Do we do trending or new posts?
On trending posts is the way to see them sorted, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's see here. Eternal. Okay, wait. We didn't get to that one. Sorry about this.
Selling Japanese.
Oh, what are the differences between Dragonchain and Cosmos? I'm not an expert at Cosmos. It's a good name.
Yeah.
But I do know they are focused on interop, right? And I think they're trying to set standards for it, which is a noble and very difficult thing to do. I think the main differences would be our hybrid architecture obviously is a huge difference, which affects scalability and things like that, which was that was a very high level goal for us. And the other likely would be the method of interop itself. That I might be wrong, right? But my understanding, and I'm not an expert, very limited understanding of Cosmos, so apologies in advance, but is that they're very focused on interop between blockchains and primarily in token transfer and token value transfer, right? Which is amazing stuff, very very valuable, very hard to do, very cool stuff. And our angle on that, we think there are 3 levels of interop. The primary is that it would be token transfer. That was early desired goal for different types of tokens. The second is for proof, which is our golden child there, where we want to leverage as many algorithms, as much hash power, as much staking power, and as much diversity, variety in the chains that we connect to for security reasons. I mean, we had, during the attack, which I don't know how many months ago it was, on Ethereum Classic, they had a 51% attack. And they were one of our networks that we used for consensus, and it didn't affect us because while Ethereum Classic was being attacked, Bitcoin wasn't and Ethereum wasn't, or at least not to any level that was reasonably noticeable. So that's really important to us, that we have the ability to spread that. The third for interop between blockchains for us is utility, and that one's a huge one for us, because we want anyone to be able to come in and actually use the real value of that other chain. Like say for Ethereum, we use it all the time. We hit smart contracts. We hit token contracts on Ethereum, and that's a really neat idea because you can expose selected business logic on a public network. The things that are most important to prove to someone transparently that you're following the rules that you set out, that you laid out. That's really valuable. But when you think about it, it's also like, say, if you interchain with storage, Siacoin, or any of the compute chains, that becomes huge, because now you can, and it's good for both Dragonchain and that connected network, because now that connected network can more easily integrate into something that's more general purpose, where someone who needs decentralized encrypted storage can now choose between them and have an easier choice, because they don't have to worry as much if one of them doesn't survive, right? It's all of a sudden, okay, I can do this, I can build my full system here, and I can still leverage that. And because we said early on, the reason we did that was because we know that the best tech hasn't been built yet, right? That in 3 years and 5 years and 10 years, some better mousetrap will be built for whatever it is you're needing to do, and this basically limits your risk and making a choice and getting started now. So that's a big part. And I would say the fourth, because you never expect the Spanish Inquisition. The fourth bit of interop that's very important to us is traditional, and that as you saw with the video that they just played with Adam, that was a traditional interop, where the Oracle could be feeding Ethereum or EOS or anything else, or it could be fed from Ethereum. But Ethereum can act as an Oracle for us. But in this case, he was pulling weather data from a traditional API, and by and large, most of the things that you as a developer would be doing in the next few years with blockchain will be integrating with traditional systems. It might be plugging in your SAP system with QuickBooks or who knows what, right? Those are radically important. So
there's
That's
tremendous
why-
value in being able to integrate into those traditional APIs. I mean,
Mhm.
the ability to take multiple different data sets coming from different
Yes.
sources and be able to come to consensus on what the state of that data is, and be able to record that, to be able to play that back at a point in time to say these were the conditions that caused this smart contract to kick off in this manner is really important.
Yes.
You know, the other thing I really like about Dragonchain and our ability to do interoperability and interchaining is our ability to use it both in a publisher standpoint and a watcher standpoint.
Yes.
So a lot of people are very familiar with our DragonNet, which is like transaction verification. I send a transaction through, I want to do zero knowledge trust and validate that a transaction come through without actually sharing that data with anyone. The other thing that we can do is we can interchain to other blockchains like Bitcoin or Neo or Ethereum, and we can watch those other chains and we can look for transactions. So for example, I may say like Satoshi Nakamoto, I want to look at his particular wallet, and if there's activity on that wallet, I want to all of a sudden take action and do that type of thing. But I could combine that type of information of how the market is, if the market's volatile, or if there's other types of information, and combine that together to take action on that type of piece through a smart contract.
Right.
And so that type of power is really extensible and really powerful.
And it's when you get into it, if you look at how the interchains are written, it's probably the most interesting thing that a lot of people don't see or don't get is that it's just code. So if you can write code to interact with your favorite blockchain, you can plug that into Dragonchain and build an interchain yourself, right? It's pretty remarkable because it is very simple, and in fact I have not released it yet, but I've built something that we did not have in the API, which was to watch block hashes. So there's something coming that we're building to do to build in randomness on the giveaways, in fact, right?
Mhm.
Where the randomness I want to come from the block hashes on Ethereum and Bitcoin combined. I don't want it to I don't want to have to roll a die or have people trust that I was fair in picking a winner, right?
Yep.
And so I had to write some code that basically talked to our level 5 nodes and pulls those. And it's literally, I mean, I was crawling through, okay, what's, how do I, in actually Bash, it wasn't even in Python, in Bash, how do I grab the Bitcoin block hash? And that's all it was, so it's beautiful. Anyway.
Before we step on, I want to shout out to Pauly D for that question that we're able to give
Thank
a
you.
really
Pauly D.
complete answer.
Hopefully you get him. Okay.
Yeah.
Pauly D. Thank you. Next question, Eternal Mickey, about Eternal and Eternal Premium. My username gives away at least one thing I'm excited about. Can you tell us some of the use cases you can envision for Eternal? A huge piece of it is, and you can imagine in Twitter's the most easily obvious one, that we wanted a way to provide better identity, right, and proof that you've done something for social, and not just for Dragon Den. You'll find out about Dragon Den later, but people use Twitter, people use Facebook, people use LinkedIn, and most of them do not have a proper or well-defined identity. That almost across the board, it's easy to pretend like you're someone else and to trick people. And that's really bad, it's really scary. And of course on Twitter, there are fewer now, probably bear market, but where it used to be any tweet that you would put out would be followed up by, oh, somebody's giving away free Ethereum, and it would always say that it was Dragonchain because you can put Dragonchain as your name, and you can use the same profile picture we do. It's ridiculous. And Twitter, even now, you can't get a verified account. There's a lot of politics behind that, and I think a lot of liability. Right? So we couldn't get a verified account. It took us quite a while before they started deleting those for us. We report them every time, but they were leaving them. And it's like that, right? obvious fraud and people using Twitter are vulnerable to this horribleness. So we wanted to provide a way so that if you are using, not only can you pin down, I tweeted this, like, let's say you're crypto and you made a prediction of Bitcoin price today,
I do that
right?
all the time.
And if you put it down on Eternal, you can then show, look, I can prove that I said this at that time, right? On top of the fact, if you're replying to someone, you can prove what you're replying to.
And it's accountability. And now we're
Right.
going into an election year.
Right.
We've got till November, so if politicians, candidates are making statements, they can be put, and you can go out and you'll see examples on Eternal that those things have been written. You can go back and look at the tweet. You can look at other kinds of postings. Danny's going to show some great examples.
And you're talking about hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars worth of security applied to the proof that this has actually happened. The other side of it, though, is the identity side. And we'll have some demonstrations of how this stuff works, but basically to allow you to cryptographically sign a tweet to prove that it was you. And that'll be helpful for projects when they're making announcements that people can know that it really is that project. And it will be integrated with Dragon Factor decentralized identity also as well coming. So the first pass out. So those are some of the general. There's obviously a lot more because you can post anything to it. You can post announcements without Twitter to it,
right.
and they can be formatted, and you can share them. It's pretty interesting. Okay, next question. Jared asks, what is Dragonchain's? Is Dragonchain the open source software on GitHub? Is Dragonchain a community of blockchain enthusiasts that surround
Good
it?
question.
Is Dragonchain the architecture of how information is verified between unknown parties? I think it's all the above. I mean, I think it's founded in a philosophy, right? Where when we started it, we were very clearly focused on libertarian values, and but applied to business and data, right? That as an individual or as a startup or as a Fortune 500, that you can use this stuff without permission, right? I mean,
right.
You can use this technology, and that's the whole point. I mean, Bitcoin is there for a reason, and we inherit the philosophy, and a lot of it though was very clearly abstracted. So the philosophical side of the fact that we wanted to be able to protect business data, we wanted to be able to protect business logic, and yet that's why, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is primarily because that's the key to adoption. That is with Bitcoin alone. Bitcoin does what it does,
Yep.
and it does it in a grand way, and it is probably the largest, the greatest human achievement in the past 100 years. I think, at least, definitely
Wow.
for technology. I can think of
It's a philosophic
because
game changer.
the individual, everything is about an individual, and if the individual has power, then they can do things. So, key part is that, and everything else is built on that. So I think it's all of the above. I mean, obviously segmented, right, to the open source software versus the DragonNet and the company and the patents and the foundation and
Mm-hmm.
the people, and the community. So that's good. Good question. Okay, Bit by the Coin, Dragon Den content. Currently on Twitter, I do not see all the tweets of people I follow unless I go to their personal profile. Okay, that's
no.
true. You see a feed, right?
Yep.
And you are not guaranteed to see everything, obviously. How does Dragon Den ensure the content I want to see is visible to me? So it obviously doesn't ensure it. Right now, and we'll get into some of this, right? But it is important to note, right now you subscribe to layers, right? So the layers are equivalent to subreddits, or those are communities, right?
Yep.
Where people who love talking about some subject can go into that layer and see everything there. But on their main feed, they'll see posts and replies for everything they're following. We expect later to be able to follow individuals. So if you want to know everything that Bit by the Coin says, you follow that account, and you get that in the feed. You could potentially say, I'm not going to subscribe to any layers, I'm going to subscribe to people. So it'd be more like Twitter than Reddit. And that's really interesting. The way that we, I guess, incentivize that you see the content you want. And it's really weird because we have cooked in incentives for content creators, obviously, right? That the more content that you create and the better that it is, the more you will mine. We incentivize the evaluation of content. So the sooner that you push new content up so that others can see it and realize, oh, that's good content, and also vote it up, the more you will mine.
Yep.
And the better of a community that you build, if you have ownership in one of those layers, the more you will mine. So your incentive is to bring in as many good content creators and as good of the best community you can. And a lot of that's culture and everything else. The whole point, though, of all of those incentives isn't solely. I mean, obviously, it is so that content creators have a place to go for once where they have control and they own their content and they can do better things with it. But it's so that the viewer who doesn't care about any of that can come in and see that, oh gosh, this content, somebody shared a post, that's great. Somebody shared a post, that's great. And then I start seeing everything here is really good. That the whole goal of those incentives is to get more of the best content in front of your eyes sooner, right? And that's the whole thing. And we have there are really neat models around how we counter advertising and how we do very specific things that still allow the function that advertising is there for, but without the noise and the spam and the fact that, oh, that's obviously an ad, I don't want to see it, that's in my way. So there's some really neat philosophy around that. And that's the biggest part, to get it in front of your eyes and to realize as a new user, is like, maybe I should just get an account here and,
I do want to come back and answer very specifically a point that Bit by the Coin made. It's like, how do we ensure that you actually see that content? Well, back in the day, 2007, when Twitter started, you did see all of the content that someone who was following you. And Danny, you've been building on Eternal. It's a conscious decision that Twitter's made in their algorithm to not flood you with every tweet that someone has made. So Eternal, like Twitter, is an enabling platform. You can build on top of it. So you could decide to send something to everyone. So if we were doing something in a highly regulated industry where you needed to see every piece of information and almost ensure that you read it and saw it, like material safety data sheets, that would be a key place. But for something more casual, maybe it's okay to skip it. So we give that flexibility. And do you have any comments?
There's some interesting models that we're working on in the prototype, like some interesting things where we may keep like local copies of the hash itself, so you can later look them up. There's some particular reasons why we don't want to have Eternal just handle all of the records, because then it's centralized and everyone can just look up those records.
And we do have there is the ability, and we haven't, of course, it's not there first release, but to create on-prem layers where you would not participate in the economy, but you would be able to manage all of your data, and we wouldn't be able to control it. And if you're a dissident and if you're in Hong Kong, that no one would be able to come to us and say, we want you to take down this layer. There would be a lot of interest.
Probably the first layer would be connecting into like a Dragonchain private L1, right? That's hosted on our cloud platform. So we host it, we manage it. Probably the next phase would be like, maybe you're a business and you want to create your own private L1. So you bring up your own Kubernetes clusters and your own environment. You control the data, you control the hardware, the infrastructure, all of that. And you just join in a DragonNet, and we don't control any of that data, and it's all yours and decentralized.
Beautiful. Well, I'm going to step out for our next guest and prepare and let you guys finish up with some more
Okay.
AMAs.
All right.
And we'll be back.
Next, Bit by the Coin wants to know if next year, if she can have a travel coffee mug.
Oh,
We can look into it.
maybe
there
a
are
little
lots of
contest.
options. Yeah. Maybe we should have a contest for what the next merch item should be. Don't have a pure answer for that. Sorry about that. Let's see here.
Maybe in the AMA, give us some suggestions.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's a good point. Jared, what is a token? How are tokens used in a blockchain architecture? So that fully depends, obviously, on the blockchain itself, on the platform. Ethereum, obviously, I think they have probably the gold standard, a couple of the gold standards for creating and using tokens. They have obviously, I think obviously the best ecosystem, because there are hardware wallets, there are numerous things built around ERC20 and all of and also the non-fungible tokens. So really amazing stuff.
There's some interesting things like with fungible and non-fungible and the ability to tie those in. We were chatting just the other day about like Ethereum and tying Ethereum in with Dragonchain, some of those models about how you can build tokens out on Ethereum and tie them into Dragonchain itself to build a tightly interchained solution.
Right. So you could say there are used a lot of different ways. It could be custom app, like say Dragon on top of Ethereum is a custom token. However, Dragon inside of Dragon is used for whatever you'd want to use it for as a micro license, but it's also used as a license to use the system and a way to reward nodes that are doing the verifications. I mean,
maybe we should take a step back and talk about why tokens are so important and unique, like being a unique digital asset, and how maybe like the first time since any time that you can't just copy something that you
right.
get a
And it's
unique asset.
all about scarcity, right? So the magic that is cryptocurrency is incentives and scarcity and value. That is, I can have scarcity of some item, whether it's a fractionalized real asset. It could be a thing,
like a digital twin.
Yeah, I could own 76 out of 100 tokens that represent the ownership of this couch, right? Something like that. Which can you get through liquidity? Can make it so that it's easier to do. It's the whole thing with money and medium of exchange. That is, if you ever go to the economics of barter, that a medium of exchange really helps an economy, right? So without that, I could trade you my chicken eggs for your grain, but it's much easier if I don't need as much grain as what you would give me for the chicken eggs. So I can basically give you money, and you can give me what I need. So
so maybe you can help me understand a little better. Like, so Ethereum has a very solid token economy and a token ecosystem. How would you combine that together, and what would be the advantage of tying that together with Dragonchain?
It depends on your use, right? So I don't know if I have the best answer.
It's just
sorry.
Pulling in the tokenization and keeping them private and managing
Yeah,
them in.
that is true. I mean, you have at least a bridge where you can say, okay, I'm going to take anything that is tokenized over here, I'm going to pull it offline, I'm going to do something internally that I can prove to anyone, including the people over there, and I can do things like, for instance, we have a lot of projects that are building things on Dragonchain that are, let's say, gaming, that are using the scalability and the platform that Dragonchain has built in order to make things more playable, right? There are certain things in a game that you don't frankly care that it's the highest security in the world, right? Mm-hmm. You might have, the seed itself for whatever this world is on chain, So I can prove that that's a seed, and I can algorithmically prove that I wasn't cheated in this game, if it matters, if there's some real value coming out of it. But the beauty is, I can just play, and everything can be on-chain, everything provable to me or any of the competitors, yet when I really want security is when I'm withdrawing the value, when I'm saying, okay, I'm going to take the tokens I generated and I'm going to send them to my buddy, or I'm going to pull them and put them on a hardware wallet. That's when you want to plug it in and say, okay, now you have to go to this higher security mode. You have to use your hardware wallet. That's a key. That's a really good use case, because you can scale stuff. You can reduce the fees you're talking about,
Yeah,
and
what
you can
about
reduce
cost?
the ability of because the fees themselves would be insurmountable to a lot of projects. They would tend to put less on chain because you can't.
Can you compare the difference? Like, so how does Ethereum token pricing work? Like the transactions
This is
on
a good
Ethereum
question,
versus
and for a business,
transactions on
like say,
Dragonchain?
every other blockchain platform that I know of, the fees are based upon network scarcity, right?
Mhm.
That is, we can only roll through this many transactions in a second. So normally there aren't that many. So I'm putting my transactions up, and I'm paying pennies. Everything's good.
Yep.
The problem comes when CryptoKitties, and I say it all the time, CryptoKitties comes out, and it's a game. You know, it went viral. I can't remember what year. It's like 17, 18.
2 years ago, yeah.
So, and the fees went crazy,
Skyrocketed,
right?
yeah.
So all of a sudden now I'm paying more. So that's not ideal, but it's
It wasn't
still,
just that you're
it's
paying
still
more,
okay.
though. The
worst part
performance
is the
actually goes
performance
down,
side.
right?
And potentially I might not be able to get a transaction on chain when I need it, which is bad for
So,
business, right?
I
And so
kind of call that model an anti-pattern, and
Yeah.
the fact that you're going to degrade the performance before it actually increases.
right, and that's the other thing too. The economic part of it, which is good, is that will attract more people to come and start nodes, so that the capacity the network can handle goes up. The problem is that's actually putting hardware in use
as your
in
limited
production. So-
resource, right?
Right, so you're going to end up with, I now need to go acquire hardware and connect it and run it, and now days later, or maybe longer, now the network has picked up, right? And it's interesting. So what we do that is different than that, which we'll get into a little bit when we have the time discussion, is that our scarcity is time instead of hardware. So we end up with okay, cool. We have something coming up here in a minute. We have, how do I say this? Scarcity is time. So if you know anything about what used to be called DDS and then DDSS, and now it's called time, yay rebrand, that is how nodes on our network are rewarded. So the beauty there is that those nodes can take on a lot of network traffic, both cloud and on-prem, and what matters is how you apply time, which helps us on the security side because it's harder to acquire time than it is just to buy hardware. And it's also important because for a business, it is a deterministic fee, that if I apply a certain amount of time, I know no matter what the network does over the next month, that I'm going to be paying 5 cents every transaction, or 1 cent every transaction, depending on how much time I apply, which that's pretty radical and pretty neat, and that's what one of the patents is about.
So I think, performance is one of the key things that was different about the tokenization. We're doing our live load testing right now, load performance testing. Maybe I don't know if anyone noticed, but there was a slight dip in the graph.
Yeah.
And maybe Dean can come talk about a little bit about what we observed.
Yeah. Hey guys. So I want to talk about the recent dip and then spike that's going on the performance demonstration. This is actually something we've anticipated, and is actually really exciting because the load testing framework that we built is sort of elastic, where if some transactions would start falling off, it tries to hit this target mark. So you see it dip down, and then the load balancing system responded, and then bumped the transaction counts up. It actually spun up more workers. The reason was because of a network latency in our cluster, as one of the worker nodes got rescheduled to a new pod, to a new node. So it noticed that it started sending transactions slower. So then it moved the it moved the node to move the pod to a new cluster, and then it actually created new workers that started firing more transactions to get that number all the way back up, and then it's tuned to detect whether it's too high, and then it scales it back down again. So really, I guess it just goes to show you the Dragonchain can take a much larger spike. We just have it sort of toned to this 2K mark, so it's sort of hovering around that.
So how do you do that, Dean? Is that done through like the infrastructure? Is that done through like, is there monkeys typing back there? How do you guys do it?
I mean, yeah, there's definitely monkeys. I'm one of them, but no, it's all code. So it's written in Node TypeScript, and it's this application that really just monitors this running average, and it will talk to our cluster of pods. Pods are like the Docker containers that literally are the things that are sending transactions out, and it will actually create more horizontal scaled workers to start hitting all those Dragon chains. We've pre-created like Dragon chains that are standing by and waiting for these. So
what do you mean by horizontal scale? Maybe you could
sure.
explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, horizontal scaling just means that you take the same application and make another copy of it. So same number of resources like memory and CPU and disk, and like you're literally just making another copy of something. So that's horizontal scaling. The other type of scaling is vertical scaling, where you would take a single application and add more memory, or add more CPU power, or add more disk. That's really just sort of making it a bigger machine. So the way that Dragonchain works and the way that our scaling, our performance demonstration application works, is horizontal scaling all across the board. That way you don't lose any data, you have zero downtime. So we built it all to be resilient like that.
So if you're an enterprise out there, what do you need to run Dragonchain in your own environment? Would it just be like bringing up like a Kubernetes cluster, or what?
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. There are some prerequisites to running a Dragonchain, but nothing that a standard DevOps team would be unfamiliar with. These are really basic concepts nowadays in application management. So setting up a Dragonchain on your own hardware at your office, or even on a Raspberry Pi at this point, is pretty turnkey.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, actually we've got a couple community members that are, they're already running these things on really small pieces of hardware. So a Kubernetes cluster could be as small as a little Raspberry Pi, like a computer that can fit in the palm of your hand.
So like in our stack, we have Kubernetes Helm. Is there a Helm chart?
There is. Actually, Dragonchain is a series of small Docker containers that run as a microservice, or as a suite of microservices that talk to each other. So to coordinate or to orchestrate the communication between those different Docker containers, we use a Helm template. Helm is another open source project that's great. It ties containers together and loads them onto your Kubernetes cluster for you. So it's really just hit the button and out it goes. It's all pre-configured in a one template file, so you can tune your Dragonchain to have as many web servers as you want, or have more memory if you wanted to, fewer CPU cycles. Like you can tune all of that in a single file, hit the button, and off it goes.
So like in there, is there like Redis and OpenFOSS and some other components, or what's in the stack?
Yeah, actually, the level 1 Dragonchains allow you to create smart contracts in whatever language you want. So we use OpenFOSS, another open source functions as a service application, to let you run your code. We did that video earlier on in the broadcast where it shows you how to create your own smart contract and run that in OpenFOSS on your Dragonchain. So the microservices, a single Dragonchain doesn't contain an OpenFOSS, but if you're running a level 1 on your own hardware, you'll probably have an OpenFOSS cluster right next to it, and that's what we have at Dragonchain. But your microservices consist of a web server, 2 Redises, one for caching and one for persistent data, and you need disk, so you're going to be writing and storing things to persistent storage, and then a couple other like a scheduling pod for running your smart contracts on a timer. So there's a couple other small microservices in there that just get jobs done, and we can scale and tune those independently.
So the smart contracts are like functions that work on chain. Is that fair to say?
Smart contract is taking your business logic, whatever it is, and putting it on a blockchain. So if you wanted to do something like check the weather or read a newspaper and hunt for a certain name in a newspaper and respond to that with some sort of Ethereum or a Bitcoin or Dragonchain transaction, you can write a smart contract to do that in just a few lines of code.
Okay, and so then that smart contract runs on OpenFOSS, which runs Dockers, which can be written in anything, right?
Yeah.
Now I hear about these SDKs, right? So there's this Node SDK, there's a Python SDK, there's some community ones like I think maybe C#
Like a Golang.
and like Golang and maybe even like a Dart.
Yeah.
So I could use those, but I don't need to use those. Is that correct? I could use REST or
totally.
or what?
Like if you wanted to, the Dragonchain's APIs are just a RESTful API sitting on your Dragonchain. So you could, if you were so inclined, write whatever language you want to talk to this RESTful interface. But if you wanted to use one of our pre-existing SDKs, the interface is really straightforward. You literally call like Dragonchain client dot send transaction, and then you give it a payload, and off it goes.
Oh, nice. And that's ledgering right there.
Yeah, you can have a ledger on your Dragonchain in just minutes. There's actually a really cool demonstration on our website, dragonchain.com. There's like it's called a smart contract demonstration or something. It's in the menu bar, and it'll walk you through actually sending those transactions manually with our command line utility called DCTL.
Oh, nice.
So if you're running a command line, if you're familiar with that at all, you can just type in like maybe 10 letters in your terminal, and seriously, like 10 or 20 letters, not even words, letters, you can submit a transaction to your running Dragonchain.
Okay. And then so like how do you what does a transaction look like? Is it a JSON? Is it raw formats? Is it a what do I send?
That's actually a good question. We thought about this early on, and we didn't want to lock people into just using one format. We thought that JSON was really ubiquitous and everyone seems to know what JSON is, but we're not going to tie people down to using JSON. So you could actually submit raw text transactions to your Dragonchain, like the words "Hello World," or you could send Dragonchain or whatever text you want to, and that would get sent to your smart contract and executed. Or you could submit structured data like JSON, and you could pass in that information to your contract and have it parse it out. So yeah, all of that's available in whenever you want.
Great. So if I have large files, right? So say I have large video files, I really want to track those with blockchain as an asset. What would you suggest? Would I put the big files on chain? Do I need to separate those out, take a hash, put it on chain, or,
sure,
or how do I handle that?
Yeah, you could do a lot of things. There's a size limit in your transaction sizes that putting an entire video on a blockchain isn't probably the best idea, just for just network performance reasons.
It's doable, but it's maybe not advisable.
Yeah, it's doable. I think probably a better option is to take hashes of that information and put that on chain, or if you want to, chunk out your videos and put those onto Dragonchain transactions. Those are both viable options. But yeah, if you were so inclined, you really could put binary data up there.
There's a big philosophical discussion of that back at Disney, and philosophically, it doesn't matter. I mean, the point is, it becomes a technical thing. What we wanted to do was make it so that it wasn't a consideration. That you could do what you want to do because you might want to do something that we don't plan on, right? And so, if you have large data, image data, which Bitcoin would not want, right? That it's doable here, right? So it's that type of thing. It's flexible as it can be, right? So
Are these the keyboards that Dragonchain was written on?
yes, these two.
Dude,
We're giving them out.
these are sweet.
One of them.
One of them.
Oh man, they come back.
Yes.
Nice.
They're Ergo white, so or Ergo clear, so they don't click, but they do clack.
But they're marooned.
Sure, that's awesome. How do people win these?
Ask a question that gets answered.
Okay.
Tweet with the hashtag, I think AMA Dragonchain. Tweet the summary of the response, of the answer, right? So, yeah.
Nice.
It should be
Okay.
cool.
Awesome.
I think we're good.
Maybe we
I
should take
think
a
we
break.
have coming up right now is Mayor of Bellevue, right?
Nice.
So that'll be up next. So we're gonna step out and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
And we're back. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in at 1 o'clock Pacific time here with the Dragonchain team. And I am doubly blessed and very lucky to have two guests, and we're going to talk about a number of things going on in the community. We have Mayor Lynn Robinson of Bellevue, and Ari Yu, chair of the Cascadia Blockchain Council, entrepreneur extraordinaire, multi-time founder of a number of companies here in the area. So I want to get right into it and have both of you talk a little bit about yourselves and your background and how we got here.
Okay, first of all, where are you looking when you're talking?
I have no idea. I look just
Camera?
sort of over there.
Camera.
Oh, there's the camera.
Oh, okay, great. So, I'm Lynn Robinson. I've been on the city council for 6 years, 6.5 years, and I came from a healthcare background, but originally I was taking computer science classes back in the 70s.
Wow.
I was the only woman in my class.
Awesome.
And my claim to fame is that my best program that I wrote was What Shall I Wear Today?
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Versus all the mathematical programs that everybody else
It's
created.
practical.
I thought so.
Yeah.
User friendly. So anyway, I've really got a passion for supporting the entrepreneurs in our town. You know, it really feeds into the innovation atmosphere of our city, and it attracts large companies when you have all these brilliant minds and ideas coming
Right.
around. And so I do everything I can to support that and to get events at City Hall and to meet the new companies and all the people coming into town.
Wonderful. Ari, tell us a little bit about yourself and the work you're doing today.
Well, I've now dipped a little bit more onto the public side, so working with government and policymakers and educating folks about this process. And I think what I've taken away over this past year is that it's really important for those in the private sector, and especially those in the technology sector, to kind of, we've already had that time to mature. So now it's time for us to engage with the communities that we thrive and live in and share. And you know, the idea of together we rise, it's really important that we build these private-public partnerships. And we have a great working relationship with Lynn, and really thankful for all that she's done to support the community. So more of this to come, I hope.
Fantastic. Well, so tell us, you're not by nature the technologist, you're in healthcare. Why are you so passionate about blockchain? What's been so fascinating? You've really jumped in with both feet.
Well, for me, it's really the missing link for a lot of things. There's so many things we can't do due to privacy issues. So like with healthcare, with HIPAA. And it's so hard to share information. It's so hard to retain the privacy of individuals and yet disclose the needed information that they have to do good work on you. I think healthcare, to me, is a perfect example of that. Wouldn't it be great if you could just see your doctor and he already knows every medication you've ever had, every reaction you've ever had, every allergy you already have, and any contraindication to any treatment he might recommend, instead of sitting there for an hour before your treatment filling out this form that is based on your memory.
Right.
And that's what he's working off of. So I really do think that if we can reduce the amount of people that are between the patient and the provider, whether it's for treatment purposes or for billing purposes, and I think it's going to streamline medical practice, make it more effective, make better treatment outcomes, and make it cost effective and be better for everybody.
Interesting. That's really great. So Ari, you've worked a lot in the private sector. How do you see bridging that? Because this is a great bridge, right? That we've got both of you here to talk about it. So what have you seen in the last, how long have you been working in blockchain locally?
Locally since about 2016, so a handful of years, but I also feel like because the community is so open arms and sharing of knowledge, it's really easy to onboard. You don't have to be a technologist to learn about blockchain and this world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a few years.
So how much of that have you seen the startup type initiatives that Lynn is talking about, that companies are trying to solve those problems? the types of business that they're getting into versus the technology. Obviously, here at Dragonchain, we're building the underlying enabling platform. But what are you seeing on the business side?
On the business side, well, I think we're seeing a lot of, let's say, I want to take a different approach to
Okay.
it. So, let's see, I think in order for a business to thrive or an entrepreneur to do well, you have to solve problems, right?
Right.
And so how do we do these private-public partnerships is we have the experience, the entrepreneurs already in town. We already have the technologists who are building the infrastructure and the protocols and the platforms like Dragonchain. But we don't want to be going to go look for problems, right? And you already know about the problems because you're on the public side. You know what the city needs, what the state needs, what the people need. And so this is where a partnership really does make sense. And we need to have conversations, you know, not just talking online, but meeting face to face and really talking heart to heart about how we really help people using this technology.
Mm-hmm. What's possible.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even realize that. But I think, you know, the question to ask is what's the roadblock? Why isn't everybody just adopting this technology and running with it?
Maybe it's the human stuff. So change is really hard. It does seem really scary and really technical. There's been some bad PR, a lot of misinformation or disinformation out there around this technology and various emerging technologies. And so the only way to fight misinformation or fake news, right, is for community to come together and actually talk, you know, like, oh, Lynn is a real person. And so when I hear information that does not seem like what I've seen in person, then, you know, I'll give it a second thought and use critical thinking skills.
And that was a big part of getting this together as a live feed for us to do, is to really, you know, a friend of mine has said that unless you control your own dialogue and you're out there talking to people, then somebody else will control the narrative for you. And what we've seen with Libra and other things is that people conflate the narrative between cryptocurrency and blockchain and what's really being done. And we heard at 11 o'clock from the CoinMe team about what's really going on with cryptocurrency. And I think that was important. But yeah, a lot of those roadblocks come from misinformation and getting it out. I mean, from the two of your perspective, and you and I have done a lot of work with the state legislature. What have been some of your takeaways? And it would be great to hear what you think we can do better, or how do we grow that and engage more with the city, and then maybe talk about some of your own initiatives.
Okay. So
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can tell we've rehearsed this really well.
So one of my big takeaways, because we just did that roadshow to
Right.
Olympia, is that our policymakers and their staff are far more educated than we realized. And also we did a roadshow with investors, angel investors, and VCs, and we also learned that they're far more educated than we realized also. So yes, there's a lot of misinformation out there, but the people that we're interested in talking to, the policymakers, their staff, investors, are doing their own due diligence and have already spent the time to learn about blockchain and Bitcoin and all this entire space. So that's really great. I was really, really happy about that. And so the questions that we got when we met with these investors and policymakers were really, really detailed. You know, they're asking about wattage and electricity consumption
PUDs,
and
yeah.
mining and, you know, what's going to happen and talking about the future. The biggest takeaway for me is that we really need more community resources. You know, so if a policymaker has a question, you know, who do they go to? Do they call up their best friend that they know is doing some Bitcoin mining, or is there a more community resource that they can turn to where we can help point them to a group of experts or a group of experienced people to help them answer questions? And so that's something that we'll be building as the Cascadia Blockchain Council, you know, building that resource center for the state and city.
Well, you know, I'm just so impressed with what you just told me, because there's nothing more risk adverse than government.
Right.
And so to get out there, and I think the WTIA has done an excellent job of educating the layman as to what blockchain is, what it can do for you, and what kind of policies need to be implemented to make it work for everybody. So you've done a very good job of that. But my experience at the local level is very risk adverse, very unsure of what blockchain is, what it can do, and what the risks are. And so there's been a huge impasse. Bellevue's a very smart city. We have a lot of smart city technology, and it's quite impressive, and we just won an award last year for that. But you know, if you think about what we're already doing, we're just a step away from implementing blockchain into that. And it would be so exciting, and I think it would lower the costs of running the city. I think it'd be more efficient. I think it would increase the quality of life of the people who are benefiting from the technology, as well as the employees who are using it. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the things that we do right now are quite labor intensive, and I think it could be streamlined with that technology. So we just gotta get that pilot project going and prove that it can be done safely and successfusly. And once, it's not just Bellevue. There's really, if you go on the internet, there's really no star city in the United States that's using blockchain technology, and I think it's all for the same reason. So we just have to come up with that one pet project that's really going to shine.
Yeah, and lead the way for other cities to onboard and embrace that blueprint or playbook. Yeah.
And we're happy to be fire starters and find that one thing that's safe, that allows people to get started. We'll do demos of Eternal today, which is nothing more, well, you know, in many ways it's complicated, and then a simple thing is to take information like tweets and put them out onto the blockchain, store it. We'll see examples of Dragon Den. We'll have a special announcement around that where you've got media that you can put on and have consumer-to-consumer communications directly with the technology. And it would be great to...
so many applications to what we're doing.
A good way to fight fake news, it sounds like.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and there's so much misinformation out there. So, and we've talked about this a little bit. We've gone down and volunteered and said, hey, we're here for you. But maybe that's not the best way for us to approach politicians. If we want to come in and say, we can provide working sessions, whether it's state level, city level, anywhere, what do you think are the better ways for us to approach, or the other people in the private sector to engage?
I think there's just a lot of people who honestly aren't interested in this, you know, and you're just outside their bandwidth maybe. I think you got to find the people who are interested and run with them, and then get people who are interested involved in government. I mean, people like you, and I'm sure you know lots of people who would be very successful in creating policy that would be great for the community, great for everybody involved. And so we need to get people like you involved in making those decisions. I have a question for you though.
Yes.
So the city of Bellevue generates just a tremendous amount of data already. And so one good example of that is we do video analytics at all our major intersections where we identify using an algorithm, whether it's a car, a bus, a bike, a person, and we flag near misses. And so we can change an intersection before there's a fatality.
That's great.
So there's a lot of data generated there. How can blockchain come in and manage large bodies of data? I mean, that's one example of many data gathering devices that the city uses, and it's tough to process it, manage it, and implement programs.
And to prove that what you're saying is actually, you know, useful information, because sometimes people say, well, you don't have enough data points, you have this. So blockchain, in the way, you know, all blockchains allow you to store data, and you can store them in different ways. Dragonchain is an example that we talked about earlier. Lets you take a business layer and write a program and then store the large data, so that video segment that shows traffic at different times of day, and store it for all time so that you know when it was taken with provenance, and it almost creates a chain of custody for police, Department of Transportation, civil engineers, policymakers. And then when you're going to citizens and asking them to vote on referendums or something else, or put out a bond to say, you know, we need to change this lane configuration or whatever the engineers say, you can prove without a doubt that at this time of day, every weekday at 12:34 p.m. is the busiest time for this intersection, and we are 16 times more likely, and I'm making up numbers, to have accidents. But you have that data that everyone can share and see amongst those departments, policymakers, and interested individuals, whether they're groups or citizens, to look at the same time. And that saves a tremendous amount of money. It also makes it more accessible to people because you can prove it without having to go to many departments and without someone in your organization and administration to have to manage and maintain it. So that cost
Right.
is removed from you.
And you can do that while maintaining privacy, because
Yes.
you don't need to know who the driver was, you don't need to know the license plate number, all you need to know is a red car almost hit a blue bike, and why was that? Was it, what was going on at that moment that caused that to happen?
Right. And there's, as you said, so many examples of all of that kind of rich data that's stored that needs to be out there for the public interest, and that the city can maintain at an extremely low cost, because the blockchain allows you to do that, and you don't need a record keeper to manage and maintain it. There may be some enrichment, but that could be a value-added service.
So you know what one of the most expensive things for government is?
What's that?
Public records requests.
Oh, wow.
So do you see blockchain
Oh
assisting
my
with
gosh.
that?
Public
Oh.
records request.
You want to start?
No,
No.
go.
Oh my gosh. Well, all of the information can be put onto the blockchain. It is written with finality, and then it is shared amongst multiple parties. And the data source itself can be outsourced and split and put onto common storage amongst private laptops and hard drives, and verified that the data hasn't been tampered with or altered. And those files, especially video, even in today's age, is pretty heavy and large, but you would then be able to access it as an individual citizen and learn about how that information is used, how things transact in that intersection. So there is an enormous amount of information that can be done. And I know that when we were preparing earlier for the Cascadia Innovation Corridor event, we were able to go to Will Saunders at the state level and get information, all the public record information about maritime, how much we import and export as a state by how much weather reports and all of that. So that is a huge cost saving. That should be a project that we get started on and get some groups involved with.
Or even marriage certificates. Like I want to renew my passport right now, and I can't until because I have to change my name. I have to go get my marriage certificate. I have to go down to the city and get a certified copy of my marriage certificate to do my name change for my passport. Until then, I'm not traveling.
And that's a delay, and that costs you money, and it's maybe costing
Time.
someone else money, your time. Those types of things are easily accomplished on the blockchain because you then have a self-sovereign identity, you have information that is validated and assured by some city or state body or maybe someone else, licensing within the state for things like driver's licenses, marriage certificates, as you said.
Yeah.
Guns. What about, tell us more.
Well, I just think that would be a great way to have an unalterable record of somebody's gun history, and know how many purchases they've made, and maybe track where that gun has gone with the serial number.
Wow,
if they sold it.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier today about luxury items, but for a gun and the license holder and being able to mix and match and say, this gun has passed through a lot of hands, and this person has had a lot of guns. Maybe we want to have a different conversation with them before we sell them firearms. So that is a very useful opportunity. And then this year we're going into the augmented IDs at the state level for TSA before you can fly. So that may be an initiative. I don't know if it would be at the city level, but certainly at the state level, to be able to handle all of that additional information, because I'm sure they've had to hire. It's not quite a Y2K type problem or a big change, but Can't be cheap.
I don't know, when it comes to this sort of blockchain-enabled future, like the scenario that I often think about is your ID, and it's simple as going to the bar, right?
Yep.
So I want to go to the bar and I want to prove that I'm over 21 and eligible to have a cocktail. Today, I have to give my driver's license or my passport, and they get to see where my nationality is, where I was born, my date of birth, my address, all this information.
Your weight.
Yeah, all this
Your eye
information.
color.
Yeah, they don't need to know. They just need to know, yes, she is eligible to be able to drink in this bar. And so if there's a way that we could put more controls on what sort of information is given, like with health records, yes, this person is eligible for a blood transfusion, or this person is eligible for this medicine, but they don't really need to know all the other things, right? So I think there's a lot of AI, machine learning data processing that we can do on behalf of the humans to maintain that privacy, but also allowing them to be functional.
Well, you hit something. I'm going to ask you an unfair question. I always tell people when I'm setting them up, hospitals locally, how are they doing on their blood supply?
Oh, I don't know.
And that is because if we took your point and said we could store everybody's blood type and then find these random people, so to speak, and say, hey, we're low on A positive or O negative blood in the hospitals, you would not have no answer to that. I mean, you've got a lot of data that you need to have. But then the hospitals, when they dip below that, could send out an automated email on behalf of the city and say, we need a blood drive today, because this is happening and it's happening in your neighborhood, and your neighbors or friends or family could be.
We have something like that already coming from the blood banks, but it doesn't have the reach that it could have. And I don't know how this would enhance the ability to reach, but that's something that the city is challenged with all the time, whether it's a public notice or a neighborhood issue that you want to educate people about. You know, we go through the process of doing the snail mail and the emails, and we do email alerts, but there's still people who are always left out of the loop for whatever reason.
To Ari's point, if that was on a blockchain style wallet and your blood type matched, it would just pop up and say, hey, in the city today, we're low on blood. Just the same way you get amber or silver alerts for cars. Maybe it's a little bit less annoying, I know, than needs to wail, but a good indicator. And then other things, we need more volunteers for cleanup, or we're supposed to get snow this weekend. Unusual here in Seattle, Bellevue, that, you know, we've got, so this is great.
Please help the elderly. We have, you know, an elderly homes.
Shovel the sidewalks.
Can I tell you something I'm really excited about?
Yes.
The potential for blockchain is equity crowdfunding.
Equity crowdfunding, yeah.
So the opportunity for somebody like me, who's not an accredited investor, to invest in a local startup. Instead of buying a lottery ticket. If you took every person who buys a lottery ticket every week and had them invest in a local startup that they're passionate about and have actually some equity that can grow, and the blockchain would allow the companies to sign up for this process without divulging their entire business plan, which is kind of what you have to do right now. I think we're so close to being able to do that, and I would love to support the local startups in our community and take all the wealth that we have, the investor wealth that we have here, invest it locally.
That would be great. No, I actually helped launch Canada's first equity crowdfunding company right in Vancouver, and I started the paperwork for doing it here in the US. So let's talk offline and figure out how we do this. You heard it here, another Dragonchain first, but because we're honored to have these amazing guests. So you had some other notes and points and things you wanted to talk
I don't think
through.
I covered everything.
Okay. Anything about privacy that you want to say? CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act, just went into effect at the beginning of the year. Any thoughts, comments? I know you and I have been working on privacy for a year now.
I think policies and guidelines and standards, it still needs a lot of work in how we think about it and define it as a society, as a human race. organization to organization. And so I would encourage everybody, consumers, people, non-technologists, to really take a step back and think about what we're doing every day. You're using your phone every day, you're using different apps every day, you're doing different transactions every day, and at what cost? It's not just the money that you're putting in to purchase something, but you're also giving up something more. So the more aware society is, the more together we can make the right policy decisions to help all of us.
Love it.
And at 3 o'clock today, we're going to hear from Maya Cotton from Frost and Sullivan, who lives up in British Columbia, and she's going to talk about antitrust in big tech and a lot of these same issues. So she's seeing it at the enterprise level and how this comes together. So you'll want to tune in for that. That's going to be an amazing discussion. Any final thoughts that you want to wrap up? I mean, this has been an amazing conversation. I feel very privileged to have both of you here.
I just, I think about the equity aspects of blockchain.
Yeah.
And that's what really excites me about supporting it and implementing it. So thank you for all the good work you guys are doing. And thanks for having me today.
Thank you.
Yeah, just continue doing the great work that you do, building out the infrastructure for this awesome technology and all that it can potentially do. Thank you for your partnership and your support of the technology community. And we want to solve problems, so please let us know how we can help solve problems and work together to help people. Great.
Fantastic. All right, thank you so much for tuning in. We're still running live. Transactions are still going. I can't see the ticker right now, but we'll be back shortly, and we're going into intermission.
Hello, everyone. So we're back about a quarter before the hour, and we have JD Seraphim from Vision Tree, who's building the documentary, the Dragonchain show. We don't have a name for it, right?
Crypto.
Yeah,
Basically,
it's
it's a documentary about Dragonchain and Joe's story, and also the evolution of cryptocurrency in the U.S.
It's all woven together. It's a very, very nice thing. And so we met in 2017, right? So
It was actually, I think it was
2018.
2017 or the very beginning of
That's right.
2018. Yeah.
And a number of my friends reached out and said, you need to talk to JD, and it was really interesting. So we talked on the weekend, and you were up in the office like in 2 or 3 days after that, talking to us about your project, which we'll go into, and I took the opportunity to pitch this idea that I had wanted to do something that was kind of a mix of comedy with a little bit of what actually happens in a real world crypto project, real stuff, and that Jonell had thought I was totally joking about. He didn't know I was serious, right? So and JD took it up, and he gave us some really good ideas and kind of started putting stuff together. So.
Yeah. Well, and anytime you're making a project that kind of takes on a life of its own, and you follow it where it goes. And so, first it was, getting to know you and the company, and then looking at the overall space and saying, well, how can we tell your story, but also tell a story, not just to like the people in crypto who already are aware, or kind of understand the value of what's going on in this space, but actually bring something to the masses to get the story out about what is the possibility, the potential of this movement. And I think that's what actually got me really excited, and I became passionate about, actually in getting to know you, I became really passionate about the potential for blockchain to solve so many of these major things in the world. And so we have the Atari movie we're doing with Leonardo DiCaprio and his production company, and that was actually the big project that brought us in to kind of look at, okay, how do we leverage tokenization and blockchain for our own project and for our own projects going forward? And that's, the film and entertainment space is in terrible need of disruption and innovation. And so we've been looking at and starting to develop some different ways to innovate and create new ways for the community and audience to get involved, and bring in a little more democratization, a little bit more decentralization, a little bit of co-ownership. And so that's, in terms of the documentary series, the show will be coming out in, say, early summer, late spring of this year. We're finalizing with a major U.S. Cable broadcaster right now, and we're actually setting it up on a platform with Coin, which is a utility token project that we've been developing with Joe, actually as our interim CTO, to roll out a platform where the community, you guys, will be able to own a small piece of the documentary. So in the next, I'd say 60 days, there'll be an announcement that you guys will, get through the Dragonchain channels, and you'll be able to come onto the Vision Tree portal, and you'll be able to participate in owning a small piece of the documentary series. And so, and the main purpose of that is we want, the community to have that ownership and help us drive the success. And we believe in that philosophy, which I think is really kind of baked into the DNA of the whole kind of crypto blockchain movement. So
right, and will it be the first project on the platform for the tokenization?
Yeah, so it'll be the Atari movie will be on there, this project, and then we have one or two others. So it'll be in that first wave that we launch with. And so, yeah, I think the platform. The focus for it will be to focus mainly on media and technology projects to start, just because there's a natural synergy there in terms of raising capital and bringing that community-owned kind of tokenized ecosystem, if you will. So yeah, we're excited. This will be the first TV series that I'm aware of that's leveraging crypto and blockchain in this way. And so the goal will be in a short window, we'll be able to demonstrate how this community fractionalized ownership system, with tokens can, share value in a new way in terms of how people are interacting with the content, getting to own some of the content, and then sharing in the profits and the revenues that come, from the content itself. So that's, we in the next, 6 to 9 months are going to demonstrate that, at scale for a TV series, a documentary series, which is going to feature Joe and Dragonchain. So it's a perfect synergy.
It'll be fun. And you guys have been, since shortly after we talked, you've been filming and putting together a lot of different things, for quite a while. So finally getting it out, and it's a lot of work. So
yeah, we're excited to finally get it out there. And
yeah.
It's been a journey, and just seeing Dragonchain and seeing you guys grow, it's been exciting too. And even where we're sitting today, it's like, I remember when we first met, and it was like you guys were pushing towards just launching the platform,
right?
Right. And now here we are a couple of years later, and you guys are, scaling at a transactions per second that's greater than, the biggest chains out there by far, by orders of magnitude faster,
Yeah.
but while remaining secure and decentralized. I mean, that's the other thing. You can look at EOS or some of these platforms, and I like those guys, and they all have their own take on how decentralization works.
Yep.
But I know that because of your background and being steeped as like a software architect and a certain philosophy and understanding about, decentralization, liberty, censorship, resistance,
Right.
All that kind of stuff. Like there's, in order to get speed, you have to sacrifice something when it comes to decentralization and blockchain, unless you figure out a creative way to do that. And I feel like that's what you guys have kind of done, is like actually shown that there's a way to still have speed without completely sacrificing some of those principles that Bitcoin and some of the early, chains were imbued with.
It's almost like logical, because I consider it less of a sacrifice, more of an intentional context switch, where it's, the things we did wouldn't be good for Ethereum, right? But we're not trying to do what Ethereum's doing. The things that we did, wouldn't be good for EOS or Bitcoin, because they are focused on different goals, right? Which is a beautiful thing, because I still think the more diversity we have in this industry, not only the better off we will be, but the less likely we will fail as an industry, right? Because if everybody's doing the same thing, or we say, oh, there should only be one chain, then there's one target, right? And a lot of people don't want Bitcoin to succeed, and a lot of people don't want any of these projects to succeed. So that's a big part of it, and it's really important. So
no, I think it makes sense, and the way I see it is that the future of, I think, every industry is going to have some element to it that is going to bring in blockchain and decentralization where it makes sense. For our, for media, and for entertainment, I see a future where the audience owning some piece of, the shows, or the IP or the revenue is going to be, it's going to be part of the DNA of how things are done.
You have literal ownership, but it's at least people who are interested, which will, in the very least, help you choose the better projects, right? And make those projects successful. It's kind of an interesting take, right? So
I think the democratization piece of it is big, and I think it's going to take time. It's not going to be an overnight thing. I think that it will take years for it to fully take hold, but we're looking to help be there at the foundation to be blazing that trail like we are with the series we're doing with you and Atari and some of these other projects.
And at least there are huge opportunities anytime you have something like that for early adopters, right? So that's why early adopters are so interesting in this industry, where it's not just, I'm going to spend a bunch of money to have the newest phone or the newest gadget. It's, I'm going to invest time or even money to build something that will be ingrained into that technology, that I will be light years ahead of my competition in 3 years. So that's huge. It's really neat. So
I think it's amazing, and I think the future is going to be people are going to own the companies they love. Like that's where the future is heading. I think before it's like if you liked to rep Nike, or you liked to rep Adidas, or you liked to rep whatever it was like you repped it by wearing it and kind of showing it off. And I think the future will be that brands will get this at some point sooner or later, and I think it's going to require new systems of fractionalized ownership and how we share and how we move value using systems that can account for that in real time in a digital world.
Yep.
And I think that these systems, the blockchain powered systems, will lay the foundation for the ownership society of the future, which will be, I own a piece of the brand that I love.
It's
I don't
much
just
better,
wear it, right?
Far better loyalty system than what is typically considered a loyalty. You know, how many points do I have on some card? You know, this becomes much more valuable because the scarcity, tradability, provability, and the ability to make it so that not only am I loyal to that airline, but that airline is loyal to me, right? That becomes the real, because if the airline isn't loyal to me, another airline could see, oh, this is a loyal customer to that airline who's screwing around now. I'm going to grant them the same scores. I'm going to bring them in. I have a new customer, right? That's where it all changes, because, and I think a lot of them don't get that yet, but it's coming. So it's all right.
It is coming, exactly.
Yes.
No,
I want to get you on record.
Yes.
To be an extra in the Atari movie, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Joe will be
Okay,
in the
good.
Atari movie. So when we eventually film it and it comes out, you'll see Joe. He'll be one of the engineers, like a hippie.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah.
He might even be smoking something in the movie, but we'll leave that. We'll leave that out for interpretation.
All right.
So,
very good.
But thank you again, and I honestly think the community, the Dragonchain community, is one of the best that I've seen. And just looking around, and I think it's part of it is in how you guys engineered it.
It's a very culturally rich community. I mean, we have things that are little things that if you're in the community that are. It's interesting they developed, but almost entirely it was because we were so worried early on that people were going to get screwed around by fraud and stuff like that when we went out. Coming from Disney and everything else, it really worried us. So we educated out the wazoo, everybody. So it was amazing because you had normies that were educating other people then, right? And I can't even describe how valuable that was, because nobody ever lost any money in our community. It was beautiful, right?
Yeah, that's
from
a rare
all
thing.
the multiple attacks we had. So anyway,
So stay tuned for the rest of the 24-hour live stream.
yes. So we're gonna do a quick 5-minute intermission, then we're gonna come back with I believe it is another short AMA followed by another product demo. So
Cool.
all right. Hello. Okay, so we're back, and we're going to do an AMA, and I think we have a demo coming. They were toying with some stuff with the build, so we aren't certain yet, but it looks like it will be for Eternal, so it'll be fun. So I'll get back into some AMA, some quick questions. So the first one, and I did refresh, thank you. The first one is from Crypto Lothar about Golden Jojo. Are there any plans to use Golden Jojos anywhere on the platform other than in a CTLC system? And yes, there are plans. I don't know about the priorities or anything else. For one thing, we kind of want to extract that from the CTLC. That was an early way to limit the system to run through beta, and it doesn't make the most sense actually, but we, for one, I mentioned earlier, I would like to include the Golden Jojo badge as some level of entry or scarcity on DragonNet Federation, so that's a possibility. We have a couple of other interesting angles that would be applied to, so we're thinking about it. If you have ideas, let us know. We can do anything, so as long as it makes sense. The next question, also Crypto Lothar from about an hour ago on DIM, about CTLC, which is the time contracts. So it's basically the ability, without transferring my time to someone, that they can use the time to run a node and reduce their fees and do other things. So the question is if there are any plans to revamp the CTLC system, also nicknamed Slumber Party, right, and give it some life again. And yes, definitely. We don't have a timeline on it, but high level, the intent is to, whether we do it or whether a partner does it, because we have talked to some people on the outside that might be interested in this, that it would allow people to set their own fee structure, so that you could say, you know, I might not be chosen right away, but here's how much I want for this million or 10 million or 100 million block of time. And then to also, right now we only have a 3-month contract, and we really want to be able to do 6 and 9 month at least contracts with different payout structures and things like that. Really interesting stuff, and when adoption is moving forward, it helps. It helps with the adoption, because people who aren't directly in the ecosystem already, if they're new, they aren't going to have any time, and it's a way for them to get started and move along in a way that makes sense. So anyway, good question. Next question is from Dragon Time, DRGN Time, and it's about Academy. The last time there was an update to the Academy was with creating an L2 node. Where's the progress development of the Academy so far? The tech will continue to change and grow. Will Dragonchain make it a priority to periodically update and add new courses? So it's interesting about the Academy, and I think we have a segment later tonight about Academy with a demo and some of the plans. So I won't expose everything right now. You tune into that to get all the details. But we're looking. It's at 6 o'clock. We're looking at revamping a lot, refactoring a lot of things to make it so that it's not just Dragonchain Academy, where Dragonchain will be one piece. We'll have a storefront where we offer our courses and things that have to do with Dragonchain. But the real mix is to tokenize it and make it so that anybody in the world can create courses and anybody can take them, and there are incentives both ways, and it becomes a really good, valuable ecosystem for learning. And there'll be a lot more info on that there. We had lost a partner earlier in the year that was working on Academy, so we think we have a new partner. We already have the plans. We have designs. You know, the question is priority, and you know, do we do this instead of something else? So there's a lot of work to do there, but it's worth it. So the next question is from Flores Chanel, which is on transaction cost. what is your average cost for a single transaction? That's a really good question, right? And I can go directly to, if you go to metrics.dragonchain.com, and if I look at average transaction fee as of yesterday, so the January 4th, and this is all UTC time, that the average fee was 2.9 dragons per transaction. As of yesterday, the average fee was a third of a dragon per transaction. So it varies a little bit there, but you can go at any time and see daily updates to the live metrics on the actual Dragonnet and see what the real numbers are. So that's a really good question. Next question from Grits and Gravy, Texas. Dragonchain culture. What's a typical day at Dragonchain like? What's that?
We answered that one already.
We did?
Yeah.
We did. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks. Okay. We also did the performance test. We did. Okay. Eternal Mickey about hackathon.
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did that. So the last hackathon was pretty awesome. Yes. Do you plan on hosting more to draw in more developers? Definitely. I don't know the timing. I mean, I would love to do them monthly or at least quarterly, but it kind of depends upon interest, and it does take a lot of work to set it up. But if we can get it to a standard flow, then it's more easy to do it more often. So definitely we want to. Let's see here. Dragonscale we already answered. Why is blockchain needed? Retail, creating custom tokens, enterprise adoption, healthcare, government, DIN, private. Okay, what's next from Jegs? We all love Jegs. The crypto winter seems to be lasting a long time. Without disclosing financial details, if Dragonchain were to run at the same operational costs as now with the same level of income from clients, etc., can Dragonchain survive another 2 years? Yes, I mean we can. We're constantly making changes. We're constantly trying to maneuver with the markets. We still hold crypto. We still we have combinations of dollars and crypto, and of course a bull run would help us, and as would of course more revenue would help us, so plans right now is the plans we have will see us past 2 years. So that's all I can really say. I don't want to give you detail. You guys all know that. We're still a private company, so but yeah, that's the goal. The plan is that we will have enough burn to last at least 24 months. So, give or take. Next, let's see here. We answered that. Vacation, Kubernetes, legal. Okay, how about from Cappy? Priority sectors. Which economic sector do you consider strategic and priority for the adoption of Dragonchain? Some others might have a better answer to this, so maybe when we have Lawrence on or Danny, it might be useful to ping them about this or with this question also. But for me, I try, although I understand the pragmatics, but I try to stay away from saying a certain sector is where we're targeted. I know if you talk to a VC, they want to know that. If you talk to certain other people, they want to know that. But we have a focus on flexibility because it's applicable everywhere. I mean, it's like if I created a platform for web servers in the early '90s, if I was Netscape, it's not a question of what industry are they going to target. I mean, they might target an industry, but that's really potentially inappropriate for them to target an industry because it's a very generic capability. You say the same thing about databases, right? They very well might target certain verticals, but it's not necessarily. It's more of an opportunity, low-hanging fruit. What's there, what's available, that you tend to focus on. So we're still doing that. Let's see here. keyboard, copy. Eternal deep dive, we already answered that. Sorry, I'm seeing a lot of repeats. Plans, developer outreach. Wow, I should have gone down further, right? Okay. Do you want to pop up some of the outside of Den maybe?
Yeah. I can.
Here's one I can get in the meantime. Jared asks about trolling. How does Den work to punish unwanted content and mitigate trolling, abusive behavior, and cyberbullying? There are a bunch of different angles because there's no silver bullet to trolling, bullying, FUD, and fraud. That we have scarcity on the services themselves. What you can post, what you can reply with, things like that. In the most generic level, if you are a new user, you only have so much energy that you can use. It's still gameable. So inside of individual layers, there are multiple mechanisms for that community to somewhat more organically control some of those negative activities. So you have the ability to block people. You have automated bans based upon those blocking, and there's scarcity to the blocking. You also have, in our case, time thresholds where if you're going to, and this is not there yet, but it will be, if you're going to make a post or a reply to one of the Dragonchain layers, that you have to have a certain amount of time. If you want to post an image, you have to have a little higher amount of time. If you want to post a link, you have to have a little more time than that. And we're working on the algorithms to make that possible even for layers without tokens directly. That is, to know generically this person is apparently not a troll. Now they might be a troll in my community, in which case I can immediately clamp them down, and or I can realize, oh, they are seemingly positive across the entire system, and inside of my layer they're actually generating good content or acting well. So now they get a loyalty score that gets them the same, like the equivalent. So, okay, so I think we're ready for Eternal, right? So, so we're going to do a demo on a new Eternal system. And are you plugged in on the?
I'm just about to join the meeting.
Okay.
Go ahead and join the meeting.
Go ahead and join in.
Sure.
And they're going to broadcast it. And so we have some announcements for the Eternal system. And background on Eternal, a lot of you probably know what it is, but it's interesting because formerly the Eternal Proof Report was something that I'd wanted since way back days at Disney, and Alex knows that because he was there. And we didn't get a chance to build it until we were notified that we were awarded the patent on Interchain, and I think it was November 18th.
I believe so.
Thanks,
Yes.
right. So we, the team, I'm gonna say I was there, but I didn't build anything. So they basically put it together in like a week and a half, and it has pretty well remained intact since then. We've made some updates, some interesting things, but the point of it was to illustrate the consensus process of a transaction through Dragonchain, and to prove, so that you could basically print this report or give the transaction ID to someone, and they could, on their own, prove to themselves that you posted that transaction at that time. And it can crawl a website and post the HTML to the transaction. It can take arbitrary text, which now includes even Markdown, so you can stylize it, and it can post that to blockchain. Or it can, if you post a Twitter URL, then it pulls the tweet out of the Twitter API and stores that on blockchain. And all these things go through a regular process up to Bitcoin or Ethereum Classic, whatever, and you can see all of the transactions, all the blocks from all the nodes that verify it. So it's a beautiful system, and we've within the past month, we've basically launched a bot that sometimes is flaky because of Twitter will, they have algorithms that say, we don't know if this is up to any good or whatever, and so they shut stuff off. So you might see it come in and out, but it's pretty amazing what is up there because it responds radically fast, and you can actually see it verified on chain really fast with Eternal. So now we're releasing a new skin, new look feel for it, and a bunch of new features. Focused a lot on identity and some neat premium features, right? So you want to show the new Eternal, and it's being used out there in the real world too by a lot of people that we don't know, and a lot of people in the community, and it's we're pretty proud of it. It's really cool stuff. All right. Is it? I don't know if we can see it. There we go. I think it was probably up there. But all right.
There we go.
So is it up? Is it up, Brandon? Yeah, good. Okay. So here is the beautiful new Eternal site, new logo. Thank you, community. That was actually totally generated by people in the community. If you look, Tenacious Dragon and Eternal Mickey in particular are really valuable resources. I mean, they love the product, right? So they use it all the time, and they really help us out, giving us a lot of feedback on it. So you want to walk it through because I've not even played with the new layout or anything.
Yeah, so a lot of the same. The big new integration comes with the Twitter integration, Twitter functionality. So just as before, ledgering text, URLs, querying past transactions. So let's send this through.
Oh, okay, automatically.
Yep.
Nice. Sweet.
So we can see we're still waiting on verifications, but if we refresh the page, probably get some level 2s already. Here we are at the internal proof report, so any transactional information, verification information, all going to be here.
And you can see the details. You can see, is that the transaction or L1?
This is the L1.
Okay. So in the, where's the transaction involved? There it is. Okay, so you can see the actual payload, which gets stripped before it goes to consensus. We talked about that a couple times today. And that's how now Eternal is kind of an odd bird in that it is a publicly available service, mostly for free on chain. So you're not actually hiding this so much. So I wouldn't put anything radically sensitive on it.
Yeah.
But it is reasonably, you'd have to trust us, I guess, mostly. But that, for instance, we've posted stuff that I've tweeted out the hash. So if you look on there on the transaction hash, you can tweet that out and then later prove it if you ever need to. So I can both put it in on blockchain, but I can also publicly show that, there's something that I could prove behind this hash, and it's interesting, right? There's some potential really cool things you can do with gaming. Like say we've even done some things on Den with it, where simple little guessing games where I can, as a demonstration, I can put something on chain and let you guess, and then I can prove that I'm telling you yes, it really between 1 and 10, yes, I was guessing 3, right? So. Pretty cool stuff. Do you have that link to the? I want to see what it looks like for a deleted tweet. Ooh, it might be a bad one, but maybe it's whatever. I didn't even think of that.
Whoa,
it was deleted.
Oh. One feature that goes along with the.
I changed the scene as well.
Okay, cool. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's on your end, you'll
cool.
see it, but on the stream. So.
It was a deleted tweet. Maybe it was a bad one, but either way, it's a deleted tweet. It was something that it's like, Twitter, I think, killed the account, and this was not through the bot. This was, I think.
Are we back, Brandon?
Let me go ahead. Give me a sec.
Does it say where it was? Yeah, this tweet has been deleted, right? So
You're back.
it's a way, and you don't have to show it too long, but it's a way to show that the stuff's stored on chain no matter what happens out there. So if you, for instance, were to download this transaction, let's say you posted something and you downloaded the transaction, you have everything in that proof, in that file, even if Eternal goes away. So even if we disappeared, you now have the proof that it happened. And that's the whole point of it, that you don't want to have to trust us forever for this in particular. So you can store it yourself. What else are we showing?
One thing that actually got released was the
Yes.
Eternal media storage. So like for when tweets actually get submitted to Eternal, if there's any uploaded media in the tweet, we actually save that information now, and it is, if the tweet is deleted, we can still view it. So
yeah, we had purposely not been storing images or video because we weren't sure what the costs would be. We weren't sure how much use it would get, things like that. So can you go to the?
So yeah, here's the tweet as is, and if this was to ever be taken down.
Oh, nice, good demo.
You can see it is now deleted, but the media remains.
That's amazing. Can you show the transaction raw? And we realized even with the amount of information that was coming through Eternal, that it didn't cost too much to store images and video. So we're doing it, and I think we're limited based upon Twitter's limits.
yeah, exactly. We're
Not
pretty
too big.
trying to match that. Yeah.
Then the other part is the tweet through, right? When you log in with Twitter.
Yes.
So if I want to send a tweet and have it signed through Eternal,
This is a feature that a lot of you have noticed was on Eternal prior, and so.
Brandon, can we get just a second for some technical difficulties?
Okay. Give me a sec here.
Are we still live or no?
We are still live.
Okay.
But it doesn't show the presentation.
Okay,
Just
this way you can just, oh, yeah. We just released this about 30 minutes or an hour ago, right?
Yeah.
So. It looks better.
Yeah.
It must have just
I think he
lost
was just
it.
talking with Twitter was a little off, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, Brandon, you ready again?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and just resize your screen.
Okay.
All right.
So, let's go for try number 2.
So this amounts to logging in to Twitter through the Eternal website. As long
One
as
more
you're
time,
broadcasting it. Oh, yeah, sorry. You're logging in. I did.
Yeah.
I was like, why are you taking it off?
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yes. Third time will be the charm. Promise.
It is live.
And so this right now, we'll tweet it for you, and we'll reply to that tweet with a signature and a link to Eternal, right?
Yeah, it'll actually, it'll reply with a signature, a public key that was actually generated in your browser. So every device that you use to sign into Eternal will generate a new set of keys. And so it'll reply to that with the signature, the actual key that was signed, or that was used to sign it, and a link to your Eternal profile page, which is pretty much a list of all of your registered keys. So if someone wants to verify your tweet, they'll be able to.
No, I can go back.
Just one moment.
Yeah. We can show them all this stuff.
Okay.
There it is.
Here we go. It's going through.
So it's the same process, but I guess we'll look at the tweet and we can see what it's
actually. So you So see. now if we go to this tweet, there will be a reply.
There you go. Okay, so
Showing
with
the signing keys.
with the signature, the signing key, and the link, which is beautiful. And in the bottom link, the actual graphic links to Eternal, right?
Yep. Yes. So this will be a list of an account's public keys, so
And-
that anyone can verify.
Right, and basically the system when you log in will generate a key pair for every device you log in with.
Correct.
And later we'll let you manage those if some of them, like that phone goes away or something else.
Yep.
And later the intent is to allow you to integrate it with Dragon Factor so that you could take your Dragon Factor ID and sign these keys so they would become extensions. They would then be enrolled inside a Factor so that all of it can be verified together.
Yep.
So, and this is kind of the thing with identity that, in our opinion, Twitter itself was missing, but not just Twitter. I mean, every single social platform out there tends to be missing secure identity, right? The ability to at least control and prove that I'm who I say I am in a way that is easy to use, right? I mean, there's some out there, some ways to do that, obviously, but it's not, in most of the case, it's very technical. And what we're trying to do is to make it so that you can end up with a profile for your for yourself or for your company that is provable, right? That if someone doubts that it's really you, you can sign it and prove. So it's pretty neat.
Yep.
It's there's a lot more to do. There are a lot of really cool features that are coming. This was kind of the foundation, and this is a paid. And I can't remember what the cost is.
It's $6 a month.
$6 a month, and we'll be adding features, quite a few features, quite soon. And if you're in fellowship, this will come with your fellowship membership, so that'll be in there as well. So
Yep.
everybody who's a fellow can use it. It'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
So good. You guys
Yeah.
anything to add? You good?
Not really.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're good.
It's good work. I mean, it's like this is been waiting quite a while for a good makeover, right? I mean, this is much more smooth and clean
Definitely.
and everything else. So awesome.
Sweet.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So let's see. What time is it? 5. Should I keep doing? Do we have anything scheduled, or should I keep doing AMA?
We have a thing scheduled at 3 o'clock.
Okay. All right. I'll do a few more AMA, then we'll take a break. Is that cool?
Yeah, and
Like 15,
everything
20
up
minutes?
there is the HubSpot questions.
Let's just do some HubSpot ones right now. All right. So back to AMA. This is good. Okay. So we have Brian Schmicker. Sorry, I can't read it this far away. What are the plans for allowing others to run L3 through L5 nodes? L5 nodes are a little troublesome because they're expensive to run. They're hard to maintain. Those would be most likely partner systems that would be running those until we do something federated, where if we do federated DragonNet, then those people would obviously be able to run L5s. For the L3s, we have a plan in the works, and some of the code I think has already been built for it, where if you run a certain number of L2s, you are allowed to launch an L3. And that is on the unmanaged side. I think that you can, or you will be able to launch an L3 if you want to pay for it, but it might not be profitable. Because Jonelle has visited.
Yeah. Figure
All right.
well, ask me anything type of things, right?
Then
I love these.
for an L4, it's pretty much going to be the same thing. A certain number of L3s will allow you to get an L4, but it'll have to be unmanaged, run on your own, and you will have to provide identity. And the node will have, there are certain rules on an L4 because people need to know who they are. So that's good, right? And that's coming soon. We were thinking about having a plan to do block rewards to get more nodes running in a short term. We aren't sure yet if we're doing that or not, so we'll figure that out. The next question from Trey Rutledge. When did Joe have the idea to monetize or tokenize time? So
I remember that
yeah,
actually.
so
I
it
was in the room.
Yes, and that was with
Antoinette.
Antoinette was there.
Antoinette, we still love
And
Antoinette.
so the three of us were there in a room at WeWork that we later found out was bugged. Didn't we?
I totally forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was on the edge of my mind at the time that it's like that there were some and anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
That we went through the system and it came from, and so this would have been in before we released Dragons. So it was in November, I believe. Right?
Yeah.
It was in November.
Maybe
it was after the token sale was over, but before we released the Dragons.
Yeah, no, you're right, you're right.
And the reason I brought it up was because I needed branding input on it. That there was something that people don't pay attention to anymore, at least I don't see any mention of it. But it was called Bitcoin Days Destroyed, right?
Yeah.
And it was a really interesting metric in that there's nothing economically attached to it if you're using Bitcoin. But people, at the time at least, considered it a potential indicator because if some OG, like Satoshi himself, were to move Bitcoin, that might have something to do with price, right? Or it means something. So I was always interested in that, and it kind of fell out of use or favor at that time. And so I had said, we need something like that, but my intent was not on the negative side on destroyed, that I wanted to monitor the gain. That is, instead of measuring how many days of Bitcoin held were destroyed by a movement today, I wanted to measure how many days of time were captured by people holding dragons.
Yeah, like the real value that's being, or that is that, it's that proof of commitment into a network that I remember just us kind of talking a long time ago.
It's loyalty, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like how do you measure in a way that is tangible and transparent? And yeah, I remember the whiteboard or the.
And we went through a bunch of different iterations, and we ended up with DDS at the time.
Was it DDSS first?
No,
Yeah,
it was
just
DDS. It was DDS, and it was like we
I
ended
remember,
up making a DDSS.
Not dentist, right? I remember.
That was the reason we switched it.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
And it was Dragon Days of Slumber Score,
Yeah.
right? And so we had Dragon Days of Slumber was the original. We changed it to Slumber Score. And then during the great rebrand, you all remember, and we all love that period of time.
Yes.
For the great rebrand. Chad might make an appearance actually, right? It's like, I don't know if you've seen him.
2019. Chad's in the
I
back.
saw him earlier.
I think I saw him.
So one way or another, it became time because when we were trying to describe DDSS to someone, it's enough to get them to understand the concept, but you had to start it with what the heck the acronym meant, or initialism, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I think there's always like a lot of focus on the other aspect. I mean, we've always wanted to have that treasure chest in terms of the dragon protecting its treasure. I mean, that's just always been Dragonchain lore. But sometimes I feel that people sleep on the importance of the time. It's one of our the things that actually makes this whole system possible in terms of how we prove doing things. So to make it more acceptable, or at least not acceptable, but at least just understandable at a glance. It's just made complete sense to do.
Yep, and it amounted when we first used it. The very first intent was to have. We had two beta programs. That is, if you have a certain score on time, that you could use early features because we didn't have to then set up individual beta plans where you would have to apply and all this other stuff when you'd have to maintain it. Instead, we would say, we know what the entire global DDSS is and which wallets hold how much time, and therefore we can say, okay, if we only want to roll this out with maximum of 250 people hitting it, then we set the threshold this high. And it was a really valuable loyalty system on that alone. That alone was amazing because it was so cheap to do and so deterministic. There was no way to get around it. And the secondary use was for Dragon Scale, and we did actually utilize that a few times before all the regulatory shakeup happened, where you could basically use that to get the discounts on whatever you were doing in that system. And again, deterministic,
Yeah.
very clean way to do it. You can't cheat anything else. So,
Yeah.
and since then, and probably the most valuable use has been DragonNet itself. And we came upon that because of the way that we were doing the scarcity inside the network, that it was important as a way to make the network scalable.
Yeah.
In a way that made sense for businesses.
Yeah.
So, and we'll go into that more depth later.
And just one quick
So-
thing is there's also that application possibility of other tokens, utilizing it, or any sort of token utilizing it as a way to measure that loyalty aspect. I think those use cases are interesting as you start to explore how other kind of tokenized economies are operating that could utilize time in a very real way and reward their token users. So.
Yep. So I think we're going to go to intermission now. And we'll come back with, what is that 3?
Oh
Maya Cotton.
In
So,
the house.
So there'll be a nice interview talking about enterprise blockchain and where all of the industry is, and a little bit about where we place and what makes sense. It'll be really interesting. So,
Cool. Thank you.
thank you.
Hey, we're back with Maya Cotton from Frost and Sullivan. I hope you've been enjoying all of the updates. I've got a headset on this time because we're streaming Maya in from her office in British Columbia, and this is really going to be another incredible session. Maya's going to share with us her background, and she's got some really interesting things. Besides being a tech industry analyst, she's also a cultural anthropologist. And I think in the blockchain industry, that is something that's going to be exceptionally interesting. So she's going to give us her point of view of the research that she's done on blockchain and enterprise, and we'll also talk about some of the Dragonchain products as well. So Maya, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay.
Lawrence, if we can pause real quick, the audio is not sending out real quick.
We're going to take a quick pause because the audio seems to not be working, and we'll be right back. Give us 1 second.
just have Maya say something real quick?
Could you say something, Maya?
Can you test it? Can you go?
Oh, and have folks on me?
Yes. Just have Maya just talk again.
Hey Maya, can you start talking again?
Okay, I think that might be working.
She hears something in her headset.
Okay. This might have worked.
Do you have our live stream on?
I'm asking the audience to let me know if they can hear right now.
Am I live right now?
Yes, you are live.
Hello everybody. We're testing.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Audio Synovus. Yeah, I mean, I think the audio has partially to do with her feed a little bit, but
Okay. Wait, can the audience hear her though?
Maybe we need her to say something.
sounds like driving in a car with the back window down. Let me try to enhance the audio here.
You want to just have a normal conversation? Just you're live, but just so we can have each other talk for a minute.
Well, I don't know what's different. I mean, we can have the conversation, we have the...
Oh, not this. We just need Maya to keep talking.
Oh, you and I?
Oh, no, you and Maya.
Oh, okay, because we were live. Yes, okay. So while we're... Yes, I'm gonna be able to hear you. So we're still working it out. So maybe the audience did hear me talk about Joe and Slayer. So I'm giving a big spoiler. Joe's.
Maya can turn her camera back on. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about the audio, but they can hear her now. They'll be able to hear her.
Maya can turn her camera on.
Can you turn your camera on? So she said she's hearing a previous interview in her headset.
I don't know. Is that on her computer?
She could be running the stream on her computer. Tell her to turn that off.
Are you running the stream on your computer, Maya? She was. Okay, maybe you could close that. Okay. No worries. It comes with the territory of being a programmer. I haven't programmed in a while, but those debugging habits do not go away.
So should we have them start or?
We have a big announcement after you, but that's okay. We can move that back a little bit if we need to. We've got a huge partnership that we're going to be announcing. Really exciting. I know I'm not. No, everybody knows it. It's on the agenda that there's a big announcement, and hopefully everybody. Yes. So we are live. Ari is working with WTIA as chair of the Cascadia Blockchain Council, and she's doing a lot of work on policy, so she works with legislators, and we were down in Olympia last month to talk to them, and we were so excited about how much they know. So that's really part of her passion.
They're saying don't start. I got sound off. That's giving me anxiety. I don't know how to fix the sound here. I might have to lower it a little bit, but there's nothing I can do to control the audio here from her end, at least.
I can't hear you. Sorry, say that again?
I mean, this is probably the best I can do, unfortunately. It seems like it's outputting her sound, but it looks like it's just like really bad quality, so the audience might not be able to hear her as well.
If they can't hear her, then there's no point in doing it.
Okay.
So we'll have to figure out another time.
Okay. Yeah, we might just need to get her on at a different time. I don't know if we can fix this right now.
Okay, Maya, unfortunately, we seem to be be not able to fix the audio problem, and the audience says they can't hear you. So, what I think we're going to do is take a little bit of a pause, maybe do this as a phone call, and see if we can set it up a different way. But we'll go into intermission for a little bit, and then see if we can work through these technical difficulties and bring it back, and maybe have you on later if that's okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Bye. Hi, thanks for coming back and joining us for our next special announcement. We've got some really great things coming up. Joe and I wanted to announce a new partnership and a new company that we're building, and this is being built on the DEN technology.
Right. So basically, we're going to be spinning off Dragon Den itself, and we have a great partnership with a company called CreatorWorks that's already has a good history with a lot of creators out there, and you can probably explain better, but basically they have a need for protection of IP, identity, content, here you go.
And some of the current problems, as Joe is saying, is trust is lost, fake news, and CreatorWorks is going to address this, and we're going to use the Dragon Den technology. So we're going to go through a short presentation and then switch over and do a deep dive into Den and explain to you all the other things that are happening. There are no consequences for the bad behavior, no reward or incentive system for misuse of your data. Our own data is being used against us. We saw it in the elections, we've seen it in other things. Agency is gone, and the internet is just broken because of ads. I've done surveys with others. 30% of the ads that we're seeing and the numbers that are being given to the advertisers and the brands are fake. They're bots, they're spammers, there are people misusing our own data and our own content. So CreatorWorks is being built to solve that. And it's solving the problem for the creators themselves to give control back to them and direct access to their audience, and allowing them to work directly with brands and agencies to be able to take that content, own it in the way that you would by putting it into a Lightbox or your own shared drive. You'd own that content and be able to stream it, distribute it to regular social media and to others, and we'll talk about that. And it puts that control back to them. It also means more money in the pocket of those creators. So decentralized identity built using Dragon Factor, which we're going to do an even deeper dive into later on, puts that control in. And today, the solution, the underlying tech, is live. It's built on the Dragonchain network. If you didn't get a chance to see the explanation of the architecture earlier in the day, we're going to do another deep dive on that, but it's going to be based on the technology that we've explained so far. Do you want to say anything about your vision for Dan? You've been the
I'll get into that when we go.
Okay, fair enough.
The beauty is where it's a nice mix, because when we first started talking to the people about CreatorWorks, that there were a lot of things that were particularly important that they would leverage Dragonchain itself, and then also like Dragon Factor for identity. So it isn't Den alone, but it is very much focused on Den as the platform, the way to roll it out. So.
And there'll be a host of analytics, reporting tools that creators need, and that give an honest answer.
And proof. Proof that they really did do what that they've agreed to do for an advertiser or whatever.
And that their audience is legitimate, that you're able to validate that audience through consensus. There's a strong creator community already behind this. There are tens of thousands of creators that the CreatorWorks executive team, and we'll talk about them a little bit, are bringing in. But we've got sort of the top 4 really exciting creators. This project, this business, is the brainchild of Josh Dirks and Chris Perillo, who many of you know from YouTube Frame for many years. iJustine will be working with the team, as well as the Travis family and Color by Felix. So this is not just an idea that someone's had. There are people who've been giving this thought for over the last 5 years, and a number of us have known Josh for quite a while, and we're just at this point where there are convergence of forces, and something's got to give, something's got to change in order to be able to keep content, fight the fake news, and to really give agency back to the audience so they know they're getting legitimate content, because because trust had been lost, and for those creators. We've got a strong and experienced leadership team, and Josh Dirks has been in the industry for 10 years, and as I was saying, a number of us have worked with and known Josh for 5 years and have really talked about this in ways that I've thought through a lot of the ideas, and it wasn't until Den came along that it gave us that extra push to move ahead. So with that, we're going to dive into the actual Den technology, which we're also spinning off, and Josh will be heading that initiative for the team so that the core Dragonchain team remains focused on core platform, Factor, and the other things that we've built out and serving enterprise clients. Dragonchain will be an owner in CreatorWorks, so it's not just that they're using the technology, but this is actually going to be a merger of teams, as it were. So really appreciate you tuning in for this. Much more to come. This is not aspirational, by the way. This is live, and we'll have some more to share with you later on. Thank you.
All right. So, Brandon, do I need to? Are we feeding the regular audio or not?
Regular audio from the Blue Yeti.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm okay just presenting.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Is it okay if I share your screen?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep.
Oh, you are presenting.
Okay. All right. So this is we just finished out getting the logo in place and everything else. Not a big deal, but the team has basically put together some pretty amazing things in the past few months. We've gone through a number of beta rounds where we would do different things with the token, and we really wanted to test out the economy and how to best evaluate, or to let the system best evaluate all of the activity. So Den itself is interesting in that, and we will be releasing this draft white paper probably publicly, today, tomorrow.
Okay.
And the goal is to fight against the spam and the FUD and the fraud and the fake news, right? And that's a commonly understood issue with all of the internet right now. Advertising is the other big one. And in crypto communities in particular, because there's a driver behind a lot of the bad stuff that goes on, where people are trying to manipulate markets and trying to manipulate communities and doing all types of stuff, which is understandable. So we started with the desire to make a crypto-aware community forum where we could, in the very least, apply thresholds based upon a person's time when they're wanting to contribute to our community, so that if you want to come in and troll us, but you're going to have to buy some of our tokens and hold them for a while before you have the time in order to do that, which is an interesting counter. And even if you're paid, because most of these people are paid in some capacity, and that would then, there's a cost involved. So do I have to pay the person and I have to buy the token that I'm trying to attack? It's like, okay. Yeah. Really interesting stuff. And as we delved into that and started modeling things, we laid it out where primarily we wanted to reward the content creator, the person who actually delivers the value for the people to read, to view, to whether it's viewing, watching, or reading. But also something that we did see was missed in other platforms that tried to do the same was to reward the evaluator, because, like if you're, as an example, if you are a Redditor, you will know that most communities will have to manually push focus from their hardcore community members to use the new tab, because a lot of times, especially if it's like a political Reddit subreddit or something that's controversial, people will brigade the subreddit
Right.
and push quality content down. So you have to go into new, which is somewhat like it's not a well rewarded thing to do, but they'll push content up, which is, it makes sense, but every vote in Reddit's free, right? So there's no scarcity.
Yep.
It's kind of pointless, right? It's karma. It's meaningless. It doesn't really work. It works in some ways, but it doesn't really work in a lot of other ways. And so we wanted to make to basically incentivize. And look, fine if you don't want to be an early evaluator, if you don't want to go after the incentives available to do evaluation, it doesn't matter. We just say those are there if you want them. There's also incentives to create stuff, and maybe you aren't a writer, maybe you don't care. We also put in incentives for community development, and that is much like a subreddit. You can create a layer, and that layer is focused on a community, on a subject matter. It could be political, it could be hobby, it could whatever it is. It could be project based, and people can own a piece of that layer. So what that means is that if you are developing a good culture, a good community, and you are incentivized to bring better people and better content in and to create more activity, then you're going to be rewarded. And so those are all the three crypto sides of things.
Right.
And the whole thing, though, is the goal is primarily for the person who doesn't care about any of those. That is, the actual real goal is to try to get the best and most legitimate content in front of someone's eyes earliest, right? So that's
and I think you need to unpack that a little bit with an example, because your vision for this has not just been, as you said, has been for all three of those dimensions and for rewarding people, which no one else is doing, and that's unique.
right. And we have a lot of mechanisms, like say we've you can see layers, post, reply, or the user roles. This is the draft white paper, the token economy, that we modeled things based upon what we had seen with Dragon and what we had seen in other environments, and based upon scarcity and value of what these tokens could become, that matter generates energy. Energy is what you use to vote, and based upon how you vote and how you make quality posts, you will mine more matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the end, and the system as a whole, the better value you provide to the full community, the more matter you will mine and the more energy you will have to do more. And it all kind of works hand in hand, and there are really interesting ways to tune it, including, because we're on Dragonchain, it's helpful. So I'll get into some of the governance process. We also have, for layer ownership, we have lore, which is layer ownership rights, which is a fungible token that will allow you to bid and create layers. That there's a community layer creation process where the community ends up owning various amounts of the layer. That is, and when I say community, I mean individuals in the community. It's not a communist thing. It's very much that if it's a layer that you think will be valuable or that you have particular interest in, you can bid on it, which will make it rank it and end up making it open to be created, in which case you will own a piece of it. And the other token related to layers is lots, which is when you bid, let's say you bid 5,000 lore, that obviously that layer is going to be valuable. It's the cat gift layer or something, right? That I want a piece of that you will get 1-to-1 lot, and you will own a piece of it. So activity, you get a cut, right?
Let's take that a little deeper. So I want to learn to cook, and this is a basic Joy of Cooking style 101 handbook layer, where you've got a bunch of people who come in and say, yeah, I'd love to learn to cook from somebody who's experienced. They bid on that They create that community. The creator knows what they want. And now you've created a community that's focused on that and staked in it with tokens, matter, and lore, or matter to build, lore to own the stake. And if you're an advertiser or a brand, you then come in and know that, let's say 5,000 people have come on, you've got a bunch of people who say they've just moved out of their house or they're cooking on their own. You've got 5,000 eyeballs, pairs of eyeballs, that know exactly what they're looking for, and that you've got an audience that says, sell them basic cookware, or not. Sponsor the layer and let this expert show it to them, how it works, and they can keep sponsors out, keep them in, but the creator is getting 100% minus a few fees for the mining of lore and matter, and they're keeping that money, so it goes straight to their pocket, and then there's a share for the community as well.
Right, and the philosophy behind, might be a theory, but the philosophy around our take on advertising is that we don't allow someone to just say, oh, I'm going to place an ad at the top of the whatever layer.
Right.
The point is that anybody can create content as long as you pass whatever thresholds in that layer and you have the energy to do it and everything else. But that the secondary side of it is that anyone can apply matter to a post in order to promote it. And the reason it works is because, again, the philosophy is that a perfectly targeted advertisement is actually content to the reader. That is, if I'm wanting to buy a car and you give me an advertisement of the exact car I want to build that gives me new information, that's not an advertisement to me, that's content. It's not in my way, it's like I actually want to see that. And so if you can promote it in a way that it shows up and it's perfectly attached for the majority of the people in this layer, then it will get upvoted on its own, but you will be able to provide a little boosting to its visibility.
Right.
And if it fails, if you're totally off and we're not interested in what you're selling at all, you will lose the matter over a period of time. So it's a risk. So
but you get rid of junk communities or
Yep.
communities that no one wants to hear about, or
Yep.
And it's a little survival of the fittest. If the creator's not coming up with good content, that layer's probably going to go away pretty quickly.
Right, and we have ways to counter squatting on layer names and things like that, where there's a grace period where you don't pay, but after a period of time, if you're not generating matter in your layer, then you will be charged, and that's on purpose so that if it makes sense for you to hold your name brand layer and you aren't going to use it, that's fine, you pay for it. But if somebody's just squatting on something, we don't want them to stick around. We want to get somebody in there that would actually use it for creating good content. We have really interesting angles on to attenuate the to attenuate the bad actors. That is, the first is energy. You only generate so much energy. Once it's gone, unless you're generating matter, it'll come back at a trickle, but your negatives will be limited. We also have scarce blocking tokens. So for as a user, every layer you're in, you can block people, but you only have so many, and it depends upon the size of the layer. Bigger layers, you'll have more blocking tokens. But the beauty is, someone's annoying you. Maybe they're not, really super nefarious, but they annoy you for whatever reason. You can block them, and it's silent. You don't see any of their stuff anymore. You're happy. But if enough people in the layer also block them, they're automatically banned. It's like a very organic consensus on whether to kick someone out. The owners also can act as admins, so if you own a layer, you'll be able to actually ban, because there will be people that need to be removed
Bad
immediately,
actors, sure.
obviously. The other is the time, and I talked about it a little earlier, where it's easiest to understand as time for Dragonchain layers, where if you don't have any time at all, you can read. If you have a certain threshold of time, you can make a reply. Another threshold, you can make a post. Another threshold, you can post an image. Another threshold, you can post a link, things like that. And it'll be all configurable inside the layer. So a lot of that's really exciting stuff, but we're working in algorithms for how to do the same thing that we're doing with time, but doing it with a far more generic loyalty scoring based upon your activity in other layers and your activity in my layer, things like that. So there's a bunch of really interesting stuff. Before I get into the pure demo of it, I did want to go over some of the company overview things. And some of these are not finalized because, again, it's not spun out yet, but we're going to have a system governance board where one seat will be provided by the DIN entity itself. The board will appoint a seat. One seat will be appointed by holders of matter. So people who hold matter, the token itself, will be able to basically have influence on who is sitting in that seat. And another seat will be held by holders of lot, that is, people who own layers. So these are all people that are very invested in the company. And the reason we're creating this governance board is because Dragonchain's hybrid, so our smart contracts can be versioned, they can be updated. So when we get into a lot of how the system works and how mining happens and everything else, we didn't want to have the corporate board deciding things like that based upon whatever politics would be there. We wanted it to be much closer to, or at least have a lot of input from the actual users, the actual creators, the actual community people, that they'll be, two out of 3 seats will be based upon people in the community. And the nice thing is you have the creators and the layer owners, which is, some will be overlapped.
Some will overlap,
but it's a really interesting angle. We talk about advertising. There'll be more on that.
We'll do a deeper dive in that in another one where we have a lot more time on a future Super Happy episode.
And then there's also a really interesting piece that is fairly high level, the description in the white paper, but basically where we're going to have a sweat equity for creators. And the intent is to drive adoption, to drive early adoption, that we plan to set aside 20% of the company that will be basically given as sweat equity in some capacity to the people that generate
revenue,
matter, so that we can attract the very people that will drive adoption for the right reasons, right? So, giving them a piece, giving more than just the crypto, because who knows how valuable the crypto will be, how soon, or anything else. So, and we're going to be seeing the Matter origin block very soon. It's not today. They're still finalizing all the testing. We want to make sure everything's very clean. It will be ERC20. Again, we'll release the paper. All of that stuff's described, and some of the algorithms for mining and everything else. So you'll be able to see all that. So get into the demo. I have time, right?
Yes.
Okay. So all right. So this is DIN itself, and we will have updates. I don't know if they probably aren't out yet, right? I haven't refreshed cache or anything, so apologies if I missed anything yet. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do that though. Oh, come on. Where am I at? Well. Anyway, okay, never mind.
Put in incognito and.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, what do we have here? We have, this is the stream, and the intent on the stream, it kind of migrated over time. It was the angle of, unlike Reddit, we wanted something that was a little more real-time feeling. That is, I have what I subscribe to, and right now you can only subscribe to various layers, various subject matters. Later, you'll be just able to subscribe to individuals as well, to accounts. So you would see a feed of activity, and that means posts and replies over time. And chronologically ordered, right? So the newest content to the top, so you get a feel, oh, this is what's going on in here, and it's like, oh, something that's highly voted, 377 votes on this Iranian revenge, which I've not even been paying attention to the news, of course, today.
Yeah.
So basically, so apparently an attack, unfortunate, right? But the beauty is, as you saw, I could click on that and go straight into the context. So, if it's a reply, let's say this is, did they answer, right? So I can go straight to it, and if it's a longer thread, it would, drill down further. The interesting thing about that is it's much more active, and I can get straight to context very easily. I can also go to trending, and this is scored based upon number of votes and how long ago, right? So you can see 4 hours ago, 863 votes. That's a huge upvote, so it's going to be trending.
Right.
Versus something that was 1 hour ago for 300 votes, right? So that's valuable. We had people wanting to see posts alone without replies, just for filtering reasons, right? So they can navigate better. So I'm going to go in here without even looking at it. I'm going to say, okay, Iranian revenge. So the interesting thing about voting, that in Reddit, as an example, and other systems, most other systems you can vote up, right? We wanted to have something that it was more of a scalar. It wasn't just a binary up, vote, down, up, vote, down, vote, no vote. That it was, I can click multiple times and it goes up in a Fibonacci scale, and I can vote. And what that does is it stretches out the evaluation.
Right.
That's something that gets a lot of votes, and then you ask, why would I vote 144? Right? Why would I do that? Why would I not just vote one? And it is because if this thing becomes, if this post becomes viral, if I were to be a very early voter on it, I would get a chunk of a pool that's set aside for the evaluators. So it's both angles, and it's really interesting because of that. So you have the ability as a writer or an evaluator to benefit from what you're doing. If I reply, and so I'm replying to the top level here. So I'm saying this is a test, right? And you can see that this costs me 2 energy to post a reply. So, and if I add, let's see if I would have an image. Okay, let's see. Let's post this dragon here. It's now going to be 3 energy, right? And some of that might change, and that's why we have the governance board, because they can adjust the economy.
Yep.
And they can actually answer when there are gaming issues. People who have found some hole to attack the system or whatever. We can actually go through. We can make proposals through that board, and they can approve changes to the economics, things like that. Let's see here. We also have layers where you can subscribe to various layers and things like that. Right now, there's a single owner per layer. I mean, when after we have matter in place, then we have lore in place, then we will actually tokenize. And there are 2 ways to create a layer. You can come in as a company or an individual and pay to create your own layer. And there is a separate way to that's a much more organic community that's intended to be to scale with the platform, where every month we will have a layer creation process, and the process basically allows for anybody in the entire system to create a proposal, and you can go in here and see. And we had we've had 2 of these so far, and these were pre-lore, right? But they
Okay.
were basically economic experiments. See, how does this work? And we had to do some manual processes. But basically, we have rules. You go in here, and people then, you say the red pills layer.
Mhm.
That it got a lot of, it got 8.6 thousand
Wow.
votes.
That's a lot of voting for.
Yeah.
And especially in these early days when we hadn't even launched it.
Right. This is still, I think, 150, 200 people on it. Eternal Mickey did Creature Comforts along with Bit by the Coin. They got 3.4K votes. And so what we do at the beginning is we say, okay, because of the amount of user activity, the amount of new users joining the system, we are going to open up some number of layers. Like, say, in these we did 1, and then we did, I think, 3. And basically, people are allowed to vote with energy for a little bit of time to kind of rank these based upon interest or how valuable or interesting the proposal is. But then it goes into a phase where people can vote with lore. And the beauty then is it's very scarce and it's actually valued, so there will be a market value to lore. The top top 3 in this case, layers that get lore votes get created. Anybody who committed lore to the other layers, they didn't win. It never comes out of their account, it's all good. But the ones that contributed lore, everything's deducted and they are issued lot for that. And the beauty then is that it's not one winner, it's not one person who owns that layer. It is anybody who voted on it, at least one lore is going to get one lot.
It's community, yeah.
And then you have a much better community very quickly.
Right.
And in order to be an admin in that community, you have to have lot. So if I'm going to bring someone on as a volunteer, I have to give them at least one lot in order to be able to ban and do whatever else. So there's a bunch of really interesting stuff, and so we have because of this, we were very limited in it. We didn't want to make. In fact, one of the early beta tests we did allowed people to create their own layers, and we ended up with like 1,500 layers and hardly any content. Right, nobody could find stuff. So we wanted to.
But that was the point of doing it, right?
Yeah.
You now know how to weed them out,
right?
And how to.
And people were squatted. People were like, "I'm going to make this layer, so I have it." Right. And with this, we want a much more controlled and intentional focus on which layers should we create next, right? Because you're going to have some good overlaps, and we started a very crypto-focused set, and we are gradually moving out. We have Creature Comforts, which is about cooking and stuff like that. We have memes, obviously, Red Pills layer, which is awesome. We have Board, which is weird puzzles and silly random stuff.
So again,
really
showing where I came from, this reminds me of news groups back in the
Totally.
day.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's very very similar.
They're much more controlled.
And all the incentives tend to help. And right now it's not integrated. It will be integrated with Dragon Factor. The final intent is to have every single post or reply signed by the actual consumer in the end, cryptographically
So
signed.
you can trace all of that back.
Right.
It could be anonymous, but
we have really interesting angles, especially with Dragon Factor. Dragon Factor makes it possible that if you have this gating and stuff, right, that we can let Dragon Factor prove. You can prove to Dragon Factor that you have a certain time, as an example. And it can be rounded, and you can say, okay, I have 50 million time, but all I have to do is prove that I have 20 million time. So as long as I can say I have 20 million time, and there's an expiration to this anonymous account, and there's a cost.
Yep.
So the more anonymous accounts I get, the more expensive they are. So okay, you could have layers then that can be mixed, identity only, or anon only.
Perfect.
And we have good plans and designs to do decentralized or censorship-resistant layers, where you can run your own layer, run your own data, and we won't be able to do much.
And this is a good point to interject that while you've come up with all of this, Josh is going to run this and take it forward. Right. And so people were asking about scale earlier. This is a great place where people can come and potentially create a layer and upvote. Hey, here are businesses that I think we should build on Den. CreatorWorks is the first one, but I could see one that's super specialized for the drug industry, for how to take your medication, for material safety data sheets, for industry groups, for fan groups. There's a whole host of things. It'd be wonderful to hear from the audience what they think in the comments, or go and create a layer, go into one of the existing layers and start a thread. We'd love to hear from you.
Yep. And we do have, there's so much going on. The intent is, as well, just like in Telegram, that if you have a layer, you can create bots to help manage or to help provide better info, or even to potentially push some content out to Twitter for cross promotion and stuff. All of those bots will be written in smart contracts on Dragonchain, right? And they're just plugged in with an API to Den. It'll be brilliant and simple, and you'll be able to reuse them or monetize them even. There's a lot of neat stuff there. Trying to think what else I want to cover. There's so much. We have it's still beta, and I think we're close. We wanted to do a demo of it today, but we couldn't wire this. We saw an hour ago. We couldn't wire the audio.
Wire the audio in.
So apologies to the guys out east. I'm wondering if we can't get Eric to record it and then play it, because it's basically.
So
we have it.
there might be another solution. I just talked to Eric. He said he'd be able to show the mobile app. But what we'd have to do is on a Hangouts call, put it on speaker on the laptop.
If I could talk through it too. Right?
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
Right. He can call me stupid later if I'm saying something different. But that's cool. If people could see it, it's basically. This is actually mobile friendly. In fact, it's more mobile friendly as of a couple days ago, or maybe yesterday, than it's ever been. But we actually have a mobile app, a native mobile app in the works that's close. So we were wanting Eric to be able to show it.
I think either way, if we can get Eric,
says he wants to try it.
Yeah, awesome.
Let's do it.
So if he were to present into here, and by the way, it's like you can see it's extremely responsive, and we have the ability to what do I say? Everything on here is on chain. So the votes are on chain, posts are on chain, replies are on chain.
Plug this to Joe real quick.
Yeah.
Plug this in your
And
computer.
it's
mute that
live.
Mic. Mute
Just-
your mic on your Hangouts.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Make sure it's
again to reiterate, this isn't a test net. This is mainnet live, running on the production network. So you're seeing all kinds of goodness from Dragonchain coming live.
Okay, so do I need to turn this up, Brandon? Or is
Let's find out how loud it is
Okay.
when Eric comes on.
Go into your Hangout setting real quick. And
Oh,
you can actually-
thank you. Yes, sorry.
Let me actually go into an intermission real quick while we get this ready.
Yep.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Hopefully no one sends me a text or anything.
We are live. Someone send you
Someone send me some energy.
What does your message says? Yeah, just comes back to them too.
That'd be incredible.
All right, we are live.
I'm just gonna mute until we actually start. So.
Eric, we're live. I don't know if you can hear us.
We're live. Can you hear me?
No.
Do we lose him?
I don't know. One sec here.
Hey, Eric, can you hear us?
Let me go back to intermission. You one moment here. Live.
Hey guys, so this is Eric with Dragonchain, the Den team. So we've been working kind of silently on a mobile app for about a month now, and just wanted to show it off real quick. So I think Joe probably just sent me some energy. So one of the biggest reasons we wanted to do a mobile app is for the purpose of being able to get you guys more engaged, give you richer notifications, giving you the opportunity to actually see what's going on, and giving you more notifications even. So one of the things we're doing now is to be able to show when someone's uploaded your content. So going into Den Mobile, it takes you right into the content just as you would expect. So this is Den Mobile, where we don't have feature parity yet, so everything is kind of a work in progress. Some of the changes that we've made to it specifically are for voting. So the voter is now on the lower end of the content instead of to the left. So one of the things it's going to enable us to do is have richer content cards coming in the future. So maybe you see that on other social apps where you have larger images, background colors for your text, those sort of things we'll be adding in the future. We have replies working pretty well. Native sharing is working really well. Layers, kind of everything that you would expect is coming in and working. Even GIFs, animated GIFs, and those sorts of things coming in. The network is bugged. That's funny. So we'll be releasing this hopefully, in beta within the next couple weeks. We have everything submitted through the App Store as of today for beta testing for Apple. There's also an Android app, again, that's already in the works. It's the same platform. So we're killing two birds with one stone, and hopefully even be able to get the Android version out to you sooner. For I think probably 67% of our users in Den right now use Android. So we'll hopefully get that out to you guys pretty quick. And so this is Den Mobile.
Sweet. Hey Eric, can you show even posting an image, right?
Yeah. So let me get an image up real quick. Lance, you want to take a picture? Sure. So let's just do this real quick. So I can do a reply. Camera app. Here's Lance. This is our office. Lance is in our office. Lance. Reply. There we go. So again, I just got a notification. So if I refresh the page now. Oh, right. So we don't have, let me go to the feed. Feed will have it. So here's Lance from the Den office here. And some of the things we're working on is just the content views. So Todd's working on that. So we finished a lot of the features that we need for the desktop app. And now we're going to be focusing heavily on the mobile app to get that feature parity within the next couple weeks. Let's see, what else, Joe?
I don't know. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's just the fact that we didn't expect to have anything on mobile yet, and you have that built out is like that is pretty amazing. And we also, for anybody who's been in the beta, which by the way, it is open. Anybody can sign in to Den. Right now, you can't read posts or any content unless you have an account. Later that will change. We're going to do that soon. But I guess it's really interesting that I didn't even expect it that we now have the state persistence for navigation, where when you scroll down and you get pretty far down the list of posts in a layer or something. You click on something to get the context. You might make a reply or something, and then when you go back, you don't have to find where you were, right? So that's been a big help. It's an amazing difference, and so far the economy is really working. I guess another piece that's coming in when we roll out with Matter origin block is that we have a better consensus algorithm on the actual evaluation itself. That is, obviously, we don't let people vote on their own posts because then I would vote on a post and put all my energy on it, and hopefully mine's a Matter, right? Instead, people, we had seen some level of people sharing where I might post something that's kind of lackluster, but my buddy would upvote it like crazy because I'm going to generate some Matter and then upvote his post like crazy. Instead now we have to have it's a scaled weighting based upon consensus. So you have to have more than a few people voting on a post for the energy to be accounted for well. So there's a bunch of really neat stuff like that we're rolling in, and the team has really delivered a lot really fast. So there's a lot coming. That's probably about it. I'm probably missing something, right? But there's a lot more. We'll do more.
Maybe do you want to touch on maybe a minute I think we have a minute left, but on the change we did to the Matter generation?
Oh, which one? Do you mean the? Oh, yes. That's actually very interesting, right? Much like how dragons are on Ethereum, and dragons also operate inside of the hybrid core platform. In DIN, all of the things happen on Dragonchain, and yet the lore is going to be ERC20 on Ethereum. The lot is going to be non-fungible. I'm not sure which standard we're going to use yet. And Matter's ERC20 on Ethereum. And therefore, the mining of Matter is interesting in that on Ethereum, it's a minting process where every day between, you have to correct me if I'm wrong here, Eric, but between 2300 and 0 hour UTC, so between 11 p.m. and midnight in England, that the 1000 Matter is minted, right? Because it's an oracle, and because what if the eternal node is down, or what if it's the connectivity is lost or something else. What we've done is made that minting process open, so anybody in the world can mint that. So if you theoretically beat our system to it, you would be minting the Matter. Now it doesn't effectively reward you directly, because the Matter will go into a cold storage wallet that is owned by the DIN system, and from which the Matter, when on the Dragon DIN side, is mined. So it's minted in Ethereum, thrown into a cold wallet, and then mined by certain accounts inside of DIN. So you get a proportion of that 1000 based upon the amount of energy and a bunch of other rules that you've collected over that day. So we are going to reward, we do think, we don't have this laid out yet because we just had to solve some issues with the way that the mining was happening. And the team had brilliant ideas around it. So I'm like, yeah, that really works. And we basically, if someone pushes the button to mint the lore before we, or sorry, to mint the matter before we do, we're going to reward them with lore. And what that does is it'll incentivize them for one, on the one hand, to say, okay, I want the matter mined, or minted and mined, so that I can get my matter for the day. But on top of that, there's a reward in case our systems are down or anything else, that anyone can make that happen, and they'll have some reward inside the DIN system. Other than that, I mean, just, there's a ton around the layer ownership and that we could go into. But
yeah,
it's a long.
And the goal with the matter contract, we've set an internal goal to have that completed by Thursday, I believe.
Okay.
And to do the first minting of the tokens on Ethereum for Friday, which is our internal goal.
Wow.
So we'll probably be able to hold pretty firm to that.
Okay. Sweet.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And for anybody who's in the beta, the part that's interesting about that is we're going to allow you to retain your energy. So if you've built up a lot of energy like I have, you'll be able to use it until it dwindles down. And the way energy is calculated, the way that energy is generated, is based entirely on how much matter you have. So it'll give you a little head start so that we can have enough content in the early days of matter mining. And everybody's matter will be erased, and anybody who's in the beta will be rewarded with lore for the matter they've generated. And all that's in a white paper. But it's going to be fun and interesting, and there's a lot of really neat stuff that we plan. So.
Yep.
Right on. Okay, I think we're done with that. So, and it's 5:04. What is up next, Brandon?
We have the hackathon participants, so we're gonna go ahead and get them in. We're gonna take a quick intermission while we go ahead and get set up.
Okay, quick intermission. Then the hackathon participants.
Tell us they were going live.
All right. Thank you.
Nice. See you guys.
Hello world. All right, I'm here with the Dragonchain Hackathon contest winners. We've got Alan, John, and Jan. You'll know him as John Wants More, Crypto Lothar, and Alan. Of course, Alan. I knew that. I did my homework. But we brought you guys on. We wanted to hear what you guys thought about the hackathon. I mean, it was a big event here at Dragonchain. We got people developing on the platform, writing your own code. You know, you guys have been in the community for a while. How do you guys feel about it? I guess I wanted to ask, maybe I can start off with you, Alan. I wanted to ask what motivated you to participate in the hackathon in the first place, and how did you get involved?
Actually, I got involved in blockchain just by going to some of the local Seattle area meetups, and I ran into Joe there, and we had a really great conversation, and he was sort of telling me all the great things about Dragonchain and talked me into participating in the hackathon. I thought it was a great idea.
Nice. John, do you want to talk a little bit about what motivated you to participate?
Dragons. No, I mean, honestly, the prizes were enticing, and it felt like kind of a logical next step. I fairly obviously been building some things on it, and my whole journey with Dragonchain and developing so far has been kind of a rediscovery of my love for developing software. I've kind of been out of the game for several years building a business rather than doing the business, and so wanted to kind of stretch my muscles and see if I still had it in me.
Nice, dude. Well, I'm glad you joined up. Jan, same question for you, man. What motivated you?
Yeah, well, I've mainly been trying to get something going with blockchain for a couple of years now, blockchain technology, but working full time, I never had the time to do it. So when you guys did it over a whole weekend, it's like all pieces came together, and I had to try it. And a shout out to John, who was a big help for me on the first day.
Nice. Yeah, so for those who don't know, we ran this hackathon over 5 days. It was completely remote. Everyone was joining in community chat rooms and talking and working on their projects by themselves in the community. So there were a bunch of prizes up for grabs, and these three guys won the top prizes. Alan got most creative for his use of Dragonchain. John got the best integration prize, and Jan won the most commercially viable and the most innovative, taking 2 prizes there. So that was really impressive and really cool. I wanted to ask a bit about what your guys' development experience was like, and if any of you have developed on Ethereum before or any other blockchain platform, and how you'd compare that to Dragonchain, or at least could you describe maybe your blockchain experience with Dragonchain? Jan, maybe because you took 2 prizes, do you want to venture a response?
Sure. I actually never did any sort of blockchain developer, whatever, whatsoever, not even backend developer or nothing. I'm actually a front-end developer. I do iOS applications. So, and I did, for a while before going to that, I did some web development as well. So that's where I got a bit of JavaScript experience. So basically, knowing that you could program in whatever language you could, and you guys having examples with Node.js, that's what I tried, that's what I did, and I was able to make a working prototype in a weekend without zero experience. So
nice. How would you describe that experience? Like,
I mean, nothing less than amazing, because you read everywhere that developing blockchain applications is hard, especially on Ethereum with that Solidity or something. I don't even know the name of the language that they use. So yeah, being able to do a proof of concept over a weekend, it was amazing. Also, you had a lot of good documentation. Of course, having all the Dragonchain developers available for asking questions was a huge help during the hackathon itself. So thank you all for that as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
I know I can speak for the devs here. We had a great time participating in the hackathon and helping everybody out. You guys in the community were really helpful. You guys were chiming in on other people's questions and stuff. That was really cool. So seeing the community grow and like help each other has been like a really fun experience for all the devs here. Yeah, do you want to talk about your dev experience at all? What was it like for you?
So I've never done any blockchain development before, but it was really intriguing, the idea of encapsulating these in Docker containers. So I wondered, what could I really do with this? And there's really no limit. It'll run on any platform, any operating system that will run inside a Docker container. So I decided to, because I have a lot of familiarity with Unix and Linux, develop just a shell script that executes, it communicates with the blockchain through your DCTL commands, and then I wrote some one-off programs, one in C, one in C++, and the script actually makes some one-line calls to Python. So it's using all those different technologies to interact with Dragonchain.
That is awesome. I love to hear that. I mean, you're able to tie a bunch of different languages together and not have to learn something completely new. That's got to be awesome. John, how was your experience? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Tell me.
I mean, it was kind of just sort of the next step. I was going to build the project anyway, so I primarily have been more of a back-end developer, and not a particularly awesome one, but that's kind of where my focus has been. And then on system architecture and kind of designing these things and putting them together and figuring out how we can take pieces and parts of different things to make them work, but never anything with blockchain. I actually struggled for a very long time until I finally just kind of bit the bullet and dove in with Dragonchain on understanding how blockchain is supposed to work technically. I mean, you get the big picture. If I give you a picture of an apple kind of thing, sure. But understanding how it actually comes together in the code, in the technology, I couldn't get my head around it until I started diving in with Dragonchain, and being able to learn it in languages that I already know and use on a daily basis is what really made that possible. Well, that and some amazing Dragonchain developers who put up with a lot of stupid questions from me. So yeah, the whole experience developing with Dragonchain, not just the hackathon, but all of it has been truly, truly amazing. And I've got this new skill set in my pocket that I can take and use with my clients and my own projects and everything else. So yeah, truly awesome experience.
Nice. Man, that's so great to hear. It makes me feel good that you guys actually had a good time and we actually help out. So it's cool to see someone building on the software you worked so hard to develop. I mean, we put so much time and effort into this, and to see you guys, put projects together and build on them was so exciting. What do you guys think the next steps are for your projects? Jan, you won 2 categories, man. What do you feel like the next steps are with your project? Can you describe your project a little bit and what your plans are with it?
Yeah, sure. Actually, my project is something that I in my company we are already working on, but in a completely centralized fashion. But when I was reading the description of the hackathon, one of the main things that you mentioned is integrate existing systems into blockchain. So I was like, boom! I went to my boss, say, hey, I've been actually trying to get him into the blockchain technology for a couple of years now, and he was always not really interested. And I was like, okay, let me do this weekend, my own time. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it goes well, and then you'll see that it's worth a shot. So as you can see, it went well. So I didn't have a lot of time to speak with him because of all the holidays that happened between the hackathon and now, but he was definitely interested. He knows that I won, so he's definitely interested now. And I basically had to make a meeting or something with the rest of the team, which is not a huge team. We're a very small startup here in Central Florida. And yeah, we're gonna get together and see if we can put the blockchain side to the project, which, sorry, back a bit, the project itself is like a temperature monitoring solution. We're using sensors, like Internet of Things kind of sensors, where you, for example, put sensors on a fridge, cooler, to make sure that you don't lose the cool chain for food, which is a pretty big deal.
In restaurants and stuff. Yes.
Kind of.
I was saying that's huge in restaurants where you have to keep temperatures. You have to track the temperatures of food and make sure it doesn't go into the danger zone. And a lot of times employees could forge those things, and with an Internet of Things blockchain solution, you could have that completely ledgered for you automatically. making it.
Exactly. Yeah. Nowadays it's like a very manual process. They get like employees wasting a lot of time writing down temperatures, going over everything, watching for the temperatures and stuff. And with this technology and our sensors, not only they allow employees to go back to doing other things and not these, but also, like you said, you remove all the manual process and forging of data. So when the inspector from USDA or whatever, or even the consumers, I mean, you could somehow, like you guys do with the Knowledge Perk, you could, if you wanted, put a QR code wherever and, hey, customer, scan it.
Right.
You know that food has been good throughout the whole chain.
Awesome. Yeah, man, that one really struck a chord with the community, and a really cool project. I'm excited to see what you do next with that. Alan, you won most creative for your integration. You want to talk about the next steps for your app?
Yeah, I've actually continued development on it. So the first iteration of it was just a simple command line interface that writes transactions to the blockchain that contain a meme image, so you can actually post these images onto the blockchain. And then the second step I just completed last night. There's a little bit of testing left to do, but it replaces that with it's a hybrid. So there's a command line driver, and then it's a smart contract with a microservice embedded in it that executes all the back-end checks when it submits the meme to the chain. And it does all the same steganographic checks that embedding and steganographic checks that my hackathon project does. And so that was easy. The hardest part about that was learning enough Node.js, and I didn't have to do that. I chose to do that. And then the third step is going to be replacing that command line driver with a Flutter app, so that this thing will actually behave a little bit like its own social media app, where you're posting memes and to the blockchain, and you can go and see the list of things on your timeline that you posted.
Love it. Meme tracking, right?
Exactly.
Tracking memes and like the popularity of them, where they go, who retweeted them or whatever.
Exactly.
And all recorded on the blockchain. This is, I mean, what a cool piece of technology. You're using steganography. Is that what it's
Yeah,
which
so
is like where you put information into images?
There's hidden information in the image. It does alter the image, but not visibly enough to be detectable. And in there is an actual JSON block with a unique image ID, the address of the person who first posted it, or who most recently shared it, and an optional little message that you can just put in there for fun to tell other people. And so every time somebody shares or reshares it, their address is written as the most recent share. But back on the blockchain, you have this long list of the entire ledger of all the people who have ever shared this image.
That is awesome. I can totally see this going places, and people using that to track who started a trend, or like to know where this meme came from. Who made the first one? Who's the OP on something?
Well, and even then, what's also cool is that you can see where it really branched and went viral. So maybe one person posted it, and they shared it with a few of their friends, and they shared it with a few of their friends, and then some big influencer shared it with 100,000 people, and then it went viral. So you can actually track that.
That's exciting. Do you have plans to monetize this thing, or take it to market, or what are you?
I think there's a potential for that. Yeah.
That sounds exciting. All right. Well, I want to move over to John. Last in our programs, first in our hearts. I want same question. What are your next steps, man?
Sure. So what I built was kind of a combination of ideas. It was we routinely get questions from our customers in the continuing education field about what happens how do they access their records of credit if our company shutters and they have to prove that they completed their continuing education to a state bar organization or something like that. So my project was to create a sort of third-party repository and ledger of continuing education credit earned from any other continuing education provider. And then on top of that, to create a loyalty program that awards points for every hour or every credit earned. And then on top of that, a marketplace of related vendors that you can then spend those points with, in addition to spending those points back with your original continuing education provider for discounts on future CE. So it solves a lot of different problems that we face as continuing education providers in that side of my business. Going forward, my intention is actually, I was talking to Jan about this earlier, my plan is to sort of battle test it in a sort of mini season that we have coming up in February. So in the hackathon, I'd actually already integrated it with my existing client and that side of my business. So I'm going to clean up that integration a little bit, sort of test it a little bit more effectively locally rather than rushing it to finish up a project, and then launch it. And at least behind the scenes, I may not show it to the customers yet, but start gathering those in from real customers using our system in real time and awarding that credit and tracking those transactions and making sure double quotes don't throw off the PDF capture system and all that kind of stupid crap.
I remember seeing your integration. It looked production ready, at least from that demo. I know you may have cut out some bits or whatever, but it looked amazing. You had a really awesome product, but it seems so well put together, so much thought behind it. It looked really. If you guys haven't seen this video of John's demo, I would totally encourage you to go check that out. We'll put probably links to all of these guys' demo videos up here so you guys can all take a look. But really cool product there. I'm super excited to hear what you have coming up. Do you have plans to monetize it?
Absolutely. So like I said, I want to battle test it, make sure it's working, and then launch it with our to our actual customers so they know about it, test it a little bit more. And then, yeah, absolutely. I plan to stick Stripe right in the middle of a smart contract and add auto billing and launch this thing out and then spread it to other marketplaces as well. So, yeah, definitely plan to pursue it.
That sounds awesome. All right, well, just wrapping this up, I wanted to ask you guys if you had any advice for people who are building blockchain applications or thinking about getting into blockchain. Do you have any advice that you would give engineers or maybe non-engineers thinking that they might want to get into this field?
Jump in. I found it to be a lot easier than I expected. This was a 5-day competition, and I have a day job, so I really only spent the weekend working on my project to get to a minimum viable hackathon submission.
Yeah, okay. Jan, same question. What would you have as advice for anyone else trying to get into this industry?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to what Alan said. Just don't be discouraged and jump in, keep at it until you get it done. I mean, like I already mentioned before, I had zero experience. I actually thought twice during the hackathon about giving up. I actually think that on Friday, I even mentioned to John that I was just dropping the ball. I just couldn't get my head around it. And the few experience that I have with backend technology is like very relational database kind of stuff. So my head was just too wrapped into that. But thanks to him and thanks to all the Dragonchain devs that helped me throughout the weekend, I just kept going and yeah, and I won.
Awesome.
So that just proves to you, first of all, super easy to do to program in Dragonchain, and second, if you set your mind to it, you can get it done.
John, these guys are saying that it's easy to do and that they should jump in. Do you disagree with them?
No, not at all. If you have never written software in your life, I probably wouldn't recommend jumping straight into blockchain development. But assuming you already have a pretty good head for at least some development, like you've built a product before, you know a language. Don't be intimidated by the fact that it's the blockchain. Dragonchain makes very uniquely makes blockchain development approachable, and that's what drew me to Dragonchain in the very beginning at the ICO. And the only other thing I would add is join the community. Get into the developer Slack. Get on the Telegram at least. Our little group of developers is growing, and in addition to the Dragonchain developers themselves, somebody will be around that can help you get your head around these concepts, get your first smart contract written and launched. It's a good time to be learning Dragonchain.
This is awesome. All right, well, thank you guys so much for showing up. Congratulations on winning the hackathon. This has all been awesome. So really thank you guys for showing up and being a part of this. I really appreciate it. But I think that's all the time I have. I think we're going to hand it over to Joe.
Probably intermission for a little bit.
So okay, we might be going to intermission. So, yeah, hang tight. We're going to come back with some more cool stuff to show you guys. We'll keep you posted.
All right, see you.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Cool.